world has been turned into a literal burning hellscape, and Japan is right at the center of the nightmare. In the middle of a ruined Tokyo, a group of mages struggles to hold the line, their magic circles glowing against the suffocating smoke. One mage screams for a fire attack, launching a massive explosion that tears through the debris, hoping to take down the horror lurking in the shadows. But as the smoke clears, a monstrous, multi-eyed titan emerges, looking completely bored by their best efforts. The mages stand frozen in terror as they realize their strongest attacks didn't even leave a single scratch on the beast. One of the soldiers collapses in despair, the reality hitting him that they are absolutely dead meat. Suddenly, the soldier's eyes light up with a flicker of hope as they spot a figure walking through the flames toward them. It's a young man with silver hair and piercing blue eyes, telling the exhausted troops that they've done enough and can rest now. The soldiers actually burst into tears of relief, overwhelmed that their savior has finally arrived on the battlefield. He commands a general retreat, standing tall and confident as he tells everyone to leave the rest of the fight to him. The soldiers don't hesitate for a second, shouting for everyone to pull back as fast as they can. A younger soldier questions if they can really leave one man behind, only to be barked at by his senior. Doesn't he know he's looking at the founder of magic himself? The kid's jaw drops as he realizes he's in the presence of the legendary Ichikami Atsumu. The veteran mage cries tears of joy, confirming that the man standing there is indeed the strongest human alive. Atsumu stands alone amidst the falling ash, the weight of the entire world resting on his shoulders. He finds himself surrounded by a horde of high-level demons, their growls echoing through the ruins, but he doesn't even flinch. The massive lead monster lunges forward with a flaming claw, moving with enough force to level a building. Atsumu just sighs, calling the beast too slow, as he effortlessly teleports behind it mid-swing. With a cold gaze, he gathers a surge of purple energy into his palm, preparing to end the fight before it even truly begins. The monster is blasted into oblivion by a pillar of light, reduced to nothing but dust in a matter of seconds. Atsumu looks at the rest of the horde and casually beckons them to come at him all at once. Looking back, the world changed forever when monsters first appeared in an event humanity calls the Calamity. Traditional weapons like guns and tanks were useless, and people were slaughtered in the streets like cattle. But in the face of extinction, humanity discovered magic, and a new era of warriors was born. The war between humans and monsters raged on for over a decade, a constant cycle of blood and fire. Returning to the present battle, Atsumu stands as the final wall between survival and total annihilation. He is the first and most powerful mage, the only one capable of standing against the true source of the nightmare. If you're wondering why only he can do this, the answer is about to descend from the sky. Atsumu looks up, his expression hardening as a massive pressure begins to crush the area around him. The sky literally splits open to reveal the demon god, the final boss of the Calamity, radiating a terrifying aura. Atsumu recognizes it immediately as the top-ranked monster, feeling the insane amount of magical pressure it puts off. The demon god lets out a roar that shakes the very foundation of the earth, its crystalline body glowing with power. Despite his injuries and the blood running down his face, Atsumu forces a smirk, refusing to show weakness. The beast strikes with blinding speed, a massive explosion of light and force erupting where Atsumu was standing. Atsumu is sent flying back, barely managing to keep his feet as a beam of pure energy tears through the ground. He narrowly dodges another blast, his cape fluttering as he maneuvers through the air with a magical barrier. He's shocked to see the monster casually tossing out 14th-level magic like it's nothing, realizing he has to go all out from the start. He begins to manifest a complex, multi-layered magic circle, the air humming with the sheer density of his power. Atsumu launches a 6-element compound spell, a swirling vortex of elemental destruction aimed directly at the god. The energies collide, creating a chaotic storm of fire, ice, and lightning that consumes the battlefield. He continues to pour his mana into the attack, his face strained as he pushes his body to its absolute limits. Massive vines erupt from the ground, attempting to bind the monster as Atsumu tries to lock it down. He leaps into the air, using the environment he created to gain a better vantage point for his next strike. Lightning rains down from the heavens, striking the demon god repeatedly in a blinding display of power. The monster roars in fury, the sound waves alone enough to shatter glass for miles. Atsumu grunts in pain, his body taking a massive toll from the backlash of his own high-level spells. The ground beneath him is pulverized as the two godlike beings trade blows that warp the very air. He focuses his mana into his fingertips, glowing with a soft green light as he prepares his final gambit. With a determined look, he gathers every remaining drop of magic he has left. A massive explosion rocks the city, a pillar of fire shooting up into the stratosphere. Atsumu is blown back by the force, his body falling through the air as the shockwave levels everything in sight. He hits the ground hard, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he tries to regain his bearings. Covered in blood and grime, he slowly pushes himself up, his eyes never leaving his opponent. The demon god stands before him, wreathed in dark energy, looking like an unstoppable force of nature. Atsumu admits to himself that this thing is the strongest monster he's ever faced, a true god of destruction. The pressure is so intense it feels like his very soul is being crushed under the weight of the monster's presence. He realizes there's no way to win this fight if he keeps playing by the rules, as the demon god prepares a finishing blow. With a resigned smile, he decides he has no other choice but to use his ultimate, forbidden technique. A column of brilliant blue light erupts from his body, his mana footprint expanding until it dwarfs the city. Electricity crackles through the air as he begins the most complex chant in human history. The atmosphere itself seems to scream as reality begins to bend around the sheer amount of power he's channeling. Magic is ranked by the number of circles a mage can produce, and the world has never seen what Atsumu is about to do. He starts stacking circle after circle, each one increasing the potency of the spell to impossible levels. While the demon god can reach the 14th rank, Atsumu is about to break the ceiling. The final magic circle forms, glowing with a divine light that makes the sun look dim. He pushes past his human limits, reaching the 15th rank, a level of magic that shouldn't even exist. He screams the name of his ultimate spell, Innocent Void, a move that erases everything in its path. A wave of pure white energy washes over the demon god, its screams of agony silenced as its physical form begins to disintegrate. The entire horizon is engulfed in a blinding flash of light, purging the world of the calamity's darkness once and for all. As the light fades, the demon god is gone, leaving nothing but a pile of ash where it once stood. Atsumu collapses onto the scorched earth, his body broken and his magic completely drained. He looks up at the clear sky, a sense of peace washing over him as he realizes he finally ended the nightmare. He thinks to himself that dying as the great sage who saved humanity isn't such a bad way to go out. With a final content breath, he closes his eyes, believing he lived a life he can be proud of. The world goes white as his consciousness fades into the quiet void. But his soul doesn't just vanish, it begins to glow with a strange golden light. The essence of the great sage drifts through the air, seeking a new vessel as the decades begin to pass. The light streaks across the sky like a falling star, drawn toward a specific destination. It descends into a modern city, far different from the ruins Atsumu left behind. The soul heads straight for a hospital, a clean and quiet building far removed from the chaos of 1970. Inside, a young boy lies in a hospital bed, his body battered from an accident. The golden light enters the boy's chest, merging with his fading life force in a flash of warmth. Suddenly, the boy's body is bathed in a soft glow as the great sage's power begins to knit his wounds back together. The monitor steadying, the boy's breathing returns to normal as he falls into a deep, healing sleep. His fingers twitch against the sheets, the first sign of life returning to his dormant body. He suddenly bolts upright, his eyes snapping open as he gasps for air. He looks at his hands in complete shock, unable to believe he's actually alive after using all his magic. He gazes around the sterile hospital room, his mind racing as he tries to figure out where the hell he is. The boy touches the bandage on his face, his heart pounding as a terrifying thought begins to take root. He catches his reflection in a mirror and freezes. The person staring back at him is a complete stranger. His eyes drift to the nameplate on the bed, which reads Kusanagi Minato. A doctor and nurse walk in, calling out to him by his new name, completely unaware that a legend is inhabiting that body. Minato stares at his reflection, touching the mirror in disbelief as he realizes he's been reincarnated as a teenager. The doctor begins his examination, marveling at how quickly the boy's injuries have vanished. He can't believe his eyes, noting that the boy's recovery is nothing short of a miracle. He tells Minato that he was in critical condition after a traffic accident, but now he's almost completely healed, like it was magic. Minato thinks to himself that his body is probably auto-healing with holy magic, but he's confused about this traffic accident thing. He asks if his magic power was depleted, but the doctor just looks at him like he's lost his mind. Minato explains he was fighting monsters during the calamity, causing the nurse and doctor to exchange worried glances. The doctor asks him for his name and the current year, clearly suspecting some major head trauma. Minato confidently states he's Ichikami Minato and that the year should be 1970. The doctor sighs, telling the nurse it looks like a severe case of memory impairment or a bad after-effect of the accident. He corrects Minato, telling him his name is Kusanagi Minato and that the year is actually 2022. The news hits Minato like a ton of bricks. 52 years have passed while he was dead. He looks at their faces and realizes they aren't joking. His entire world is gone. He spots a thin, high-tech TV on the wall and is amazed by how clean the image is compared to the clunky boxes from his era. He looks at a calendar nearby that confirms it. The date is indeed October 2022. The nurse checks her tablet, and Minato stares at the small device in awe, having never seen anything like it before. He realizes he's truly in the future, a world he helped create, but no longer recognizes. The doctor explains that the calamity he keeps mentioning happened 50 years ago and hasn't returned since. Minato is stunned that the monsters are mostly gone, and the world is actually peaceful. A wave of genuine relief washes over him, and he silently thanks the heavens that his sacrifice actually meant something. The doctor explains that the real Ichikami Minato died saving the world, so there's no way this kid could be him. Minato realizes the irony. He died a hero only to be reborn as a nobody, and he has no idea how it happened. A few weeks later, Minato is finally discharged, standing under a bright, clear sky. He takes a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling more alive than he has in centuries. He arrives at a modern apartment building, his new home in this strange new world. He steps into the room, his bag slung over his shoulder as he prepares to face his new life. He looks around the small, tidy space, reminding himself that this is Kusanagi Minato's room now. He reads through some old documents and finds out his parents died when he was a kid, and he was eventually kicked out by his foster family. He sees that he's been living off his parents' inheritance, which explains why he has his own place. Lying on his bed, he wonders if his reincarnation was a work of God or just a freak accident, since reincarnation magic doesn't exist. He looks at a student ID for Kamui Magic Academy and scoffs. Back in his day, there was no need for such a place. Still, he finds the idea of a school for magic interesting and decides he might as well check it out. Suddenly, a buzzing sound from his bag startles him, making him jump. He pulls out a smartphone and stares at the screen, seeing a call from someone named Tadano-kun. He has no idea who this is, or even how to answer the strange glowing device. Deciding it's probably not important, he tosses the phone onto the bed and ignores it. A message pops up from Tadano, demanding he come to school because he's out of money. Clearly, the old Minato was being extorted. The next morning, Minato arrives at the massive, castle-like campus of the Magic Academy. He walks through the gates, blending in with the other students in their fancy uniforms. He admits that going back to school as an adult actually has his heart pumping with a bit of excitement. But that excitement quickly turns into concern as he starts sensing the mana in the air. He watches a student try to cast a basic fire spell, shouting with effort as a small magic circle appears. Minato is horrified by how weak the magic is, wondering what the hell kind of training they're doing these days. He scans the other students, his face paling as he realizes their magic power is absolutely pathetic. He clutches his head in despair, unable to believe how disappointingly bad the current state of magic has become. He mutters to himself that even a total newbie from his time had 10 times the power of these so-called students. He realizes that 50 years of peace has made the world's mages soft and weak. He finally finds his classroom, 2A, and slides the door open with a sigh. He takes his seat, feeling a bit nostalgic, and wonders if the old Minato actually had any friends here. His thoughts are interrupted as someone slams a hand down on his desk with a loud "Oi!" It's Tadano and his lackeys, furious that Minato ignored his texts and reminding him he's just lowly Kusanagi. Minato looks at him blankly and asks who he is, which causes the bully's face to go completely red with rage. Tadano grabs him by the collar, calling him a powerless piece of trash for forgetting who his boss is. Minato feigns a realization, pulling out his phone and cheerfully asking if he's the friend who called earlier. He gives the bully a bright, innocent smile and suggests they get along, which catches Tadano completely off guard. Tadano recoils in disgust, shouting that he's definitely not looking for a friendship handshake. He demands Minato hand over his inheritance money immediately, threatening to beat him senseless if he refuses. Minato's expression turns cold as he realizes the original owner of this body was being ruthlessly bullied. Tadano pulls back a fist, telling Minato not to get full of himself just because he survived an accident. The classroom door opens and a cheerful girl with blue hair walks in, wishing everyone a good morning. It's Mizuha, and she practically radiates a magical aura of her own as she enters the room. She greets the class with a big smile, her presence momentarily distracting the bullies from their prey. Tadano and Minato share an awkward look, the tension in the room suddenly deflated by the girl's arrival. Tadano leans in one last time, whispering for Minato not to forget his place before he stalks off. Minato just sighs and fixes his collar, muttering geez at how annoying teenagers can be. The teacher starts the lesson, announcing that today's topic is none other than the Great Calamity. He writes on the board that in 1970, the great sage Ichikami Minato sacrificed his life to save humanity. The teacher shows a holographic display of the battle, explaining how the pioneer of magic stood alone when the world despaired. He describes how the sage confronted the demon god at the risk of his own life, and that the calamity has never returned since. The teacher asks the class if anyone can tell him more about who Ichikami Minato actually was. Mizuha practically jumps out of her seat, answering that he was the only survivor of the first calamity and the first magician. She goes on with stars in her eyes, calling him the hero of the world and the idol of every single magician alive today. The teacher confirms she's right, adding that this very academy was built to produce mages as great as he was. He tells the class this will be on the test, while Minato sits in the back, dying of embarrassment. Minato is literally trembling, hiding his red face, as he begs them to stop talking about him like he's a god. He thinks to himself that being forced to listen to your own legend in history class is a special kind of torture. He realizes the doctor was right. The world really is at peace, and that's exactly why the mages have become so weak. He gazes out the window, watching the birds fly by, feeling a strange mix of pride and boredom. He mutters to himself about how peaceful everything is, a stark contrast to the war-torn world he remembers. The silence is comfortable for a moment as he gets lost in his own thoughts. The school bell rings, and the teacher dismisses the class, reminding everyone that tomorrow is the magic power assessment. Tadano immediately swaggers over, mocking Minato and saying it'll be fun to see how dogshit his magic power is. Minato wonders if this guy ever shuts up, deciding there's no point in hanging around. As Minato walks away, Tadano shouts that his parents had no magic power either, calling him an orphaned bastard. Tadano and his friends laugh hysterically, thinking they've really gotten under his skin this time. Minato stops and looks back over his shoulder, calmly calling Tadano a ftard with a cold, piercing gaze. Tadano's face contorts with rage, screaming for Minato to get off his high horse as he prepares to attack. The bully actually manifests a magic circle in the classroom, a swirling ball of flame erupting from his palm. A massive dark energy begins to form in the center of the flame, looking far more dangerous than anything they've practiced. Mizuha and the other students watch in horror, unable to believe someone would actually use magic in the classroom. Tadano screams for Minato to effing die as he launches a massive fireball at point-blank range. The entire room is engulfed in flames, the other students diving for cover as the explosion rocks the building. Mizuha screams that it's too dangerous, her eyes wide as she watches the fire consume the spot where Minato was standing. But as the fire settles, Minato is standing there perfectly calm, his bag still over his shoulder, the flames literally sliding off an invisible wall around him. The fire erupts again, but this time it's because Tadano is losing control of his own spell. The classroom is a disaster zone, smoke and embers flying everywhere as the students shield their faces from the heat. Mizuha shouts at Tadano, telling him he can't just use magic over a stupid argument. She's genuinely terrified that someone is going to get seriously hurt or even killed. Tadano points a shaking finger at Minato, trying to blame him for picking a fight first. Thick gray smoke fills the room, making it impossible to see if the MC survived the blast. The students peer into the haze, their faces pale with shock at the scale of the destruction. A silhouette slowly emerges from the smoke, standing tall and completely unfazed. Minato steps out of the debris, his uniform perfectly clean and not a single hair out of place. He casually brushes some dust off his shoulder and mocks Tadano, saying, "You got me," with zero sincerity. Tadano's jaw drops. He can't fathom how anyone could take his best magic head-on and remain unscathed. Minato thinks to himself that level 1 magic is a joke, and his passive magical barrier is more than enough to handle it without him even trying. He stares at the bully, his eyes turning cold as he decides that even if Tadano is just a kid, he's gone way too far. The air in the room suddenly feels heavy as Minato decides that this brat needs a proper punishment. Tadano and his friends feel a sudden chill run down their spines, their arrogance vanishing in an instant. A massive, terrifying aura of blue and purple energy begins to leak from Minato, filling the entire classroom with a crushing pressure. The light is so intense it blinds the students, the sheer amount of mana making the air itself hum with power. The students realize they can't even move their bodies, paralyzed by the overwhelming force radiating from the powerless kid. Mizuha is in shock, wondering what kind of god-tier magic she's witnessing. The purple flames around Minato roar higher, making him look like a vengeful spirit from another era. He takes a slow, deliberate step toward Tadano, his shoes clicking against the floor in the absolute silence. Tadano is literally shaking, his face pale as he realizes he's staring into the eyes of a monster. Minato reaches out a hand, his fingers glowing with a dangerous light as he prepares to show them what real magic looks like. A loud booming sound echoes through the hall, and the classroom door is kicked open by a furious teacher. He screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what the hell is going on in his classroom. Minato instantly shuts off his aura, standing there looking like a bored student again as he gestures toward the mess. He gives the teacher a fake smile and casually lies, saying nothing happened in the classroom and maybe someone was just using magic outside. He points toward the window, suggesting that some other student must be playing around on the school grounds. The teacher looks at Minato's innocent face and actually believes him, figuring if weak Kusanagi says it, it must be true. The teacher storms off to find the real culprit, ordering the rest of them to get back to their seats immediately. Minato waves goodbye with a grin, already planning to create some false evidence later to make sure the case is closed. Mizuha looks at him with deep suspicion, her eyes narrowed as she realizes he's definitely hiding something massive. Tadano glares at Minato's back, his pride wounded, and his fear slowly turning back into a bitter, hateful grudge. Minato thinks to himself that the magic level of these students is even lower than he initially thought. He wonders if these magicians could even take down a single low-level monster if one showed up. He decides he needs to see the real world for himself and heads out to investigate the city. He arrives at the border of Old Shibuya, a place that looks like a ghost town. The area is a graveyard of ruined buildings and overgrown vegetation, a permanent scar from the calamity. Under the full moon, Minato leaps across the rooftops, using a magic circle under his feet to propel himself through the air. He moves with a grace and speed that no modern mage could ever hope to match. He stops on the edge of a tall building, pulling a mask over his face as he looks out over the changed landscape of Shibuya. He manifests a glowing green circle under his heel, preparing to launch himself deeper into the ruins. He streaks through the night sky like a phantom, leaving trails of green energy in his wake. He realizes the area is mostly empty, likely because the police mages have already cleared out the weak monsters. But then, his senses tingle as he picks up a monster's aura coming from very far away. He also senses a lone human at the same location, and they seem to be in serious trouble. Minato dives toward the source of the energy, his hoodie fluttering as he accelerates toward the ground. He creates a massive green shockwave as he nears his target, prepared for a fight. He streaks down like a meteor, the air whistling past his ears. A magical shield shatters into a million pieces, failing to protect the person on the ground. Minato lands perfectly in the middle of a glowing green circle, creating a massive crater upon impact. A female police mage is on the ground, crying in terror as a multi-headed skeletal monster looms over her. The beast lets out a blood-curdling roar, its jaws wide open as it prepares to tear her apart. Minato slams into the ground right in front of her, his hand touching the earth as he stabilizes himself. The monster lunges, its bone-white teeth inches away from Minato's face. The creature lets out another deafening roar, its head snapping with hunger. Minato just stands his ground, a wave of pressure erupting from him that forces the beast's heads back. With a single, effortless motion, he obliterates the monster, leaving its corpses scattered across the alley. He looks back at the officer, his purple eyes cold and mysterious behind his mask. The silver-haired woman is trembling, tears running down her face as she stares at her mysterious savior. Minato spots the badge on her chest and realizes she's supposed to be a professional police magician. He tells her to be more careful next time, his voice calm and authoritative. She tries to thank him, but before she can even finish her sentence, Minato vanishes into the night. She's left alone in the alley, wondering who that incredible mage could possibly have been. She realizes with a start that he didn't even chant a single spell to take down that monster. Meanwhile, Minato is already far away, jumping across the rooftops and thinking it was a good idea to keep his face hidden. He's genuinely shocked that a professional officer was almost killed by such a low-level piece of garbage. He concludes that it's not just the students. The entire world's magic level has become pathetically weak. A small, confident smile forms on his lips as the realization hits him. He can't help but let out a little chuckle at the state of the future he worked so hard to save. He realizes that even in this new timeline, they're going to need his god-tier powers more than ever. He decides that for now, he might as well spend the night annihilating every single monster in the surrounding area. He launches himself back into the air, a green magic circle glowing beneath him as he begins his hunt. The ruins of Shibuya fall silent as the great sage starts his cleanup, the city unaware that its legendary hero is back on the clock. The next day at school, the teacher reveals a massive floating crystal. It's time for the magic power assessments. He tells the class that their mana amount and their elemental attribute are the most important things for their careers. Minato is shocked. He can't believe they need a giant machine just to measure something as basic as mana. He palm mutes his face, thinking that magic perception used to be the foundation of everything. Mizuha approaches him, asking if now is a good time to talk. The other students start whispering, stunned that the school's top noble girl is actually initiating a conversation with a loser like Kusanagi. She introduces herself properly as Mizuha Yuika, the second daughter of a great noble house. Minato just gives her a blank stare and asks, "What's a magic noble?" Mizuha is offended, explaining that her family is one of the 4 leading houses that rule the world of magicians. Minato thinks back to his time and realizes there was no such thing as nobility, it's just some fake system they made up while he was dead. He narrows his eyes, scanning her mana flow. He notes that for a prominent noble, her magic power is honestly pretty lackluster. Mizuha is fuming internally, demanding that he show some gratitude for her even talking to him. Tadano is watching from the sidelines, his face twisting with jealousy as he sees them talking. Minato just asks what business she has with him, which makes her vein pop with annoyance. She has to take deep breaths to keep her noble dignity from crumbling and punching him. She's obsessed with the fact that he walked out of Tadano's explosion unscathed and knows there must be a secret. Before she can ask, the teacher calls everyone to the back to get ready. Minato is actually happy, flashing a big smile because he's finally going to see some real numbers. Mizuha watches him, determined to see his true power during the test. Tadano is up first, shouting about his mighty self as he charges his mana. He touches the crystal, and the display reads 1000 with a fire attribute. He's thrilled that he's improved. Minato realizes the measuring standards haven't changed in 50 years, which makes things easy for him to calculate. Mizuha is up next, walking toward the crystal with a cool, confident air. She places her hand on the glass, and it starts to glow with a soft blue light. Bubbles of water start to swirl inside the crystal as her mana flows in. The machine pings, Magic Power 2000, Water Attribute, and the whole class erupts in cheers. Tadano is grinning like an idiot, proud that he and Mizuha are the top of the class. Mizuha looks proud, enjoying the praise from her classmates. The other students are calling her a goddess and Tadano a prodigy. Minato is standing in the back, sweating with disbelief that 2000 is considered top tier to him. She's barely an amateur. Mizuha gives him a smug look, showing off the true power of her noble house. Minato finds her arrogance unbearable and just wants to get his turn over with. The teacher calls his name. Next, Kusanagi Minato. The students start gossiping about how he was ranked dead last year, and Tadano tells him to go embarrass himself. Mizuha watches closely, sure that he won't be able to beat her score. Minato stands before the crystal, wondering if he should hold back so he doesn't stand out too much. He looks at the smug faces of his classmates and thinks, nah. He places his hand on the crystal, and for a second, everything is quiet. Then, the ground starts to shake as a rainbow-colored light begins to swirl around him. Electricity crackles through the room as the machine struggles to contain the massive surge of energy. Minato smirks, telling the machine to try and measure the power of a great sage if it thinks it's tough enough. A blinding white light erupts from the crystal, filling the entire room. The pillar of light shoots up through the ceiling, visible from outside the school building. Mizuha is blown back in her seat, clutching her desk in terror. Tadano is knocked flat on his back, staring at the ceiling in shock. The students are screaming, wondering what kind of cataclysm is happening in the middle of their school. The machine's dials are spinning wildly before they simply snap off. The light is so intense, it looks like a god has descended into the room. A massive shockwave ripples out, shattering the windows of the academy. The crystal itself explodes into a million pieces with a deafening boom. The students are cowering, Mizuha shielding her head as debris flies everywhere. Everyone is coughing through the dust, looking at the wreckage of the testing room. Shards of the mana crystal rain down like glittering snow. Minato stands in the middle of the rubble, looking disappointed that the machine broke after he got just a little serious. He looks around at the terrified faces of his classmates, wondering if any of them are even capable of becoming real magicians. The teacher rushes over, frantically checking to see if anyone is hurt. He asks if Minato is okay, and our boy just shrugs and says, I guess. The teacher is stunned. He's never seen a measuring device destroyed and assumes it must have been defective. He realizes that because it broke, they still have no idea what Minato's actual power level or attribute is. Minato asks if that's a bad thing, and the teacher explains that it makes it hard to decide his combat group. Suddenly, he looks over at Tadano and asks if he'll take Minato into his group. Tadano and his goons look up, and you can see the sinister wheels turning in their heads. A dark shadow falls over Tadano's face as he hides a wicked grin. He tells the teacher, of course, acting like he's doing a huge favor, while the teacher is just relieved. Tadano leans in close to Minato, his eyes full of malice as he whispers, I'm looking forward to it. Old Shibuya, a place that used to be a bustling city, now nothing but a graveyard of concrete and overgrown trees. The great calamity left scars that never healed, and monsters still lurk in these broken streets, waiting for someone to wander too far. The academy brings students here for field trips, thinking that having the police nearby makes it a safe playground for beginners. The teacher tries to reassure everyone, claiming the pros have already cleared out the dangerous stuff, so there's nothing to worry about. Minato isn't impressed. He thinks a practical class is a bit much for these kids, though he figures they can handle a few small fries if they work together. But as he looks around, a cold feeling hits him. This isn't how the ruins looked when he was here just last night. He's certain he cleared every single monster in this sector, yet he can still feel the stench of mana in the air. There's no fresh disaster, so why are new monsters showing up so fast? Something is definitely wrong with the spawn rates. While Minato is worrying about a potential catastrophe, his classmates are treating this like a game, making bets on who can kill more monsters. Mizuha walks past, her eyes fixed on Minato. She's suspicious, and Minato can feel her gaze burning into the back of his head. The teacher claps his hands, officially starting the practical class and reminding everyone to stay in their groups. Minato tries to just walk off, but a loud "Oh-I" stops him in his tracks. Tadano kicks a piece of rubble, looking like he's ready to start some drama in the middle of a monster zone. He tells Minato to stay behind and stay out of the way, acting like he's the big hero who's going to carry the team. Minato just gives him a look that says "get lost," which only pisses Tadano off even more. Tadano points a finger, screaming at Minato not to talk back to him because he's bottom-of-the-barrel scum. He's losing his mind, demanding to know why a noble like Mizuha is showing so much interest in a loser like him. Minato tilts his head with a blank expression and asks, "Wait, "Do you actually like her?" That was the wrong thing to say. Tadano's face turns a shade of red that matches his hair, his veins literally bulging with rage. The kid is fuming, his mana flaring up as he prepares to do something incredibly stupid. He charges up a fire spell, screaming that Minato is dead meat, totally forgetting that they're in a dangerous ruins area. Minato doesn't even flinch, he just calmly tells the guy to stop and not do anything he'll regret. "Look behind you," Minato says, but Tadano thinks it's just a cheap trick to make him look away. Tadano scoffs, but then he feels a massive, oppressive shadow fall over him. A rank 5 demon soldier has appeared right behind the group, its purple aura chalking the air. The bullies freeze, their tough guy acts evaporating instantly as they stare up at the monster's jagged teeth. They can't understand how something this powerful could be in a safe training zone. Terror takes over as they realize they're face to face with a literal demon soldier. Tadano's goons start crying, begging their leader to save them, while Tadano stammers that this will be light work. He launches a fireball with a desperate scream, putting every bit of his mana into the strike. The fire hits the monster's chest with a loud boom, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Tadano strikes a pose, thinking he actually did something, while his friends cheer him on. But as the smoke clears, the demon soldier is still standing there, looking more annoyed than hurt. Tadano's jaw drops. His best move didn't even leave a scratch on the creature's armor. Minato chimes in from the back, coolly explaining that a demon soldier can't be taken down by level 1 garbage magic. The monster lunges, and the bullies scramble backward like terrified toddlers. The goons are literally weeping, holding on to each other as they wait for the end. Tadano trips and falls on his ass, staring up at the monster as it readies a killing blow. He's completely paralyzed, watching the purple mana gather in the creature's claws. In his head, he's already dead. He can see his life flashing before his eyes as he blubbers. He's so scared he's actually shaking, his pride completely shattered. The monster swings its massive claw down, the air whistling with the force of the strike. It looks like it's game over for the red-haired bully. But suddenly, the claw stops. Minato has stepped in, looking completely bored by the situation. He stares at the beast with a cold, dead gaze that's way scarier than the monster itself. Minato lets out a tiny burst of mana, and the monster's eyes widen. It realizes it's in the presence of a predator. The demon soldier is so terrified it actually jumps back, trying to put distance between itself and the human. Minato steps over Tadano, noting that even a mindless monster can tell who the real boss is. He puts his hands in his pockets and asks the beast, "So, which of us is stronger?" The monster snarls, trying to find its courage, but its body is shaking. Minato flares his mana, the blue energy swirling around him like a hurricane. He raises a single finger, and you can practically hear the air hum with the power he's gathering. A massive red magic circle appears in the sky, and the demon soldier lets out a final, pathetic scream. The monster is completely pinned by the pressure, unable to even move. Minato doesn't even look at the beast as he readies his attack. Tadano and his friends are watching from the ground, convinced that they're all about to die in the crossfire. Minato whispers level 2 magic, rock break, and the very earth beneath the monster begins to shatter. He smiles a tiny dangerous smile as the spell takes hold. Then he switches it up. Level 1 magic, fire arrow. A massive white-hot pillar of fire erupts from the ground, swallowing the demon soldier whole. The monster is literally vaporized as the flames roar toward the sky, with a deafening kaboom. The heat is so intense, it turns the surrounding air into a shimmering haze. The silhouette of the demon soldier vanishes in the inferno, turned to ash in seconds. Another explosion rocks the area, sending a shockwave that knocks over the remaining rubble. Minato walks through the sparks and embers, looking like he just finished a light jog. Tadano and his goons are staring at him with their mouths wide open, their eyes practically popping out of their heads. The ground where the monster stood is now just a smoking, blackened crater. Tadano's brain has completely stalled. He can't process how a trash student just deleted a high-rank demon. He watches Minato walk away, his hands trembling as he tries to make sense of the impossible. Minato thinks to himself that even level 1 magic is more than enough to kill a soldier if the user actually knows what they're doing. He spots a purple crystal on the ground, the monster's core, and notes how weird it is that demons are spawning here. He wonders if this is a bad omen for a new disaster. The situation is definitely getting pressing. He has a flashback to the original calamity, the fires, the screams, and the endless ranks of demons. He remembers a little girl crying over her teddy bear in the middle of a burning city. He remembers the weight of the people he couldn't save as he stood alone in the ruins. His eyes harden. He's lived through hell once, and he's not about to let it happen again. He clenches his fist, making a silent promise to himself, even if another calamity comes, he'll save everyone this time. Tadano watches him from a distance, whispering, "Is he really the Kusanagi we know?" Frustrated and confused, Tadano slams his fist against a wall, cracking the concrete. He's grinding his teeth, his ego taking a massive hit after being saved by the guy he bullied. Hidden behind a corner, Mizuha has seen the whole thing, her face pale with shock and realization. Across the field, Mizuha shows off her own power, using level 1 magic Aqua Saucer to slice through a rank 6 beast. The other students are amazed, but Mizuha feels nothing. To her, dealing with ordinary people is just a massive drag. She strikes a pose with a huff, telling herself that being a genius is just her natural state. She looks back toward the alleyway, where she saw Minato and the bullies go. She decides to sneak away and investigate, her curiosity getting the better of her. She tells the other students to handle the rest, flashing a fake smile before vanishing. She thinks Minato is just getting bullied again, but she feels like she can't afford to miss whatever is happening. She peeks around a corner, her eyes sharp as she searches for the group. Suddenly, her breath hitches as she senses a massive spike in mana. She sees the demon soldier and freezes. This is way above their pay grade. She realizes with horror that the students have zero chance of surviving an encounter with a rank 5. She readies herself to jump in, reminding herself that she's a member of the noble Mizuha family and it's her duty to help. She starts to run toward them, screaming for everyone to get out of there. But then, a massive wall of fire erupts right in front of her, forcing her to skitter to a halt. Rocks and debris fly through the air as the explosion levels the area. Through the clearing smoke, she sees Minato standing there, his hand outstretched as the flames die down. She's completely stunned, wondering if that terrifying power actually came from Kusanagi. She remembers the old Kusanagi, timid, weak, and zero talent, and can't believe this is the same person. The scariest part? She didn't hear him chant a single word. Instant casting is supposed to be legendary tier stuff. A quick lesson on demons. Their rank is determined by how many crystals they have in their bodies. A rank 6 is just a magical beast, dangerous for a civilian, but easy for a student. A rank 5 is a demon soldier. It takes a group of professional mages to bring one down. Then you have the captains and generals, the stuff of nightmares that can level whole cities. Rank 2 is a demon king. Only the strongest mages in history have ever even seen one. And rank 1? That's the demon god, the creature Minato killed 50 years ago at the cost of his life. In modern times, it's common sense that you need high-level magic to even scratch a soldier. Mizuha knows you need at least level 3 magic for a rank 5. Beating it with level 1 is technically impossible. She hears footsteps and quickly hides back behind her wall, her heart pounding. She asks herself why she's even hiding, feeling a bit silly for being scared of a classmate. She peeks out again, watching Minato walk away with his hands in his pockets. Minato stops and says, "Peeking around is a weird hobby to have," without even looking back. Mizuha jumps, her face turning red as she wonders how he knew she was there. "If you're a mage, it'd be crazy not to know," Minato says, sounding completely bored. Mizuha steps out, looking at him with a mix of fear and intense curiosity. Minato closes his eyes and sighs, asking if any of them can actually sense magic at all. He starts to walk away again, leaving her standing there in silence. Mizuha chases after him, demanding an explanation for what she just saw. But Minato has already vanished into the winding alleys of the ruins. He's standing on a rooftop, looking down at her with a mutter of good grief. He scratches his cheek, realizing he's making things way too complicated for himself. He decides to scout the rest of the area just in case there are more surprises. His magical vision kicks in, showing him hundreds of monster signatures through the buildings. He realizes that if Tadano, the top student, was almost killed, the rest of the class is in serious trouble. He decides he might as well reduce the numbers to keep the casualties at 0. He raises both hands, and 2 massive, complex magic circles appear, glowing with golden light. The circles hum with enough power to power a city, his uniform flapping in the mana wind. He looks like a god preparing to pass judgment on the wasteland. "Level 2 magic! Magic Barret!" he calls out as the circles ignite. Hundreds of golden bolts of light scream out from his hands, arcing across the sky like shooting stars. The other students look up, wondering if they're seeing some kind of meteor shower in the middle of the day. Mizuha stares at the sky, her jaw dropping. She's never seen multiple magic abilities fired at once like this. Nearby, a group of students is being cornered by a pack of beasts, their mana completely tapped out. A monster lunges at a girl with pink braids, its jaws wide open. She closes her eyes and waits for the end, her face pale with terror. Suddenly, a golden bolt of light slams into the beast's skull, killing it instantly with a pathetic whine. The girl opens her eyes and sees the dead monster, totally confused about what just saved her. Minato stands on the roof, watching his arrows rain down all over the city. The bolts of light are incredibly precise, picking off monsters through windows and behind walls. He watches as his magic tears through a pack of beasts in an instant. The ground is littered with dissolving monster remains as the golden rain continues. Minato blinks, realizing the sky is getting a bit too bright. He sweats a little as he realizes he might have gotten carried away with the casting. The streets are now completely empty of monsters, with only charred remains left behind. He looks at the absolute carnage he just caused, and wonders if he overdid it. He rubs the back of his head, realizing he ended up killing basically every monster in Shibuya. He sighs, knowing the class won't be able to proceed now because there's nothing left to fight. He's going to have a lot of explaining to do if anyone figures out he's the one who cleared the map. Minato leaps off the roof, using a small magic circle to cushion his fall as he descends. He lands smoothly in a quiet alley, figuring this is a good spot to rejoin the group. He grumbles about how standing out is such a pain in the ass, but he just can't help himself. He walks back into the main street and sees the teacher kneeling over a dead monster, looking completely baffled. The teacher is muttering to himself, wondering how so many beasts could have been wiped out so quickly. He notes that every single one of them was killed with a single, incredibly skilled strike. He looks at the residue and realizes it was null attribute magic, something he's never seen performed at this scale. He thinks that firing 2 of these magic bullets is one thing, but firing hundreds at once is impossible for a student. The students are yelling at him, terrified because they almost died and wanting to know what happened. The teacher bows deeply, offering his sincerest apologies for putting them in danger. He's furious with himself, thinking the police had cleared the area and that he should have double-checked. He promises to take full responsibility for the mess. The pink-haired girl looks around with tears in her eyes, wondering if some mysterious hero came to save them. She asks the teacher if they'll ever know who it was, but the teacher just looks thoughtful. He suspects it wasn't the police or a pro, but maybe an illegal magician lurking in the shadows. The students all say a quiet thank you to the mysterious stranger who saved their lives. Minato just walks past them with a tiny, satisfied smirk on his face. In the background, 2 girls are gossiping about the crazy magic they saw and wondering who could have done it. Minato checks on the group and is glad to see that everyone is actually okay. But then he feels a murderous glare. It's Tadano, and the guy looks like he's about to snap. Minato notes that even the bullies survived, though they look like they've seen a ghost. Mizuha watches Minato walk away, her mind racing as she connects the dots between the demon soldier and the golden rain. She realizes that if he used fire and then null attribute magic, that would mean he has 2 different attributes. She shakes her head, telling herself she's overthinking it because no student can use 2 attributes at once. Still, she watches him, whispering his name and wondering what he really is. Tadano's goons are whispering too, terrified that Minato really was the one who fired those laser things. Tadano snaps, telling them to shut up and threatening to kill Minato for making a fool of him. His friends are genuinely scared of him now. He looks like he's completely lost his mind. He rants that there's no way a small fry like Minato is strong and that something fishy is going on. The goons agree that it's weird, remembering how much of a coward the old Kusanagi used to be. Tadano screams that Minato is cheating in some way and that he'll make him reveal his true character. After school, the sun begins to set over the peaceful suburban neighborhood. Minato is walking home alone, enjoying the quiet after a long, chaotic day. But he barely makes it to the park before he's surrounded by Tadano and his massive group of cronies. Tadano has a twisted, psychotic grin on his face, looking like he's been waiting for this all day. Minato sighs, telling them they're persistent and suggesting they use their time to actually study magic instead of being punks. Tadano screams that he's a fucking cheat and that he's using dirty tricks to look strong. Minato just blinks and asks, "Cheat?" clearly not understanding the logic of a teenager. Tadano points a finger, demanding to know how he really killed the demon soldier. Minato just gives him a deadpan stare, looking more tired than anything else. He realizes these guys just can't be reasoned with using words. Tadano tells him to come with me, leading him deeper into the empty playground. He mocks Minato for not running away, and the goons start closing in around them. Minato just shrugs and says there's no reason for him to run from a bunch of kids. Tadano snaps and tells him to stop spouting bullshit as he pulls back a fist. He laughs, telling Minato that since they're in a public park, he can't use his cheating magic here. He throws a full-force punch right into Minato's face with a loud BAM! The whole group starts raining blows on Minato, shouting ORA ORA as they try to beat him into the dirt. Tadano is laughing like a maniac, asking if Minato is useless without his magic. He tells him that even if he begs for mercy, he's never going to forgive him for the humiliation. But Minato is just standing there, his face completely unchanged as the punches bounce off his skin. He thinks to himself that his magical power automatically defends him, making their physical attacks feel like rain. He finds the whole thing so annoying that he actually considers pretending to get hit just to make them stop. Suddenly, a loud "Wochate re yo you doing" echoes through the park. Mizuha is standing there with her arms crossed, looking absolutely disgusted by what she's seeing. Tadano freezes, his face going pale as he realizes the school's top girl just caught him being a common thug. The red-haired brat immediately puts on a fake smile, claiming they were just playing around with our guy. Yuika isn't buying any of it. She crosses her arms and calls them out for being the pathetic bullies they are. She tells them straight up that mages are supposed to be heroes, not thugs, and asks if they have even a shred of shame left. Tadano clenches his teeth, his ego taking a massive hit as he realizes the girl he likes is totally disgusted by him. He starts blaming Minato for everything, thinking if it wasn't for this trash kid, Yuika would still respect him. Yuika ignores the bully and grabs Minato's hand, telling him they should just get out of this dump. Tadano watches them hold hands, and you can practically see his brain snapping from the jealousy. His eyes go dark, and his expression turns into something straight out of a horror movie. All he can think about is how much he wants to see Minato erased from the world. He lets out a feral scream, losing his mind and lunging forward with every bit of mana he has. Minato just sighs, thinking about how much of a drag this kid is becoming. Tadano summons 2 fire magic circles, shouting that he's going to kill Minato right here and now. Yuika is terrified, shouting at Tadano to stop because using magic in the city like this is a death sentence for his career. A massive firestorm erupts from Tadano's hands, lighting up the entire park with a blinding orange glow. The fire hits with a roar, and Yuika tries to shield herself as the heat becomes unbearable. The blast is huge, and she's blown back, screaming as the explosion levels everything in its path. Tadano stands in the center of the smoke, laughing like a maniac, because he thinks no amount of cheating could save Minato from that. His goons are actually scared now, wondering if they just helped commit a murder in broad daylight. Tadano tells them to relax and just lie, saying Minato accidentally got caught in a practice mishap outside of school. He smirks at the dust cloud, admitting they might have gone a little overboard this time. But as the smoke clears, it reveals a massive, deep trench cut into the ground where the fire was blocked. Minato's voice cuts through the air, colder than ice, as he tells Tadano that stupidity can only be cured by death. He's standing there without a single scratch, looking completely ready to discipline these brats once and for all. Tadano's jaw hits the floor. He can't understand how anyone could walk out of that firestorm alive. Yuika is sitting on the ground, staring at Minato's back like he's a supernatural being. Minato is genuinely pissed now, not just because they tried to kill him, but because they dragged Yuika into their mess. He looks at the bullies with pure disgust, asking them just how rotten they have to be. Tadano screams that it's all their fault and that he won't let them make a fool out of him anymore. He charges up another spell, vowing to keep attacking until Minato is nothing but ash. Our boy just calmly raises his hand, and a small, bright yellow magic circle appears at his fingertips. It's a tiny circle, no bigger than a coin, looking completely harmless compared to the fire. The bullies start laughing, mocking the crappy magic circle and thinking Minato has finally run out of steam. Tadano launches a massive beam of fire, shouting for Minato to die in the flames. Minato whispers magic drain, and suddenly bright green vines of energy surge out from his hand. The green energy wraps around the fire and the bullies, and they immediately feel their strength being sucked right out of their bodies. The fire beam is literally swallowed by the green light, vanishing into thin air. Tadano and his goons collapse into the dirt, their faces pale and their mana completely gone. Minato sits on a nearby pipe, looking bored as he notes that he only absorbed a tiny bit of their power, and they're already passed out. Yuika is shell-shocked, wondering what that magic was and why everyone is suddenly unconscious. Minato just throws his bag over his shoulder and starts walking away like nothing happened. Yuika scrambles to her feet, shouting for him to wait a minute. She demands to know what that magic was, since he's supposed to be a low-level student with no talent. She looks him dead in the eye and asks the million-dollar question, "Who are you exactly?" Minato just sighs, thinking about how incredibly annoying it is that he can't even fight a bully without starting an interrogation. He tells her that instead of asking questions, shouldn't she be saying something else? Yuika blushes, realizing she was saved again, and quietly offers her thanks for his help. He tells her okay then, but she's still left standing there, wanting answers that he isn't ready to give. By the time she blinks, he's already vanished, leaving her screaming at the empty air in frustration. Night falls over the city, and the full moon shines down on the ruins. Old Shibuya is silent, but the air is still heavy with the presence of monsters. Our boy is back in his black hoodie, flying through the sky on glowing magic platforms. He lands on a skyscraper, looking out over the city with sharp eyes. He closes his eyes to sense the surrounding area, focusing his mana. He confirms that even though he cleared the area in the afternoon, it's already crawling with demons again. He realizes this is a very bad omen. The monster spawn rate is way higher than it should be. He thinks about the weak police magicians and the pathetic students, and realizes they have zero chance if a real war breaks out. Even he admits that he can't save the entire country alone if things go south this fast. He sits on the edge of the roof, realizing he needs to come up with a real plan to strengthen this world. But for now, he decides to do some late-night cleaning and wipes out the monsters nearby. He launches a barrage of magic bullets, raining destruction down on a pack of monsters below. The night sky is lit up by his spells as the creatures let out their final screams. Nearby, a drunk businessman is stumbling through an alley, singing to himself and having no idea how close he is to death. A massive, multi-headed bone beast looms over the drunk guy, ready to snap him up. The monster opens its giant maw, drooling right over the man's head. Minato drops from the sky like a meteor, his green magic circle glowing as he prepares to strike. The drunk guy just blinks, wondering if he just heard something weird behind him. Minato has already deleted the monster and is casually climbing a wall as the man shrugs it off as his imagination. Minato hides in the shadows, hoping he didn't get caught by the civilian. But a few blocks away, someone else is watching, a guy with a smartphone, filming the entire bright green explosion. The witness is hyped, realizing he just caught something that's going to go viral instantly. He uploads the video of the black mage, and the internet is about to go absolutely crazy. The next morning, Minato, Yuika, and the bullies are all standing in the dean's office. The teacher explains that they've received reports of students using magic in public outside school grounds. He warns them that if it's true, the school has no choice but to expel every student involved. The dean looks over his glasses, demanding an explanation for what happened in the park. Tadano immediately starts lying through his teeth, pointing at Minato and claiming he was the one who started the fight. Minato is actually kind of impressed by how casually this kid can lie under pressure. He decides he can't keep his mouth shut this time and prepares to tell his side of the story. But before he can say a word, Yuika steps forward with a look of pure steel in her eyes. She shouts that it's all lies and that Minato was the one being bullied by Tadano and his gang. The teacher is surprised, noting that if Yuika is testifying, it means magic was definitely used by both sides. Yuika doubles down, insisting that Minato only used magic for self-defense and didn't do anything wrong. Minato looks at her, genuinely surprised that she's risking her reputation to cover for him. Tadano tries to interrupt, but Yuika shuts him up with a roar that echoes through the room. She asks him how he can be so shameless, bullying someone and then crying like a victim when things go wrong. Tadano snaps, calling Minato trash and claiming he was just cleaning up someone who doesn't belong at the school. Yuika looks at him with cold eyes, telling him that he's the one who isn't worthy of being a mage. Tadano gets desperate, boasting that he's at the top of the class and the only one worthy of standing beside her. Yuika just looks at him like he's a piece of gum on the bottom of her shoe. Tadano actually begs her to become his woman and stop protecting a nobody like Minato. Yuika doesn't even hesitate. She just tells him, not a chance, with the ultimate look of rejection. Tadano is literally struck by lightning in his mind, his soul leaving his body from the sheer embarrassment. She lists every reason why he's out. He's a bully, he's violent, and his timing for a confession is absolutely brain-dead. Minato watches the bully collapse into a heap, thinking that even though the guy deserved it, that was absolutely brutal. The dean sighs, realizing that Tadano and his friends are clearly the ones at fault here. He states that they don't need people who use magic for selfish desires and officially expels the entire group. Tadano's goons start crying and begging, trying to blame everything on their leader, but it's too late. The dean tells Minato and Yuika they can head back to class, the matter settled. They walk out of the office, the door slamming shut on the bullies' careers. Yuika is still fuming, ranting about how she hasn't been this pissed off in a long time. Minato asks what will happen to them now, and she says it's obvious. They'll never be allowed to become mages. She then turns on Minato, telling him he needs to start speaking up for himself instead of letting people walk all over him. Minato just gives her a long, quiet look as they walk down the hallway. She blushes under his gaze, wondering what he's thinking. Minato thinks to himself about how many times she's tried to save him now, in the class, in Shibuya, and here. He flashes a genuine, warm smile and tells her, "You're a crazy good girl, aren't you?" Yuika's face turns into a literal tomato as the compliment short-circuits her brain. She screams at him to shut up and runs down the hallway to hide her embarrassment. Minato just watches her go with a small smirk, thinking his new life is getting more interesting by the day. He thinks about the original Kusanagi and wonders if the poor kid was bullied to death or if the car accident was really just an accident. He looks out the window, hoping that putting the bullies in their place finally pays off. Back in the dean's office, the old man is talking to a mysterious person on the phone about the incident. He confirms that magic was used, but claims no harm was done to the general public. A long-haired girl stands in the doorway, asking why she was called here. It's Mizu Haruka, Yuika's older sister, and she's already bored with the explanation. The dean bows slightly, asking her to give his regards to her father. Ruka arrogantly assures him that her father will keep investing in the school as long as things stay quiet. She's joined by Katsuragi Ryuji, who thinks this Kusanagi guy must be absurdly strong if the rumors are true. Ruka scoffs, saying there's no way a low-level student is stronger than her, though she's curious. Ryuji asks what they should do about the situation. Ruka decides they'll need to confirm this Minato's competence for themselves. She has a cold look in her eyes as she prepares to decide if her sister is even fit to stay at the academy. Ryuji just smirks, thinking that testing a freshman will be a fun way to kill time. Meanwhile, Minato is lying on his desk, looking completely drained because the peace is making him lose motivation. A classmate runs up to him, showing off a viral video of the Black Mage from the previous night. Minato is confused, asking if a Black Mage is some kind of noble title. He watches the footage of himself and realizes it doesn't concern him as long as his face is hidden. Suddenly, the teacher walks in and calls Minato out of his seat. He tells the students who couldn't get measured properly last time that they're going to the assessment room now. Yuika follows them, determined to finally see exactly what our boy is capable of. But when they arrive, Yuika freezes in shock as she sees someone she didn't expect. Ruka and Ryuji are standing there, looking down at the freshmen like they're garbage. Yuika is trembling, wondering what her elite older sister is doing in a place like this. The teacher calls Minato forward to start his magic power assessment once again. Minato remembers blowing up the crystal last time and realizes he has to be incredibly careful with his output. He places his hand on the glass, using insane mana manipulation to suppress his power. He lets out a small grunt, acting like he's putting in a lot of effort just to generate a spark. The machine starts to hum, the numbers slowly ticking up from 0. After struggling for a minute, Minato hunches over, panting for breath while the teacher checks on him. The teacher looks at the screen and is genuinely surprised by the result. He announces that Minato's attribute is none, which is incredibly rare but usually means the user is useless. Ruka and Ryuji watch with smug expressions as the final score is revealed. The display reads exactly 100, a score so low it's almost insulting. The other students start whispering, laughing at the fact that he has the lowest score in the entire batch. Ryuji scoffs, figuring there's no way this weakling could have defeated a group of delinquents by himself. Ruka turns to leave, telling her sister that they're done with their business here since Minato is obviously a fluke. Two students mock Minato for getting tired after such a small output of power. The teacher tries to comfort him, saying that the amount of magic power doesn't mean everything. But Yuika knows something is wrong. She's seen him delete a high-rank demon using fire and null attributes. She stares at him, wondering how on earth someone could even adjust their own power score. Minato wipes the sweat from his forehead, letting out a long breath of relief. A huge, cheeky grin spreads across his face because he managed to pull off a perfect 100. He thinks about how precise his manipulation had to be, and how much of a toll it took on him to act that weak. He spots Yuika in the hallway and asks if she was also in the assessment room. Suddenly, a pair of legs blocks their path. Ruka has come back to deal with her sister. Ruka and Ryuji loom over the pair, their aura heavy and oppressive. Minato just tilts his head and asks, "Who are you?" with his trademark bored expression. Ruka introduces herself as the eldest daughter of the Mizuha family and points out Ryuji as her partner. Minato just shrugs and asks if they actually need something from him. Ruka ignores him completely, claiming she no longer has any business with a low-tier loser. She turns her attention to Yuika, and the poor girl starts to shake under her sister's glare. Ruka mocks her, saying she's not even a match for a few school delinquents. She asks if it's true that Yuika had to be saved by a guy with a power level of only 100. Yuika lowers her head, admitting it's true, while Ruka looks at her with pure disgust. Ruka tells her straight up to quit the academy and stop embarrassing their family. Yuika asks why she should have to leave, but Ruka just asks if Yuika has ever won against her even once. We see a flashback to their childhood, where Ruka always had higher grades and more talent. In sports and combat, Yuika was always the one left in the dirt, while Ruka looked down on her. Even in magic craft, Ruka's abilities were always miles ahead of her younger sister. Ruka tells her that she never fails to lose in everything they do. She claims Yuika isn't suited to be a mage, and that having one genius in the family is more than enough. Yuika looks like she's about to cry, her dream of being a hero crumbling in front of her. Ruka tells her all she needs to do is obey and stop trying to be something she isn't. She demands Yuika quit and enroll in a normal school for civilians. Ruka leans in with a cold, terrifying look, asking if she understands the command. Yuika clenches her fist, her voice trembling as she's about to give up and say yes. Suddenly, Minato's voice cuts in, telling Ruka that she's being incredibly arrogant. Ruka's eyes go wide. She can't believe a nobody is actually talking back to her. Minato points out that she's been talking non-stop without even listening to what her sister wants. Ruka tells the outsider to stay out of family business, but Minato just calls her out for ordering her sister around instead of having a conversation. Ruka is fuming, calling him a bastard for daring to question her. Minato tells her that forcing someone to give up on their dreams is something even family members aren't allowed to do. Ruka smirks, claiming Yuika simply doesn't have what it takes since she's never won a single duel. Yuika looks at her sister, finally starting to believe the lie that she has zero talent. She thinks about how she's been telling herself she's a genius just to cope with the failure. The shadow of her sister's power looms over her like a monster. Minato steps forward and confidently states that Yuika can win against her. Yuika looks up in shock, her eyes full of tears as she looks at Minato. Ruka starts laughing, asking how a weakling like her could ever beat an S-class mage. Minato admits it's impossible for now, but his expression tells them he has a plan. Ruka challenges them to a 2-on-2 magic duel in 2 weeks' time to settle the matter. Minato just smiles, and Ruka asks if he's planning to run away after talking all that trash. Minato says, nonsense, and confirms that he will definitely be participating in the duel. He looks at Yuika with a confident grin and asks, "So, what about you?" Yuika stares at him, her heart pounding as she realizes he's actually going to help her fight her sister. She finally finds her voice and lets out a shaky eye as the battle lines are officially drawn. She starts to hesitate, her hand trembling against her chest as the doubt creeps in. But then, she finds her spark and shouts out that she's going to participate no matter what. A small, confident smile plays on Minato's lips. The deal is sealed. Minato lays down the law. If they win, Ruka has to shut up forever, but Ruka counters with a brutal condition. If Yuika loses, she's expelled. Ruka's partner, Ryuji, waves them off with a smug look, telling them to get ready for a cold dose of reality. The scene shifts to the bright blue sky as Yuika reaches out to the only person who can actually help her. The clouds drift by, marking the start of a countdown that will change everything for Yuika. Up on the school rooftop, Yuika bows her head and begs Minato to teach her the real secrets of magic. Minato acts casual, wondering out loud why he was even summoned up here in the first place. He plays it humble, reminding her that according to the school, he's just a lowly mage with a power level of 100. Yuika isn't buying it for a second. She's seen him in action and knows he's hiding a power that dwarfs hers. Minato stays silent, his sharp eyes measuring her resolve to see if she's worth the effort. She points out that he was the one who said she could actually win, so he must know a secret way to get stronger fast. Minato thinks to himself that he only baited Ruka into the fight because people like her can't stand being challenged, but he can't exactly tell Yuika that. Yuika doubles down, bowing so low she's practically begging him for a chance. Minato lets out a long sigh and finally gives in, agreeing to take her on. Her face lights up with instant relief. Her last hope just said yes. But there's a catch. Minato tells her she has to follow his orders perfectly, and there's no backing out once they start. As she pumps her fists in excitement, Minato realizes that training a student might actually be a good way to pass the time. He decides they're starting the grind immediately and asks where they can practice in private. Blushing a deep red, Yuika nervously asks if he'd be willing to come over to her place. The place turns out to be a massive traditional estate that screams rich, noble family. Minato is genuinely impressed by the size of the house, while Yuika explains it's just a perk of her father's noble status. She realizes this is the first time she's ever invited a guy over, and her face starts heating up again. She starts panicking and waving her arms around, trying to convince him that she doesn't have any weird intentions. Minato ignores the drama and gets straight to business, calling her by her first name, Yuika. She jumps back, totally flustered that he's already being so casual with her given name. Minato looks confused, explaining that since her sister is also a Mizuha, it would just be confusing if he didn't use her first name. Yuika realizes he's just being practical and tells him it's fine to keep calling her that. Minato gives her a polite smile and tells her that he'll be in her care during their training sessions. He kicks things off with a simple question: what is magic power? And Yuika recites the textbook answer about energy inside the body. She goes on a roll, explaining incantations like they're computer programs, looking very proud of her knowledge. When he asks if you can increase magic power, she laughs it off, saying it's impossible because your limit is set at birth. She stands tall with her hands on her hips, convinced she just aced the most basic magic quiz in history. Minato shuts her down instantly, telling her that every single one of those answers was completely wrong. He rubs his temples, feeling a headache coming on as he realizes just how much magic knowledge has regressed in 50 years. He drops a truth bomb: magic exists in nature, incantations are just crutches, and you can absolutely increase your power if you know how. Yuika is stunned, yelling that those lies would literally destroy the entire foundation of the Magic Academy. Minato doesn't care if she believes him yet, he just tells her to sit down and get ready to feel it for herself. He prepares to channel his own mana into her, telling her to let him know the second she senses anything. He reaches out and touches her back, warning her that she'll never get stronger if she can't perceive the flow of energy. A soft blue aura begins to hum around them as Minato starts the process, focusing his energy into her. She still can't feel a thing, so Minato decides to stop holding back and cranks up the output. A massive pillar of blue light erupts from the ground, swirling around them with enough force to shake the air. Finally, Yuika gasps, feeling an intense heat surging through her back as the mana floods her senses. Minato pulls his hand back and explains that she just experienced magic power perception. Yuika looks at her hands in awe, finally understanding what he meant by feeling the power. He tells her that now that she knows the feeling, her goal is to detect that same energy in the world around her. Yuika gets her confidence back, bragging that as a noble of the Mizuha family, she'll master this in no time. Minato watches her with a blank stare, thinking to himself that it took an insane amount of mana just for her to feel anything. She might actually have zero talent. A full week passes by, and the training grounds at the estate are quiet under the bright sun. Yuika is on the verge of tears, frustrated because she hasn't been able to replicate the feeling on her own. Minato watches her struggle, sweating a bit as he realizes this girl is an incredibly slow learner. Time is running out, so he tells her to get ready because he's going to pour mana into her one more time. He places his hand on her back again, and a violent surge of blue energy roars back into existence. The aura is blinding, and Minato tells her to open her eyes and really look this time. Yuika's eyes widen in pure shock as she finally sees the glowing green particles of mana dancing in the air. It's like a whole new world. Mesmerized by the glowing aura on her fingertips, realizing that the impossible just became her reality. She sneaks a glance at Minato, wondering if she can finally see the true depth of his power too. She looks at him and is confused. She can barely see any aura at all, which makes her wonder just how well he's hiding it. Minato gives her a tiny bit of praise for her hard work, and she immediately gets cocky again, claiming it's only natural for her. Minato moves to the next lesson, showing her how to adjust her mana usage for efficiency, and explaining that her total capacity will grow every time she fully recovers from being empty. He explains that once she can sense the mana, she can maximize every drop of it instead of wasting it. He asks if this is different from the Academy's garbage teachings, but then tells her it's fine if she doesn't believe him yet. Yuika looks him dead in the eye with a serious expression and tells him she won't doubt a single thing he says anymore. Minato likes her answer and tells her to back up because it's time to move on to the next stage. He tosses his jacket aside, looking sharp and ready as he announces that they're starting a practice battle. Yuika drops into a combat stance, her eyes burning with a competitive fire as she says she's ready to see his true strength. She kicks things off by casting a first-level aqua spell, sending massive swirling rings of water toward him. Minato just stands there calmly as the water rushes toward him, not moving an inch. With a simple wave of his hand, a golden honeycomb-patterned barrier appears and completely halts her attack. Yuika is stunned that he blocked her move so effortlessly with such a basic shield. Minato mocks her, saying that if she can't even break a level 1 non-attribute barrier, she has zero chance against Ruka. Frustrated, she switches it up and fires a barrage of ice bullets at him. Minato weaves through the attacks, lecturing her that stopping to cast is a death sentence when facing a real mage. He keeps the pressure on, forcing her to move and cast at the same time until she's completely out of breath. Yuika collapses onto the stone ground, gasping for air as her body finally gives out. Minato kneels beside her, pointing out that she's burning through her mana in the most inefficient way possible. He tells her that if she learns to adjust her power perfectly, she won't even need incantations anymore. He demonstrates by casting her own fire spell with a massive chant, creating a decent blast. Then he shows her his way, a silent, instant fire blast that's twice as powerful without a single word spoken. He explains that as long as you can control the flow of mana, the words are just extra baggage. Yuika is floored, realizing that he's talking about instant, chantless magic, the holy grail of sorcery. He tells her she needs to start by shortening her chants as much as possible to save energy and time. In a real fight, those saved seconds and extra mana are what determine who lives and who dies. She realizes that shortening the chant doesn't weaken the spell, it actually makes the whole process more deadly. Minato tells her to get back up because they're starting the next round immediately. A golden magic circle glows in his hand as he looks at her with a terrifying intensity, telling her to practice like her life depends on it. Yuika screams in terror. She realizes her teacher is a literal demon. After a long day, she's lying flat on her face, while Minato casually asks if she's still alive, and tells her they're doing this every day. The scene shifts to night in Harajuku, where a hooded figure is leaping across the city skyline. It's Minato in his black mage gear, noticing that the monsters aren't going away despite constant exterminations. Suddenly, his sharp eyes catch something moving in the shadows below. A massive skeletal demon is looming over a terrified schoolgirl who's backed against a wall. Minato doesn't hesitate, diving from the rooftop and using a green magic circle to boost his speed. A lethal green beam of energy pierces through the demon, ending it before it can even swing a claw. He lands smoothly and asks the girl if she's okay, but he's met with a weird reaction. Instead of thanking him, the girl pulls out her phone and starts snapping pictures of him like he's a tourist attraction. He watches the flash of the camera, completely annoyed that she's more interested in social media than her own survival. Minato pulls his hood down, thinking about how much he hates the clout-chasing culture of the modern world. He leaps back into the night sky, making a mental note to wear a full mask next time he plays hero. Back at the estate, the final days of training are winding down as Minato and Yuika face off one last time. Yuika hits the dirt again, her body shaking from the sheer exhaustion of 2 weeks of non-stop combat. She's panting heavily, her face covered in sweat and dirt, but her spirit hasn't broken yet. Minato looks at her, noting that while she's improved significantly, the duel is only a few days away. He thinks to himself that she's still lagging behind Ruka in almost every category and won't win if things stay like this. He tests her, telling her it's okay to just give up now and save herself the embarrassment. Yuika stays on the ground, remembering a lifetime of being compared to her perfect sister and being forced to quit everything she loved. She pushes herself up with a roar, declaring that magic is the one thing she will never, ever give up on. Minato looks her in the eye and tells her that her current level isn't enough, and she responds by demanding he get even stricter with her. That was the right answer. Minato gives her a wide, toothy grin and says he won't be holding back anymore. Yuika smirks through the pain, finally finding the warrior mindset she needs to survive the duel. The training resumes with a blur of motion as they clash again and again in the courtyard. She fires a water blast that Minato blocks with his golden shield, showing just how much faster her casting has become. The sun sets on their final day of training, painting the sky in deep oranges and purples. Minato ends up carrying a completely passed-out Yuika on his back, heading home after she literally worked herself to exhaustion. The morning of the duel arrives, and Yuika is back in her academy uniform, looking tense but ready. Minato stands before her with a glowing golden circle and gives her the ultimate stamp of approval. You pass. She collapses onto the ground with a joyful laugh, feeling the weight of the last 2 weeks finally lift. Minato looks down at her with a genuine soft smile and tells her she's worked incredibly hard. They arrive at the massive arena for the magic duel, standing before the castle-like academy building. Minato notices something as they walk in, his eyes narrowing as he spots a crowd gathering. The shadows of the spectators loom over the entrance. The whole school is here to watch the fallout. The press immediately jumps on Yuika, shoving microphones in her face and asking if she's really fighting her own sister. Minato is caught off guard by the media circus, but Yuika explains that a fight between the Mizuha sisters is a huge deal for the public. Minato realizes just how much weight the noble names carry in this world. Even a student duel is being treated like a national event. Inside the arena, the stands are packed with hundreds of people, all buzzing with excitement and betting on the outcome. Minato and Yuika wait in the participants' tent, and Minato comments on how the whole thing feels more like a festival than a duel. Suddenly, the announcer's voice booms through the speakers, calling for the participants to take the stage. Yuika stands up, her heart pounding against her ribs as she gives a shaky yes. She stops for a second, her hands clutching her chest as the nerves threaten to overwhelm her. Minato looks at her with a calm, steady gaze and simply tells her to go out there and do her best. His simple words hit her like a wave of calm, clearing the fog from her mind. She gives him a bright, confident smile and heads out into the light of the arena. As she walks, she thinks about how mysterious Minato is and how his support has become her greatest strength. She steps onto the stone floor of the arena, looking up at the cold, towering figure of her sister, Ruka. Ruka insults her right away, saying she's surprised Yuika didn't just run away like a coward. Ruka looks down her nose at her sister, asking if she actually thinks she has a chance of winning. She crosses her arms, radiating an aura of absolute superiority as she mocks Yuika for even standing on the same stage. Yuika doesn't flinch, shouting back that she is definitely going to win this fight. Ruka notices the change in her sister's eyes and admits that she seems to have made some progress over the last 2 weeks. But even as Yuika stares her down, she can feel the massive, suffocating pressure of Ruka's magic power. Ruka releases her mana, a terrifying blue aura flaring up around her that makes the air itself feel heavy. Yuika grits her teeth, telling herself that she won't lose no matter how much stronger Ruka's aura feels. The referee's voice echoes through the stadium, officially announcing the start of the magic duel. The two sisters stand on opposite sides of the massive stone arena, the crowd going silent as the tension peaks. "Start!" The word rings out, and both girls immediately move into action. Yuika goes for her new strategy, focusing on shortening her chant to get her spell out before Ruka can react. But Ruka is already moving, her speed and grace proving why she's an S-class elite. Minato watches from the sidelines, noting that while Yuika is too nervous to move properly, Ruka knows all the combat basics. He realizes that Yuika's nerves are her biggest enemy right now, making her stiff and predictable. Yuika loses her early advantage, and Ruka closes the gap in an instant, her magic circle already glowing bright blue. They both clash with aqua sorcery, sending 2 massive spirals of water crashing into each other. The water spells collide with a violent splash, sending droplets and mist flying across the entire arena. Yuika gets caught in the backlash, the force of the collision pushing her back as she struggles to stay on her feet. She's shocked that she actually managed to counteract Ruka's move, realizing that she really is getting stronger. Ruka acknowledges that her sister has improved more in 2 weeks than she did in a whole year. Yuika's heart swells for a second. Her sister actually praised her for the first time in her life. But Ruka immediately crushes that hope, looking at her with cold, merciless eyes. She tells Yuika that she wasn't praising her, she was just making a cold comparison of their power levels. Ruka cranks her magic up to the next level, her blue aura turning into a raging inferno of energy. Yuika tries to set up a defensive barrier, but the pressure of Ruka's mana is making it hard to concentrate. Ruka unleashes a second-level water blitz, firing a massive, high-pressure torrent of water at her sister. The water hits like a solid wall of iron, the sheer force of it shattering the ground where Yuika was standing. Yuika screams as she's blasted back, her uniform getting torn as the water shreds through her defenses. She falls hard onto the stone, her body battered and her mana pool almost completely drained. Minato watches with a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the girl who refused to give up during his hellish training. He analyzes the fight, knowing that while Yuika is faster at casting, Ruka is simply in a different league of raw power. Ryuji walks up to Minato and calls him a cruel guy for just standing there while his partner gets demolished. Minato doesn't even look at him, simply saying that there's no need to intervene yet. Ruka walks toward the fallen Yuika, expecting her to stay down and accept her defeat. She's genuinely confused when she sees Yuika's fingers twitching, wondering how she's still able to move after taking a level 2 hit. Yuika pushes herself up through the pain, her eyes filled with a desperate burning determination. She shouts that even if she loses everything else, she will never let go of her magic. She prepares one last, desperate spell, her face contorted with the effort of squeezing out every last drop of mana. Her magic circle glows one last time, reflecting the tears in her eyes as she stakes everything on this final move. Ruka doesn't show any mercy, firing back with another powerful water blast to end the duel once and for all. The two spells clash in the center of the arena, but Ruka's power easily overwhelms Yuika's exhausted attack. Yuika reaches out one last time, her voice cracking as she whispers that she definitely won't give up. But her body finally gives out, and she falls face first onto the hard stone floor with a dull thud. The referee officially declares the match over. Yuika is out of mana, and Ruka is the winner. Yuika lies in the dirt, sobbing quietly as the realization hits her, after all that training, she still couldn't do a thing. Minato walks out onto the arena floor and places a gentle hand on her shoulder, telling her she only lost because of the raw mana gap. Ruka stands over them, telling Minato that he should finally understand that Yuika has absolutely zero talent for magic. Minato kneels down and surprisingly agrees, admitting that it's true she has no natural talent. He says she's clumsy, inefficient, and even gets weaker when the pressure of a real battle hits her. But then he looks up with a bright, warm smile and says she's the hardest worker he's ever met, practicing every single day like an idiot. He stands up and looks Ruka right in the eye, telling her that while Yuika lost today, that's not the end of the story. With a confident grin, he tells her that he personally likes hard-working people just like Yuika. Yuika looks up at him, her eyes streaming with tears because someone finally acknowledged all the effort she put in. Minato turns his back to Ruka, telling her that Yuika is his disciple, and he doesn't appreciate anyone speaking badly about her. Yuika lets out a loud, emotional wail, all the years of pain and being told she was useless finally washing away. Ruka gets furious, telling him he's being way too cocky for a guy who only has a magic power of 100. Minato looks her dead in the eye with a gaze that could kill, and tells her that he, the guy with only 100 power, is the one who's going to defeat her next. Scoffs, calling it nonsense, and decides she won't even waste her time being his first opponent. Ryuji steps up instead, cracking his knuckles with a predatory grin, finally getting his turn to teach the kid a lesson. Ruka walks away, telling him to finish it quickly, and Ryuji tells her she doesn't have to say it twice. Ignoring the threats, Minato gently carries the exhausted Yuika off the battlefield in his arms. He sets her down safely on the bench and tells her to watch closely, because he's about to show her what real magic looks like. Yuika looks down in shock, realizing that her pain is gone and her wounds are already closing. Minato healed her without even trying. As Minato walks toward the center of the arena, he decides on a self-imposed challenge. He's going to win using only a power level of 100 incantations. He thinks to himself that if he gets hit directly without a barrier, even he might actually die. This is a high-stakes gamble. Instead of being scared, he licks his lips with a smirk, absolutely living for the thrill of a dangerous situation. Ryuji mocks him, saying he won't hold back, but Minato counters by saying he's the one who will be holding back. The students in the crowd are cheering for Ryuji, jokingly telling him to be nice to the weakling. Ryuji ignites his mana, a massive pillar of fire erupting behind him as he prepares to end this in one shot. Minato senses Ryuji's 8,000 magic power and knows that with his current 100 limit, a single mistake could be fatal. The referee signals the start, and the second match of the duel begins with the crowd holding its breath. Ryuji conjures multiple flaming magic circles, telling Minato not to hold a grudge about what happens next. He launches a massive fire blast, intending to see if Minato's earlier miracles were just luck or actual skill. Bam! Before Ryuji can even finish his thought, he's the one screaming in pain as an invisible force slams into him. Minato stands there with his finger pointed, coldly remarking that Ryuji's attacks were way too slow to hit anything. The spectators are frozen in silence, their cups literally stopping mid-air as they try to process what just happened. Ryuji is out cold on the pavement, and the referee has no choice but to declare Minato the winner. Ruka rushes to Ryuji's side, stunned that he was knocked unconscious in one hit without a single word of an incantation. Minato walks past her, casually mentioning that he ended it quickly, just like she asked for. Yuika is watching with stars in her eyes, her mind blown that her teacher really is as monstrous as she suspected. Ruka stands her ground, admitting he's all right, but Minato just fires back that he's better than her, which sends her temper through the roof. Ruka's 10,000 magic power flares up in a violent blue aura. She's stronger than Ryuji, and she's not playing games anymore. The announcer is losing it, hyping up the crowd as this unexpected underdog story moves into the final round. This is it, the match that decides the entire duel. Minato and Ruka lock eyes as the final bell rings. Both of them launch attacks instantly, their magic circles clashing in a beautiful display of light and power. Minato realizes Ruka is smart enough to defend herself properly, so he knows he has to aim for her head to have any effect with his 100 power limit. Ruka unleashes a massive water spiral, intending to drown him in pure mana before he can get close. The arena is engulfed in a tidal wave of blue energy, a total washout that should have ended any normal mage. But when the mist clears, Ruka's jaw drops. She can't believe her eyes. Minato is standing perfectly still, not a single drop of water on his clothes or a scratch on his face. Ruka is panicking internally, wondering how he could possibly survive a direct hit without even using defensive magic. Even the students in the stands are weirded out, whispering that the guy didn't even get wet from a literal flood. Yuka is gripping her seat, desperate to know what kind of god-tier technique her teacher just pulled off. Ruka refuses to give up and fires another barrage, but she's starting to realize she's fighting a ghost. In a blur of motion, Minato weaves through the water jets like he can see the future, his speed making him look like he's teleporting. Ruka is breathless, screaming that it's impossible to avoid her magic like that without using any of his own. Yuika thinks back to her lessons, knowing that common sense says you have to counter magic with magic, or you'll get pulverized. She realizes Ruka's level 2 attacks are too fast and too heavy to dodge. Minato must be operating on a level of courage that borders on insanity. Minato looks at her calmly, thinking that as long as you can detect the flow of mana, dodging is just a matter of having the guts to do it. Ruka loses it and prepares her ultimate move, swirling a massive vortex of water around her body. She screams out, "Third level, Azure Splash!" launching a massive flood that covers every inch of the arena floor. The crowd is terrified. Level 3 magic is lethal, and everyone thinks Minato is about to be wiped from existence. The water roars like a beast, slamming into everything with enough force to crush stone. The impact creates a massive explosion of spray, hiding the entire center of the arena from view. Ruka is panting, exhausted from the effort, but she's confident that no one could have dodged that massive AoE attack. Pow! Ruka's head snaps back as a physical strike connects right with her forehead, sending her reeling in pain. She looks up, teary-eyed and trembling, to find Minato standing right over her, looking as bored as ever. He casually explains that he used a magic drain to create a hole in her spell and just walked right through the center of it. The sheer impossibility of his explanation leaves the entire stadium in a state of shock. Ruka looks at the path behind him. The ground is torn up, but there's a perfect dry line where Minato walked through her flood. She stares at him with wide, empty eyes, her worldview of talent and bloodlines completely shattered. Suddenly, she bursts into a fit of hysterical laughter, realizing just how absurdly outclassed she really was. She leans her head back and admits defeat, her voice filled with a weird sense of relief. The announcer's voice cracks as he screams the result. The winner of the match and the duel is Kusanagi Minato. Yuika rushes into the arena to check on them, and Minato assures her that they're both perfectly fine. He looks at Yuika with a small, rare smile and simply says, "I win, Yuika." She nods back with tears of joy, her heart finally at peace now that the nightmare of her sister's shadow is over. Ruka stays true to her word, telling Yuika she won't interfere with her life anymore, and she's free to do whatever she wants. Minato watches them, his sharp eyes picking up on something most people would miss. He points out that Yuika's wounds from earlier were shallow, meaning Ruka was actually holding back during their fight out of sisterly love. He tells Ruka she should stop being so overprotective, because Yuika has gotten way stronger in just 2 weeks. Yuika jumps in, vowing to get even stronger so that her sister never has a reason to worry about her again. Ruka looks at her sister and finally smiles a genuine, soft smile, admitting that Minato might be right. For a brief second, there's peace in the arena as the two sisters finally reconcile. But the moment is shattered as a purple, malevolent aura begins to leak from the sky, making Minato's blood run cold. A massive pressure slams into the stadium, and the sky begins to tear open as a dark red light floods the world. Minato's eyes widen in genuine shock. The abnormal magic power he's sensing is something he hasn't felt in decades. He looks up at the bleeding sky and realizes the nightmare has returned. It's the calamity. Inside the school, Tadano and his lackeys are frantically searching Minato's desk, desperate to find the cheat he's using to be so strong. One of them holds up a book, complaining that Minato only has standard textbooks and is way too diligent with his notes. Tadano slams his hands on the desk, refusing to believe a loser could be that powerful without some kind of secret artifact. Suddenly, his friend points toward the window, his voice trembling with terror as he asks, "What the hell is that?" Tadano looks out and sees the sky has turned a blood-red color, the entire horizon looking like it's on fire. His friends realize it's a calamity, but they're in denial, screaming that something like that shouldn't be happening in this era of peace. Minato is still in the arena, his face pale as he realizes the sheer scale of the mana surge happening above them. The three of them stand frozen in the stadium as the reality of a world-ending event sinks in. The red clouds swirl violently, casting a hellish glow over the entire academy grounds. In the stands, the reporters and students are panicking, some crying that this can't be real while others scramble for an exit. Minato wonders if this outbreak is linked to the strange monster activity he saw earlier in Shibuya and Harajuku. Growl! Before he can think, three-eyed demon beasts begin spawning directly into the arena, and the girls scream in terror. One of the teachers tries to take control, yelling for everyone to stay calm as the monsters begin their hunt. Boom! A massive pillar of flame incinerates a group of beasts instantly. The duel might be over, but the real fight is just starting. Minato glows with a bright green aura, his voice amplified as he commands everyone to listen to him. The students stop running and look at him, captivated by the absolute authority in his voice. He explains that only weak monsters appear during the opening, and tells everyone to evacuate to the gym in organized groups. The girls ask what he's planning to do, and Minato tells them he has to head back into the danger zone. He announces he's going into the school building to save the students trapped inside, and the teacher calls him reckless for going alone. Ryuji steps up, offering to go with him, telling the teacher that they've already seen what Minato is capable of. The teacher reluctantly agrees, and Ryuji gives him a confident smirk, vowing that they won't die out there. Minato just shrugs his shoulders, his expression saying that dying isn't even on the menu today. He turns to Yuika and tells her he's leaving now, and she looks at him with deep concern in her eyes. She tells him to be careful, knowing that the man she looks up to is about to dive into a literal hellhole. Ryuji takes off first, boasting that he'll take the lead and show the junior how it's done. He brags about his record-shattering speed, challenging Minato to even try and keep up with him. Whoosh! A green blur streaks past Ryuji so fast it nearly knocks him over, leaving him staring in complete disbelief. Minato looks back over his shoulder with a calm face, casually telling the senior that he'll be the one going first. Ryuji is left in the dust, swearing under his breath at the monstrous speed Minato is putting out. He tells himself that speed is useless without power, and he's going to use this chance to finally see Minato's true strength. Minato uses his detection magic and senses 58 magic users still trapped in the building, but he's worried about civilians with no mana at all. He decides the only way to be sure is to search every single room in the entire school manually. Inside a classroom, 3 beasts have cornered a student, their red eyes glowing as they prepare to tear her apart. Minato drops in from the ceiling like a guardian angel, a golden magic circle already glowing in his hand. Whoosh! He unleashes a spinning blade of golden light that slices through the monsters before they can even make a sound. The girl whimpers in terror as the beasts disintegrate into ash right in front of her. Another monster lunges at Minato from behind, but he doesn't even turn around, blasting it point blank with a golden beam. Ryuji finally catches up, bursting into the room and frantically asking if the girl is okay. He finds Minato standing over a pile of monster corpses, looking like he just finished a light afternoon walk. Minato doesn't even say hello. He just tells Ryuji to handle the evacuations while he moves to the next floor. Ryuji tries to stop him, but Minato is gone in a blink, leaving the senior mage feeling like a total amateur. Ryuji realizes that Minato probably sees him as a burden, and he can't even argue, because it's probably true. He looks at the carnage and wonders once again, just who on earth is this kid? Minato streaks through the hallways, thinking that he can't use his high-tier magic bullets indoors without accidentally bringing the whole roof down on the students. He settles for a continuous barrage of low-grade magic, blasting every beast he sees with surgical precision. Boom! A massive explosion of light signals another group of monsters being wiped out in the blink of an eye. He saves student after student, his magic circles appearing and disappearing like flickering candles in the dark. He realizes it's a waste of time to walk everyone to the gym individually, so he decides to use a much more direct method. Back at the gym entrance, Ryuji is busy blasting away beasts to keep the evacuation route clear for the students. Suddenly, one of the students points up at the red sky and screams in confusion. Ryuji looks up and is horrified. A group of students is literally falling from the sky, wrapped in glowing green energy bubbles. He realizes this must be Minato's doing, and is completely floored by the level of control it takes to airdrop survivors across the school. Minato watches from a high window, seeing that Ryuji is actually doing a good job taking care of the landing zone. But then his sharp eyes catch a new, much more powerful aura coming from the stairwell. A pink-haired girl is backed into a corner on the second floor, her voice trembling as she whispers, "No?" Two massive, high-ranking beasts are creeping up the stairs toward her, their growls echoing through the empty hall. She collapses to the floor, tears streaming down her face as she realizes there's nowhere left to run. She closes her eyes and prays for a miracle, screaming out for someone to please save her life. She looks up through the smoke, her eyes widening as she realizes this feels exactly like the time she was saved during practice class. Minato steps through the mist and calmly asks her if she's hurt. She stares at him, her face turning a soft pink as she realizes the loser from her class just saved her life again. Minato gives a casual nod, acting like saving people from literal demons is just another item on his to-do list. She asks if he was the one who saved her back then too, and Minato just shrugs it off, admitting that something like that might have happened. She bows her head in deep gratitude, her voice cracking as she thanks him for saving her life twice. Minato tells her not to sweat it, maintaining his usual cool and collected attitude. She watches him with a look of pure admiration. To her, he's no longer just a classmate. He's a hero. Ryuji comes charging up the stairs, panting like a dog, and asks Minato who's the next person that needs saving. Minato tells the girl she'll be safe with Ryuji and immediately heads for the next floor without looking back. She reaches out a hand as if to stop him, her eyes fixed on his back as he disappears into the darkness. Minato knows there's no time to wait for the authorities. There are still dozens of people trapped, and he's the only one who can move fast enough. The scene shifts to the National Diet Building, looking ominous under the red, cursed sky. The Prime Minister is presiding over an emergency meeting, his face pale as he announces the disaster at Kamui Academy. The room is in total chaos, with officials shouting that a calamity hasn't happened in 50 years. They are completely unprepared. He orders the police and the magic nobles to be contacted immediately, while the self-defense force begins their mobilization. One official points out that they don't have any mages specialized in beast combat because the world has been at peace for too long. The Prime Minister realizes this is the peace tax. They neglected their combat training and now they're paying for it in lives. He slams his fist on the table in frustration, feeling completely powerless against the sudden outbreak. He whispers to himself that the disaster from 50 years ago is happening again, but this time, the great sage Minato isn't here to save them. Inside a high-speed police car, Sergeant Karen asks her partner if this is really a calamity. She notes that the peace of the last 50 years was clearly just a temporary illusion. Inspector Shido gives a lazy, confident smile, reminding her that dealing with these illusions is exactly why they were hired. Karen tightens her seatbelt, her eyes burning with determination as she vows to give it her everything. Their sirens wail as they race through the deserted streets toward the epicenter of the monster outbreak. A news helicopter circles the academy, broadcasting live footage of the hellish red sky to the entire nation. Flying beasts are circling the school towers, and the reporter's voice is shaky as she describes the constant stream of monsters. She explains that everyone is currently taking refuge in the gymnasium while the beasts roam the school grounds. The footage shows teachers and students working together, their magic circles creating a desperate line of defense. But the reporter notes that there are so many monsters that escaping the academy grounds has become a total impossibility. Two guys watching the news on their phones realize just how close the academy is to their own location. Roar! A massive beast appears right in the middle of the street, and the boys scream in terror as they scramble to run for their lives. Up on a rooftop, two mages watch the chaos below, realizing that the situation is spiraling out of control faster than they can handle. The city looks like a war zone under the red sky, with smoke rising from various locations as the monsters spread. Even regular students in other parts of the city are watching the viral clips, their faces pale with disbelief. An elderly couple watches the news at home, the horror of 50 years ago flashing back in their eyes as they realize the peace is over. Minato leaps across the academy rooftops, noting that they're about to enter the second stage of the calamity. He explains to himself that stronger beasts will keep spawning in waves no matter how many are defeated. Shing! He blasts another beast with a golden beam, knowing that as long as the boss is alive, the monsters will never stop coming. He realizes the boss will only reveal itself in the final stage, so his only job for now is to hold the line. He sighs, annoyed that he has to deal with such a bothersome event on his day off. He's already saved 20 people, but they were scattered all over the place, making it a hell of a workout. He boosts his speed with a green magic circle, immediately moving toward the next group of survivors. In another hallway, Tadano is frantically firing fire blasts, screaming "shit" as more and more beasts swarm him. He's panting and sweating, his mana pool finally reaching 0 as he realizes he can't launch any more attacks. A high-ranked demon soldier towers over him, its purple aura radiating pure malice as it prepares to finish him off. Tadano's friends are crying in the background, terrified that another demon soldier has appeared so soon. Tadano is gripped by a toxic jealousy, screaming internally about why Minato can defeat these things in one hit while he's dying like a dog. The demon soldier lunges, but a voice colder than ice tells Tadano, "That's because you're weak." Boom! A massive explosion of dust and light fills the room as the demon soldier is sent flying back through the wall. Minato stands in the middle of the debris, his expression bored and his hands in his pockets. Tadano is on his knees, looking at the floor in a mix of shame and absolute fury. He grits his teeth, his eyes welling up with tears of frustration that he had to be saved by Minato again. As Minato turns to leave, Tadano screams out for him to stop right there. He demands to know why Minato saved him, asking if he isn't annoyed after all the bullying and the drama. Minato stops and gives a cold, practical answer. "There's no particular reason. I saved you because I'm capable of doing so." Tadano is left stunned as Minato walks away, the sheer gap between their character and power finally breaking his spirit. He snaps, screaming at Minato to stop messing with him, unable to accept that the wimp he bullied is now a literal god among men. Minato keeps his back turned, cryptically mentioning that the old Minato died in an accident and he's been reborn as something else entirely. Tadano is spiraling, wondering how someone could get this strong just by facing death, his voice cracking with pure jealousy. Minato turns his head slightly, his purple eyes piercing through Tadano as he asks a simple, mocking question. "You think you're strong?" He drops some wisdom, explaining that the truly strong don't oppress others, and Tadano was just a weakling high on a fake sense of superiority. Minato tells him flat out that right now, Tadano is so weak he can't even dream of standing on the same battlefield as him. The perspective shifts, making Minato look like a giant, while Tadano looks like a tiny speck in the shadow of a true master. Tadano collapses to his knees, his spirit finally breaking under the weight of Minato's absolute authority. He finally admits it to himself. He's been running away from the fact that his magic hasn't grown since he was a kid. He remembers all the times he vented his frustration on Minato, only for that same guy to save his life without a second thought. In the dark hallway, Tadano is left questioning everything he's ever done, realizing his entire life has been a lie. His friends watch in silence, the reality sinking in that they'd all be dead if it wasn't for the guy they used to torture. Tadano stays hunched over on the floor, the tough guy act completely gone. Tears hit the floorboards as he lets out a sob, the realization of his own pathetic nature finally hitting him. Meanwhile, the chaos outside is only getting worse as Minato continues to blast through monsters like he's clearing out trash. A massive winged demon swoops through the school corridors, looking for its next meal. Minato doesn't even break his stride, a golden magic circle already forming as the beast lunges. The monster roars, but it's too late. A beam of pure energy is already locked onto its skull. Minato fires point blank, the golden light reflecting in his calm, bored eyes. A massive boom echoes through the hallway as the demon is vaporized instantly. The explosion is so powerful, it blows a hole right through the side of the school building, sending fire and debris flying. Minato stands in the center of the smoke, his hands in his pockets, looking like he didn't even use a fraction of his power. He notices the number of demon soldiers is increasing, realizing that the boss of this calamity is about to make an entrance. He finds two terrified students hiding in a classroom and gently tells them they're safe now. Back at the main gate, Ryuji is fuming, calling Minato a bastard for dumping all the boring evacuation work on him. He channels his frustration into a massive fire spell, blasting a beast that was trying to sneak up on a crying student. Ryuji lets out a battle cry, realizing that if he wants to stay in Minato's league, he needs to step up his game right now. He shouts for everyone to stay behind him, playing the role of the big brother protector to the younger students. The freshmen look at him with hope, calling out to him as their savior while the sky continues to burn. But then Ryuji looks up and sees the air is thick with winged demons, and for a second, he wonders if he's bitten off more than he can chew. Suddenly, Minato appears right behind him, giving Ryuji the fright of his life. Minato tells him to get the civilians out of here the second he clears the path. Ryuji tries to argue that there are too many, but he's cut off as a golden flash streaks across his vision. In a single, silent move, Minato deletes every single monster in the vicinity, leaving nothing but glowing embers behind. Ryuji is left standing there with his mouth wide open, his brain failing to process that level of speed and power. Minato snaps him out of it, telling him to hurry up and move the group before more show up. He uses his gravity magic to float a group of students, sending them gliding toward the gymnasium safely. The students look confused but relieved as they fly through the air away from the claws of the demons. Ryuji watches Minato's back, a grin spreading across his face as he realizes he's working with an absolute monster. Minato heads back into the smoke, his job far from over as he prepares to hunt down the source of the outbreak. Near the courtyard, a group of mages is desperately holding up barriers, screaming for everyone to keep fighting. Yuika is among them, gasping for breath as her mana levels hit the red zone. Suddenly, a hand grabs her shoulder. It's Ruka, looking more serious than ever. Ruka tells her to go inside if she can't fight, calling her a nuisance, but her eyes tell a different story. Yuika refuses, shouting that she can still fight and that there's no time for anyone to be resting. Ruka watches her sister run back into the fray, a look of silent respect finally appearing on her face. Ryuji arrives with more survivors, and the teachers tell him he's done an incredible job. Yuika immediately asks where Minato is, her heart racing as she waits for news. Ryuji gives her a thumb up and a confident grin, telling her that the goat is doing just fine. He tells her that as long as Minato is here, they'll definitely find a way to win this war. Yuika agrees, her eyes sparkling with absolute faith in the man who changed her life, but the moment of hope is short-lived as a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. One of the senior mages yells for an immediate evacuation as a massive shadow falls over the group. Huge, jagged claws slam into the ground, creating a shockwave that knocks everyone off their feet. The ground begins to crack as a terrifying presence emerges from the smoke. A swarm of high-level demons pours out, their eyes glowing with a hunger for human mana. Ryuji is sweating bullets, realizing that this is a wave they can't possibly hold back. A massive beast towers over the students, its jaw dripping with saliva as it prepares to lunge. Everyone screams as the monster strikes, the situation turning from an evacuation into a massacre in seconds. Ryuji and Ruka try to jump in, but the sheer number of beasts makes it impossible to save everyone. Yuika looks back in slow motion, her eyes widening as she realizes a demon is inches away from her. A splash! A spray of dark red liquid hits the ground as the screen turns to static. Is this the end? A massive explosion of light pushes the monsters back, and a familiar face appears through the mist. It's Inspector Shido and the police mages! They arrive in a blaze of glory, ordering everyone to prioritize civilian safety. The students cheer, crying out that they're finally saved now that the professionals are on the scene. Shido directs the evacuation with a calm authority, telling the students to follow his instructions to the letter. Yuika steps forward, her face set in determination, telling the inspector that they aren't just civilians, they're mages, and they're going to fight. Ruka stands beside her, radiating an aura of power that even makes the police take notice. Shido relents, telling them to back the police up from the rear while they handle the front lines. He thinks to himself that they're actually dangerously low on numbers, and having these academy mages is a godsend. Karen is already on the ground, using her healing magic to stabilize the injured students as fast as she can. From a high window, Minato watches the police cars arrive and decides to leave the regular monsters to them. He realizes that this country is completely unprepared for a disaster of this scale because they've been at peace for far too long. A dark smirk crosses his face as he thinks about how scary it is when a nation takes its safety for granted. He leaps back into action, his speed leaving a trail of green light as he goes to find the remaining survivors. The news report continues, mentioning that the police have arrived, but the number of beasts is still growing at an alarming rate. The reporter screams into the mic that the entire nation is waiting for the elite mage nobles to show up and end this. Students in other cities are glued to their screens, praying for the legends to appear. An old man complains to his wife that they pay their taxes specifically so the nobles will handle things like this. The world is begging for the nobles to come, but the reality is much more disgusting. We cut to the estate of mage noble Fukajin, who is sitting in his study, completely ignoring the emergency alerts. His butler asks if he's sure, and Jin arrogantly replies that the police can handle a small-scale mess like this. The butler watches him stand up, asking where his master is going. Jin doesn't even look back, lazily stating that he's going to bed while his countrymen are being slaughtered. The butler bows, and the door slams shut on the cowards who were supposed to be humanity's shield. Back at the academy, Shido is starting to sweat as his barrier begins to crack under the pressure. Ryuji yells that they can't hold the entrance anymore. There are just too many beasts pouring in. Shido realizes with horror that the beasts are appearing much faster than any official records predicted. He curses the self-defense force for not being here, and the nobles for being unreachable in their hour of need. He screams out his frustration at the useless elite who have abandoned them. The students and police are being forced into a tight circle, surrounded on all sides by a wall of demonic teeth and claws. Shido thinks back to historical records, wondering if the people of the past really had to deal with this level of insanity. Suddenly, the lower-level demons stop attacking and move aside like they're greeting a king. A massive pillar of purple energy shoots into the sky, drowning out the red light of the calamity. Emerging from the light is the demon captain, a massive muscular nightmare with 4 eyes and a chest made of living mana. Everyone freezes in absolute terror. The sheer pressure of its aura is enough to make the air feel like lead. Shido's face goes pale as he realizes the boss isn't just a beast, it's an ancient demon captain. Ruka whispers that these things are legends that only mage nobles are supposed to be able to fight. Yuika is trembling, knowing that they need at least level 5 magic to even scratch it, and no one here can cast that high. The demon captain doesn't wait, opening its mouth to charge a massive orb of flaming energy. Yuika looks up at the fire, her mind going blank as she realizes this is the end. Zoom! Ruka's eyes sharpen as she dives in front of her sister, refusing to let her get hurt. She casts a high-speed water barrier, putting every last drop of her mana into a desperate shield. The demon captain fires, and the collision of fire and water creates a violent steam explosion. The fire pierces through the water like a hot knife through butter. Ruka pulls Yuika into a tight embrace, using her own body as a human shield to protect her little sister. Ruka lets out a scream of agony as the fire washes over her, her uniform and skin being scorched by the intense heat. The smoke clears to reveal Ruka lying on the ground, motionless and covered in burns. Yuika crawls to her side, her voice breaking as she cries out "Nisama" over and over again. Ruka opens one eye, her voice a faint whisper as she tells Yuika to run while she still can. The demon captain lets out a victory roar, the sound shaking the very foundations of the school. Yuika holds her dying sister, sobbing into her chest and begging for someone, anyone, to help them. Shido and the police are paralyzed, unable to move against a monster that just deleted an S-class mage in one shot. Ryuji is on the verge of a breakdown, shouting to the sky for a miracle. The demon captain raises its hand for a final, world-ending blast of fire. Shido closes his eyes, whispering that they're all going to die. Yuika screams Minato's name at the top of her lungs, her final prayer echoing through the courtyard. Boom! A massive wall of fire erupts, but it's not from the demon. It's being pushed back by something else. Yuika keeps screaming for Minato, her tears falling onto her sister's face. The entire area is engulfed in a vortex of flame and wind as 2 massive forces collide. Through the inferno, a silhouette appears, standing perfectly calm in the center of the heat. The demon captain looks confused, its 4 eyes narrowing as it tries to see what could possibly still be alive. A voice cuts through the roaring flames, cold and annoyed. "For goodness sake." A massive wave of green light washes over the courtyard, extinguishing the fires instantly. A hand reaches down and touches Ruka's head, and Minato's voice whispers, "Sorry for being late." He looks at Yuika with a steady gaze and tells her that he's kept her waiting long enough. She points to Ruka, her voice trembling as she tells Minato that her sister is in serious trouble. Minato keeps his cool, telling her it's all right and that Ruka has just passed out from the shock. He places his fingers on Ruka's forehead, a soft glow beginning to emanate from his hand. Yuika watches him, the hope in her eyes burning brighter than the demon's fire. The surrounding mages and police are staring in awe as the lowly student takes control of the situation. Minato grits his teeth, his expression turning sharp as he focuses his internal mana. Yuika asks what he's doing, her heart hammering in her chest. He looks back at the demon captain and casually states that he's going to go and defeat it right now. Yuika can only manage a shaky yes as she watches him prepare for a battle that shouldn't be possible. Flash! A massive white magic circle appears under everyone, and a blinding light engulfs the courtyard. Yuika gasps as she feels a warm, soothing energy flowing through her entire body. She looks down and sees Ruka's horrific burns literally vanishing into thin air, her skin becoming as smooth as it was before. Karen's jaw drops. She recognizes the spell as Sacred Heal, a level 3 holy magic that not even professional mages can cast. Shido is slumped against a wall, his magic power completely drained as he watches the impossible happen. He asks Karen what's going on, and she can only stare in shock at the student standing in the light. Karen screams for Minato to stop, telling him it's too reckless to face that thing alone. She cries out that it's already impossible and that they're all doomed, her spirit completely broken. She looks at her fallen comrades, whispering that the police have been annihilated and there's no hope left. Shido grits his teeth, cursing the fact that the elites haven't shown up to help them. The demon captain roars, its purple energy flaring up as it prepares its ultimate attack. The news reporter is in tears, announcing to the world that this is the end for everyone at the academy. Students watching from afar are screaming at their screens, the fear of death spreading like wildfire. An old couple watches the screen in silence, realizing that no one is left to fight the demon captain. But then, the camera catches a single figure walking toward the monster. It's Minato, looking as calm as a summer breeze. Karin and Shido shout for him to get away, thinking he's just a student with a death wish. Minato stands before the towering demon, looking like a tiny ant compared to its massive, flaming body. He looks the demon in the eye and tells it that it's been doing whatever it felt like for too long. His voice is low and dangerous, vibrating with a power that silences the entire battlefield. The demon captain sneers, its mouth opening to reveal rows of jagged teeth. A dark, distorted voice echoes from its throat, repeating the word kill over and over again. The bloodlust is so thick it's physical, a wave of pure malice washing over the survivors. The students are trembling, some covering their ears to block out the demon's cursed voice. Shido and Karin are paralyzed by the aura, their bodies refusing to move even an inch. Boom! A massive explosion of fire erupts from the demon, but Minato doesn't even flinch as the heat washes over him. He casts a red magic circle and coldly tells the beast to shut up. The demon captain lets out a roar of pure rage, its purple flames turning a deep, violent black. It launches a barrage of purple energy spears, a level 5 attack that would level the entire school. Minato thinks to himself that while he went all out during the first calamity, he has to hold back this time to avoid killing the survivors in the crossfire. Kaboom! The spears hit, creating a massive crater and sending a shockwave that knocks everyone back. Shido is horrified, thinking the student was just vaporized by that insane attack. The survivors look at the smoke, their hearts sinking as they wait for any sign of life. Suddenly, a green light pierces the smoke, spinning in a beautiful, hypnotic pattern. Minato emerges, a golden magic circle in his hand, looking completely untouched by the blast. Whoosh! He fires back with multiple beams of golden light that curve through the air like homing missiles. Shido is beside himself, screaming, "What's happening?" as he realizes a mere student is winning a magic duel against a boss. The reporter tells the cameraman to get closer, desperate to show the world the face of the mysterious hero. A blue water spiral blocks the camera's view. It's Yuika, using her magic to hide Minato's identity from the public. She thinks to herself that Minato must be hiding his strength for a reason, and she's going to protect his secret no matter what. Minato continues his assault, a massive fountain of golden energy erupting from his hand. The students are cheering now, their fear replaced by a wild hope as they watch their classmate fight like a god. The demon captain is being pushed back, its 4 eyes darting around in confusion and fear. Bam! A physical strike from Minato's mana-infused fist sends the giant monster tumbling through a stone wall. Shido finally finds his courage, ordering Karen to support the student with whatever they have left. Minato gives a small, confident smile, thinking to himself that the police in this era aren't half bad after all. He prepares his final move, a massive magic circle appearing in front of him that outshines everything on the battlefield. The demon captain screams in one last act of defiance, its aura reaching its absolute limit. It prepares a level 6 magic, a catastrophic attack that would turn the entire city into ash. Shido recognizes the level of magic and screams that it's on par with the mage nobles. There's nothing they can do! Roar! 6th level, Dragon Flame! A massive dragon made of pure molten fire erupts from the demon's mouth. The students fall to their knees, the heat alone making their clothes start to singe. Shido pulls the others behind him, his eyes wide with the realization that this is a game-over scenario. The fire dragon looms over them, its massive wings of flame covering the entire courtyard. The screen is engulfed in a sea of red and orange as the dragon strikes with the power of a falling star. Shido stands in the middle of the inferno, his arms spread wide as he prepares to meet his end. Is this really how the great sage's story ends? Survivors are huddled together, paralyzed by the sheer heat of the demon captain's ultimate flame. Even the elites are breaking down, crying out for someone, anyone, to protect the students from this nightmare. But Yuika isn't shaking. She's looking at Minato with total confidence, because she knows who the real monster on this battlefield is. Our guy Minato just walks forward into the heat, looking like he's just going for a casual stroll instead of facing a level 6 catastrophe. He analyzes the boss's move with a bored expression, noting that while the spell is huge, it's way too slow to be a real threat. Minato realizes he can't win with low-level tricks anymore, so he decides to flex just enough to end this, summoning a massive, glowing green and blue magic circle. The air itself begins to hum as his mana surges, far beyond anything a normal student should possess. Yuika watches in awe as the atmosphere shifts, a massive torrent of blue energy swirling around her master. She can't help but smile. The great sage is finally showing the world what real magic looks like. A pillar of concentrated water magic erupts into the sky, cutting through the red haze of the demon's fire. The water begins to take a terrifying shape, spiraling and hardening into a solid form. A colossal water serpent materialized out of thin air, its jaws wide open as it prepares to swallow the boss's dragon flame whole. Ryuji is losing his mind in the background, recognizing this as synthesis magic, a god-tier technique that merges 2 elements into one. The demon captain's fire roars, a massive wave of heat trying to incinerate everything in its path. But Minato's serpent is on another level, letting out a silent, crushing roar as it lunges forward. The 2 spells collide, steam exploding everywhere as fire meets the ultimate counter. It's a literal clash of gods, the red and blue energies tearing the landscape apart as they struggle for dominance. For a second, the world is nothing but blinding light and the sound of hissing steam. The water serpent proves to be too much, overwhelming the dragon flame and dousing the boss's last hope. The demon captain is stunned, its only thought being to kill the human that just humiliated its greatest spell. It screams in rage, desperate to slaughter the boy standing before it, but it's already too late. The water serpent slams into the demon with the force of a tidal wave, crushing its body and its mana in one go. Minato doesn't even look excited. He just lets out a small sigh as he watches the boss dissolve into nothingness. He snaps his fingers, and the remaining water magic turns into sharp spears of ice, piercing through any leftover monsters. The battlefield goes silent as the red sky finally begins to clear, revealing the aftermath of Minato's power. The boss lets out one final, confused "why" as its physical form shatters like glass. It can't wrap its head around how a mere human student could possess magic that rivals the lords of hell. The water washes away the last traces of the demon, leaving only a pile of dust where a disaster once stood. Minato stands tall among the purple particles of the fading demon, looking completely untouched. He looks down at the ashes and coldly notes that the demon simply lacked the training to ever stand a chance against him. Our MC is actually disappointed. He expected a demon captain to be a bit more of a challenge than this. The blood-red clouds part, and a rainbow stretches across the sky as the sun finally breaks through the darkness. The academy is safe, standing proud against the horizon now that the nightmare has been deleted. Minato gives a small, satisfied smirk, telling himself that everyone can finally relax now that the boss is dead. The other students are in total shock, staring at the spot where the demon used to be, wondering if they're actually still alive. Then, the cheers erupt. The students are screaming with joy, hugging each other because they realize they've actually been saved. Friends are embracing and crying, the weight of the near-death experience finally washing over them. Ryuji stares at Minato's back, sweating buckets as he realizes that even the legendary mage nobles might not have been able to pull that off. The adrenaline finally wears off for him, and his knees buckle, sending him crashing to the ground in pure exhaustion. Minato walks over to Yuika and kneels down, gently telling her that it's all over and she did a great job holding the line. Yuika looks up with tears in her eyes, giving him a bright, heartfelt thank you for being the hero she always knew he was. Minato gives her a genuine, soft smile, telling her she's very welcome. Suddenly, a massive crowd of students rushes them, screaming in excitement and gratitude. They're swarming our boy, calling him awesome and thanking him for saving their lives, which is exactly the kind of attention he hates. Minato's face drops into a not again expression. He realizes he stood out way too much, just like he did in his past life. Yuika just giggles from the sidelines, enjoying the sight of the world-saving sage being defeated by a bunch of grateful teenagers. The news hits the wires instantly. The Kamui Magic Academy calamity has been stopped with 0 casualties, though the academy keeps the hero's name a secret. Back in class, the guys are showing Minato the news reports on their phones, calling him their savior, and joking that he's basically S-class now. The girls are even more aggressive, complaining that they can't even get a moment alone to talk to their new school idol. They're peppering him with questions, asking if he's secret royalty or if he has some legendary bloodline hidden in his DNA. In the corner, a jealous student grumbles, refusing to believe a nobody like Minato could actually be that strong without cheating. The other students shut him down instantly, telling him he's just salty because he spent the whole fight hiding while Minato was doing work. Minato leans against the wall, letting out a good grief as he tries to ignore the drama happening around his desk. Yuika walks up to him with a playful smirk, teasing him about how hard it is to be the school's most popular hero. She reminds him that since he saved everyone and got promoted to S-class, this is just his life now, whether he likes it or not. She notices he doesn't look very happy about his new rank, wondering why he isn't enjoying the fame. Minato mumbles that he is happy, but mostly because a certain someone is safe, making Yuika blush and look away. He changes the subject, asking how Ruka is doing after her near-death experience against the captain. Yuika confirms she's fine, and that the two sisters are actually talking more than they ever have before. She looks him in the eyes and thanks him again, telling him she's truly glad he's part of her life. Minato's response? A light chop to her head that sends her stumbling back in surprise. He tells her that one thank you was plenty, and that she needs to stop being so sentimental before his head explodes. Yuika just rubs her head and smiles, knowing that this is just his awkward way of being caring. Meanwhile, in a high-security office, government officials are wrapping up a secret teleconference about the disaster. The higher-ups are worried, they know another calamity is coming and they don't think they have the support to stop it. They discuss the rumors of a student defeating a demon captain, dismissing it as a chaotic misunderstanding because no kid is that strong. The boss orders them to bring back the mage nobles, the elite families, to prepare for the next wave of monsters. Back at school, Ruka and Ryuji are waiting for Minato on the rooftop, looking serious and determined. The atmosphere is heavy as the two former elites lock eyes with the boy who completely changed their worldview. Ruka steps forward, her voice steady as she tells Minato there's something very important she needs to ask him. She drops into a deep bow, shocking everyone by shouting, "Please make me your disciple!" Ruka and Yuika are sitting together in a traditional room, the silence between the two sisters feeling thicker than usual. Ruka breaks the quiet, bringing up the calamity and the fact that they only survived because of one person. She admits that it was Minato who stopped the disaster, using a level of synthesis magic that shouldn't even exist in a school. Ruka is still reeling, explaining that 4th-level synthesis is something even the most veteran high-class mages can't touch. Yuika just nods solemnly, confirming that every word of it is true. Minato is just built different. Ruka softens her expression, realizing that her sister would never lie about something this serious. She praises Yuika for always being an upright, hard-working person who values the truth above everything else. Ruka admits she was too forceful and arrogant, wrongly labeling her sister as talentless just because she didn't fit the standard mold. Yuika stands up with fire in her eyes, vowing to become strong enough to put her sister's mind at ease once and for all. Ruka looks up, stunned by the newfound confidence radiating from her weak little sister. She realizes that Yuika has truly grown, and it's all thanks to the mysterious boy they're both following. Yuika smiles, her resolve harder than diamond as she looks toward the future. Ruka thinks to herself that Minato's strength isn't just student level, it might actually surpass her own father's, who is a top-tier noble. She asks Yuika for a favor, knowing that she needs to take a leap of faith if she ever wants to reach that level of power. Ruka realizes that if she stays on her current path, she'll just be another high-class mage, but she wants to be more. She approaches Minato on the school balcony, starting with a sincere apology for every insult and look of disdain she gave him. She swallows her massive pride, admitting that her request is incredibly selfish given how she treated him before. Before she can even finish her sentence, Minato cuts her off with a simple, "all right." Ruka is caught completely off guard, her jaw dropping as Minato casually agrees to take her on as a disciple. She's confused, asking why he'd help someone who was so awful to him, and Minato basically calls her a weirdo for overthinking it. He tells her that an apology was all he needed, and since she gave one, the past is officially buried. Ruka stands there blinking, her brain short-circuiting at how simple and kind this supposedly scary guy actually is. Ryuji jumps in immediately, shouting, "Me too!" and Minato just shrugs, saying teaching two people isn't any harder than one. The two sisters stand together, watching their new master walk away, both of them feeling a weird sense of relief and excitement. Ryuji slaps Minato on the back, calling him a mysterious guy, while Minato just tries to get the musclehead to let go of him. The scene shifts to a heavy door labeled "Conference Room," where the real trouble is waiting. Minato and Yuika are sitting across from a government official, the atmosphere turning professional and tense. Inspector Shido and Sergeant Karin introduce themselves, showing their badges as members of the Beast Countermeasures Division. They both bow deeply, thanking Minato because without his intervention, they and the civilians would have been wiped out. Minato tells them that he's heard enough thanks today and asks them to get to the point. What do they really want? Shido admits that while the Calamity investigation is closed, there's one detail that piqued their interest. He brings up Minato's history, mentioning that his mage abilities supposedly only awoke after a major car accident. Shido leans in, his eyes sharp as he notes that people say Minato became an entirely different person after that crash. Minato keeps a perfect poker face, his purple eyes revealing absolutely nothing to the inspector. Shido points out that his personality change came with abnormally strong magic, strong enough to delete a demon captain. Yuika jumps to his defense, shouting that they're being rude and asking what they're trying to imply. Shido backs off slightly, deciding to change the subject to something even more dangerous. He looks Minato dead in the eye and asks, "Do you know the Black Magician?" Minato repeats the name with a fake look of confusion, while Yuika looks like she's about to have a heart attack. Shido pulls out his phone and shows a video of the Black Magician fighting at night, noting it's gone viral all over the internet. Karin sits silently, her eyes wide as she remembers being saved by that exact figure in the dark. Yuika asks what a vigilante has to do with Minato, and Shido simply says they are identical in height, age, and build. He notes that there are almost 0 mages in that age range with that much power, and the Black Magician started his work right when Minato was discharged from the hospital. The school official adds that using magic in the city without a permit is highly illegal, even if you're a hero. Karin adds that because of the publicity, the police have no choice but to take action. Expulsion would be the least of his worries. She looks at Minato with a desperate expression, telling him that if he confesses now, they might be able to lessen the punishment. The room goes dead silent as Shido asks the final question, "Are you the Black Magician?" Without a single blink or stutter, Minato looks him in the eye and says, "I'm not." Shido breaks into a wide, friendly grin, laughing it off and saying that's a relief to hear. The police stand up to leave, thanking the school for their time and ending the interrogation right then and there. As Shido walks down the hallway, he thinks about how Minato didn't fluster for a second, a level of courage that no normal high schooler has. Karin, however, knows the truth. She's certain he is the Black Magician because the voice and the vibe are exactly the same. She decides right then that she can't betray him, even if it's a failure as a cop. She has to protect the person who saved her life. While Shido plans to dig deeper, Karen resolves to hide Minato's real identity from her own department. The next day, Minato and Yuika are introduced as the newest members of the prestigious second-year S-Class. The S-Class boys swarm them immediately, dying to know how Minato actually took down that boss. The girls surround Yuika, asking her what it feels like to be part of a mage noble family now that she's an elite. The teacher has to scream for everyone to sit down so she can actually start the lesson. By recess, Minato is exhausted, realizing that being famous is exactly the hindrance he was trying to avoid. He hears a soft voice calling his name and turns around to see someone new. A beautiful girl with long, wavy pink hair stands there blushing, asking if she can have a bit of his time. Minato finds himself on the school roof again, wondering if it's a local tradition for everyone to drag him up here for a chat. Hidden behind a wall, Yuika is panicking, wondering why Minato is alone on the roof with another girl. She peeks around the corner, her heart racing as she tries to figure out what's going on between them. The pink-haired girl asks if Minato remembers her, and our boy gives his usual blunt response, "Sorry, I don't." She explains that he saved her during the calamity, looking down at her hands as she remembers the chaos. She adds that he also saved her during a previous combat lesson when monsters attacked, recognizing his unique magic. Minato finally has a light bulb moment, remembering her as one of the background students he rescued earlier. She thanks him for saving her life twice, while Minato just tells her not to mention it. He was just doing what he could. She looks up with a heavy blush, telling him that she thinks he is incredibly cool. Yuika is straining her ears, frustrated that she can't hear the specifics of their secret conversation. Suddenly, the girl shouts, "I like you," and begs Minato to go out with her, making her feelings loud and clear. Yuika's brain practically short-circuits as she screams internally, "A confession?" Minato stares at the girl with a blank expression, the wind blowing through his hair as he processes the situation. The girl starts rambling, saying she knows she doesn't have many good points, but she'll try her hardest to be a good girlfriend. She stands there waiting for an answer, her heart on her sleeve, while Minato just stands there as stoic as a statue. Minato starts by thanking her for the confession, giving her a polite smile that makes her hope for a yes. The girl's eyes light up, thinking she might actually have a shot with the school's strongest hero. But then comes the hammer. "I'm sorry," Minato says, his tone completely flat. He tells her he doesn't have time for dating because he has a mission he needs to complete, which is basically a nice way of saying he's too busy being a god. The girl's face falls, the rejection hitting her hard as she looks at the ground in shame. She forces a smile, thanking him for being upfront so she can finally move on with her life. She walks away with tears in her eyes, leaving Minato alone on the roof once again. Without even turning around, Minato tells Yuika she can stop hiding and come out now. Yuika jumps out like she's been electrocuted, shocked that he found her despite her trying to hide her mana. Minato sighs, asking if she's developed a voyeurism hobby since she keeps following him into private moments. Yuika tries to play it cool, asking why he rejected the girl since she was actually pretty cute. Minato tells her again that he isn't planning on dating anyone, period. He adds that even though they look the same age, he feels too far apart from her, which makes sense since he's a 70-year-old sage in a teen's body. Yuika gets a look of pure relief on her face, realizing that the dating spot next to Minato is still wide open. She stops herself, wondering why she's so happy to hear that he's staying single. She follows him down the stairs, her mind racing with a mix of confusion and secret joy. Minato keeps walking, his mind already shifting back to the serious problems facing the world. Yuika looks at his back, realizing how lonely he seems even when he's surrounded by people. Minato tells her she needs to work harder on her mana control, noting that her energy is spilling everywhere because she's distracted. Yuika gives him a sassy humph and says she already knows that, trying to hide her embarrassment. She vows to herself that she'll work until she's strong enough for him to finally acknowledge her as an equal. That night, the Black Magician is back on patrol, noticing that the number of monsters in the city isn't dropping even though the calamity is over. He hears a scream and sees a group of thugs trying to use illegal magic on a defenseless girl. The criminal mage laughs, saying no one is around to save her, but a green magic circle appears right behind his head. Minato grabs the guy's wrist before he can cast a spell, the thug's face twisting in pure terror. In one fluid motion, our boy delivers a brutal punch that sends the criminal flying backward. He slams the guy into the ground with a golden magic circle, ending the fight in literally 3 seconds. Minato looks down at the guy with disgust, noting that his combat skills are crude and amateurish. The girl he saved looks up and asks, "Is it really you? The Black Magician?" Instead of answering, Minato disappears in a flash of green light, leaving her alone in the alley. As he leaps across the rooftops, he wonders why this Black Mage nickname has become so popular on the internet. The next day at lunch, Minato asks the group what everyone thinks about the Black Mage rumors. He plays dumb, asking why everyone is gossiping about some random amateur who acts at night. Ryuji explains that it's because the internet has turned him into a viral legend, making him the hottest topic in the country. Minato tilts his head and asks, "What does internet mean? Is it like a fishing net?" The entire group freezes, staring at him like he's an alien from another galaxy. Yuika frantically explains that the internet is a global network that spreads information at lightning speed. They realize Minato is machine tone deaf, and Ryuji practically forces him to open a smartphone app for the first time. When the welcome to the internet screen pops up, Minato looks genuinely excited, like he just discovered a new element. He lets out a proud heh and claims that using a smartphone is easy, while the others just laugh at his boomer energy. Ruka brings them back to reality, reminding Minato that he promised to help them train after school. Minato agrees, saying that since they taught him how to use a phone, he'll do his best to train them. Yuika gets a cold chill down her spine, sensing that Minato's version of doing his best is going to be a nightmare. Cut to the training ground, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji are all collapsed on the floor, panting and covered in sweat. Minato looks at them with a bored expression, telling them they haven't even warmed up yet and need to act like their lives depend on it. Despite the exhaustion, the three of them struggle back to their feet, their eyes burning with stubbornness. Minato gives them a predatory smile and says, "That's the spirit. Now come at me." The three disciples charge him with their magic circles blazing, finally starting their hellish journey to the top. But far away, near the ruins of Tokyo Tower, something massive is stirring in the shadows. Two observers are watching through binoculars, their faces turning pale as they see the landscape start to warp. One of them whispers in horror, "Just what the hell is going on?" A massive, glowing pillar of energy erupts into the sky, surrounded by thousands of high-level demons. A new calamity has officially begun. Training with a literal god isn't just a workout, it's a test of whether or not your heart will stop from pure terror. Our guy Minato stands there, looking completely bored, asking his students if they've already hit their limit after just a few rounds. Ruka isn't about to let her pride take another hit, screaming that she's not done yet as she and Ryuji launch a combined magic assault. The MC doesn't even move his feet, weaving through their spells with a grace that makes it look like the magic is actively trying to avoid hitting him. Before they can even process where he went, Minato delivers a series of light punishment taps to their foreheads that leave them reeling in pain. Yuika sees an opening and tries to surprise him from behind with a mana blade, thinking she's finally caught her master off guard. "I'm not," Minato says calmly, leaning back just an inch as the blade whistles past his nose without touching a single hair. Yuika is stunned that he dodged her fastest move, and she pays for it with a forehead flick that sends her ego flying. He finally calls for a break, and the three elites collapse onto the stone floor, gasping for air like they've just run a marathon through a volcano. Yuika chugs down her water, her body trembling from the sheer intensity of trying to keep up with a legend. The three of them sit there looking absolutely defeated, realizing that even together, they couldn't even make Minato break a sweat. Ryuji wipes his brow, looking at the MC with a mix of fear and pure respect, asking how anyone can possibly be this strong. Even Ruka, the top student of the entire academy, has to admit that she couldn't even put up a decent fight against him. Yuika looks at her master with a tired smile, realizing that Minato is operating on a level that modern mages can't even dream of. She watches him closely, wondering what kind of life he must have lived to gain such overwhelming power. Minato just gives them his signature annoyed look, wondering why they're making such a big deal out of a simple warm-up. He feeds them his cover story again, claiming he just woke up with this power after his car accident and telling them to stop asking questions. Ruka and Ryuji exchange a look, seemingly buying the story that a near-death experience was the trigger for his godlike awakening. Minato can't help but smirk to himself, thinking about how incredibly gullible these modern kids are to believe such a basic lie. Yuika knows he's full of it, but she decides it's better not to push him. She respects him too much to force him to reveal his secrets. The silence in the room is heavy as they all sit there, the gap between the teacher and the students feeling wider than ever. As they walk home, Ryuji is back to his loud self, praising the training session and acting like he wasn't just getting his butt kicked 10 minutes ago. The big guy mentions he needs to get home to cook for the brats, and Minato is genuinely surprised that this musclehead is the family chef. Minato insults his tough guy appearance, which earns him an angry shout from Ryuji, who is clearly proud of his cooking skills. When Minato admits he lives off cup noodles because it's convenient, Ryuji looks like he's just witnessed a tragedy. The musclehead gets right in Minato's face, scolding him like a concerned father about how his body will fall apart on a diet of processed salt. He decides then and there that Minato is coming to his place for a real meal, ignoring our boy's protests and dragging him along. Minato just sighs and lets himself be led, secretly finding Ryuji's forceful kindness a little refreshing. They arrive at a modest apartment building as the sun begins to set, the sky turning a beautiful shade of purple and orange. The moment they open the door, Minato is swarmed by 3 tiny humans who treat him like a giant jungle gym. Ryuji puts on a Kuma bear apron and starts serving up plates of pasta and meatballs, apologizing for his bratty siblings. Minato uses a bit of gravity magic to float the kids around, which makes them scream with joy, but earns him a lecture from Ryuji for using magic in the house. The MC just pats the smallest girl on the head, while Ryuji grumbles about how no one uses magic just for playing. Ryuji is genuinely shocked that a cold guy like Minato is actually amazing with children. For a split second, a dark memory of a burning city and crying children flashes through Minato's mind, the cost of the wars he fought long ago. He looks down at the girl in his lap, his gaze softening as he whispers that kids are the most precious things in the world. Ryuji gives him a weird look, telling him he sounded like an 80-year-old man just now, which makes Minato snap at him to shut up. The two bond over the domestic chaos, Minato reading a picture book to the kids while Ryuji finishes up in the kitchen. They all sit around a low table, clasping their hands and thanking the world for the massive feast Ryuji prepared. The kids dive into the food with pure happiness, their laughter filling the small, warm apartment. Minato takes a bite, his expression going neutral as he tastes a real home-cooked meal for the first time in this life. He admits it's actually good, which makes Ryuji beam with pride, happy to have finally impressed the great sage. Minato thinks to himself about how long it's been since he felt this kind of warmth, realizing he neglected his own happiness during 50 years of war. He asks about Ryuji's parents, and finds out the big guy is basically a single parent, working part-time and babysitting while his mom works late shifts. Minato notes that Ryuji's life seems incredibly hard, but the musclehead doesn't look sad at all. Ryuji gives a huge, toothy grin, saying that while it's tough, he doesn't hate it one bit because his family is everything. Minato looks at him with newfound respect, seeing a different kind of strength in Ryuji than what you find on a battlefield. The big guy flexes, saying he gets more fired up the harder things get, and Minato just calls him a classic musclehead. They eventually all pass out on futons, the apartment finally going quiet as the kids sleep soundly between the two mages. Ryuji whispers an apology for forcing him to stay over, but Minato tells him it's not bad to do this once in a while. The big guy lets out a quiet thanks, his eyes closed as he drifts toward sleep. Minato says he did nothing to earn a thank you, but Ryuji clarifies that he's actually thanking him because of Ruka. He notes that Ruka has become brighter and happier since she started training with Minato, crediting him for the change. The MC gets flustered, asking if Ryuji actually likes Ruka, but the big guy shuts that down instantly with a no way. He explains that they were both misfits, who only stuck together because they didn't fit in anywhere else. Minato stares at the ceiling, thinking about how he's the ultimate misfit, a ghost from the past trying to find a home in the future. The next morning, the two of them walk back to school together, looking like a pair of brothers after a long night. Yuika and Ruka are waiting for them, looking annoyed and demanding to know why they're both so late. Ryuji casually mentions they had a sleepover because Minato wouldn't wake up, which makes the two sisters freeze in pure shock. Minato notices the S-Class crew is starting to feel like a real family, and for the first time, he doesn't actually mind. Their peaceful morning is cut short when Inspector Shido and Karan appear at the school gates, looking more serious than ever. Minato lets out a groan, tired of the police constantly hounding him for his secrets. Shido apologizes for disturbing him again, but says they have an urgent matter that can't wait another minute. Karen blurts out that monsters are appearing in massive numbers near Tokyo Tower, and they fear another calamity is about to break. Minato tries to brush them off, reminding them that he's just a student and they should be talking to the pros. Shido gets real, telling him that a student who can delete a boss alone doesn't belong in that category, and the police are totally overwhelmed. Minato notes that an officer admitting they're desperate shows just how close the city is to a total collapse. Shido puts his hand on his heart and gives Minato a formal plea. Please, work together with us. Minato sighs and agrees to lend them his power, which makes Karen's face light up with pure relief. He hates standing out, but he realizes that if he doesn't step in, the quiet life he wants is going to burn down with the rest of the city. Shido promises he'll be compensated, and that the police will handle the school's permission, making things as easy as possible for him. The disciples jump in, with Yuika and the sisters vowing to support Minato from the rear as a backup squad. But Shido shuts them down with a cold look, telling them it would be impossible for kids like them to help in a real war zone. Ruka tries to argue that they're the top students, but Shido reminds them that school rankings mean nothing in a real battle. He asks them point blank if any of their powers are even remotely on the same level as Minato's, which shuts them up instantly. The three students look down in shame, realizing just how massive the gap between them and their master really is. Shido orders them back to the academy, while he leads Minato away to a waiting police car. Before he gets in, Minato stops and looks back at his disappointed disciples. He gives them a sharp, motivating smirk, telling them that if they hate being left behind, they better hurry up and catch up to him. The three of them are frozen by his words, the weight of his expectations hitting them like a lightning bolt. They shout back their agreement with renewed fire in their eyes, watching their master head toward the front lines. The scene shifts to the massive police headquarters, the central hub for the Calamity Emergency Countermeasure Team. Inside a high-tech briefing room, officials are panicking over reports of hundreds of monsters appearing near Tokyo Tower. The chief of police announces that they've brought in a special collaborator who handled the school disaster. Minato stands up when his name is called, looking totally calm while every pro-mage in the room stares at him in confusion. The veteran mages start whispering, calling him a brat and refusing to believe a kid could have defeated a demon captain. Karen looks like she's about to cry from the second-hand embarrassment, while Minato just ignores the insults like they're buzzing flies. Shido grabs the microphone, his voice cutting through the chatter as he prepares to put the professionals in their place. He tells the room that he's seen Minato in action personally, and that barely anyone in the country is on this kid's level. He emphasizes that since the first calamity in decades is happening, cooperating with a monster like Minato is their only hope. He demands that the officers treat him as a fellow professional instead of just some high school student. The veteran mages in annoyance, thinking Minato is just a haughty brat who got lucky one time. The chief cuts the drama short, shouting that they need to immediately annihilate the monsters before civilians get hurt. The mages head back to their posts, giving Minato one last glare of pure disrespect as they walk past him. Shido walks over to apologize for the bad mood of his colleagues, but Minato tells him it's fine. He really doesn't care. The inspector is impressed by how mature the MC is, unaware that he's talking to a man who lived through 50 years of global war. Karen is still shaking, admitting she was too scared to even stand up for him against the senior officers. Minato gives her a genuine, bright smile and tells her not to mind it. Their opinions mean nothing to him. Karen blushes intensely, thinking to herself that beneath his scary power, Minato is actually the nicest person she's ever met. They jump in a car and head for the tower, Shido explaining that they have 80 mages on site, but most are only middle rank. Minato notes that middle ranks can only use level 2 spells, while high ranks only go up to level 3, which is basically child's play to him. Shido admits it's pathetic, but since Minato can use level 4 synthesis magic, he is literally their strongest weapon. The car speeds through the city as they prepare for a purely magic-based battle in the urban streets. Minato thinks about the combat plan and realizes it's barely a strategy, it's just a desperate brawl against high-level monsters. He warns them that beings on a higher plane than a demon captain have human-level intelligence and won't fall for simple frontal attacks. He notices the police have no specialized gear, and Shido explains they just go to battle in suits or athletic clothes. Minato asks about the anti-beast equipment that used to be abundant in his time, but Shido says it's now a rare treasure held only by noble families. Our boy is genuinely shocked, wondering what the hell happened over the last 50 years to cause such a massive decline in human technology. As they approach the tower, a blinding light erupts from the horizon, signaling that the nightmare has officially begun. Tokyo Tower is a wreck, surrounded by a literal sea of monsters that stretch as far as the eye can see. The police cars screech to a halt, and the mages jump out, looking at the army of demons with terror in their eyes. A pack of high-level beasts is already tearing through the perimeter, their red eyes glowing with a thirst for blood. Minato looks over the balcony, noting that while this technically isn't a calamity yet, the sheer numbers of monsters are abnormal. The professional mages are freaking out, realizing the intel they were given was wrong. There are way more monsters than they can handle. They spot a demon captain in the crowd and start shouting for backup from private organizations, knowing they can't win alone. Shido admits that backup won't arrive in time because illegal mages and small monster surges are popping up everywhere else. The mages scream that they're being asked to commit suicide, their resolve crumbling before the fight even starts. Shido turns to our MC and asks the million-dollar question, "Kusanagi-kun, can you annihilate them?" Minato gives a casual, "Well, yeah," like he's being asked to take out the trash instead of an entire army. The other mages start screaming at him, calling him a brat, and telling him not to get cocky because there's no way he can win. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and everyone stops arguing as the atmosphere turns suffocatingly heavy. A massive roar rips through the air, and the monsters below begin to part ways for something even bigger. The shockwave of the sound alone is enough to crack the pavement and send the mages stumbling back. The steel beams of the tower ruins groan under the weight of an immense power that's descending from the sky. The red sky bleeds even darker as the realization hits this is a full-blown calamity. Karen looks up in horror as the clouds swirl into a vortex of dark mana, signaling the arrival of a true boss. The police radio erupts with a panicked message from HQ. This isn't just happening here. The calamity is breaking out across the entire country. Monsters are spawning in the middle of cities, attacking civilians and turning the world into a blood-red nightmare in seconds. The chief of police orders everyone to prioritize saving civilians, declaring an all-out emergency for every mage in the nation. Shido looks at his team, realizing they are on their own. There will be no backup coming for Tokyo Tower today. The mages screams in frustration, demanding to know what is going on and why the world is ending all over again. Minato notes that while calamities used to happen naturally, these beasts seem to be actively triggering them. Shido tries to reorganize the group, but everyone is too busy trembling and looking for a way to run away. "It's moving," Minato says, his voice cutting through the panic like a knife. The army of beasts begins its march toward the city center, a wall of claws and teeth heading straight for the civilians. The veteran mages start arguing again, shouting that there's no way they can win against that many monsters. "We can," Minato says with a confident smirk, before leaping over the railing and diving straight into the sea of demons. He drops into the middle of a pack of wolf-like beasts, the monsters closing in from all sides to tear him apart. Minato hits the ground like a meteor, the impact sending a shockwave that knocks the nearest monsters back. A giant beast lunges for his throat, its jaws snapping inches from his face. The mages on the balcony scream for him to run, certain that they're about to watch a student get torn to pieces. "Third-level magic, Wind Cutter," Minato says softly, and a green magic circle erupts from his hand. The mages watch in total disbelief as a cyclone of razor-sharp wind blades explodes from the MC. Shido gives a small, knowing smile, watching the brat prove every single professional wrong in a matter of seconds. The wind blades carve a path of destruction through the army, leaving a trail of monster parts in their wake. Two massive demon soldiers let out a twin roar, lunging at Minato to stop his rampage. They summon their own fire magic, preparing to blast the kid into ashes from both sides. A massive explosion rocks the area as their spells hit Minato dead on, but when the smoke clears, Minato is standing there perfectly fine behind a golden hexagonal barrier, noting that a simple level 2 shield was enough to block them. He launches another wave of wind blades, decapitating the demon soldiers before they can even reload their spells. Shido is sweating, realizing that Minato can use several different magic attributes simultaneously, a feat that should be impossible for a student. The inspector orders his team to follow Minato's lead, and Karen is the first one over the railing, shouting that she'll back him up. The other mages are still trembling, their knees shaking as they realize the brat is the only thing standing between them and death. One of them finally snaps out of it, clenching his fist and shouting that they can't just run away while a kid is doing all the work. The police mages finally join the fray, launching their own spells to support Minato as he cuts through the front lines. Minato gives a small, approving nod, thinking to himself that these pros are actually more capable than they look when they stop panicking. But then, a massive surge of purple mana erupts from the tower, and the atmosphere becomes 10 times heavier. The mages freeze again as a demon captain appears, but this one is different. It's twice as big and wreathed in dark energy. The monster unleashes a blast of dark fire that nearly wipes out the entire police squad in one hit. Minato intercepts the blast, his own magic clashing with the demons in a massive explosion of steam and energy. He tells the others that he'll handle the boss, and that they need to focus on clearing the fodder monsters. The mages stare at the massive crater Minato's magic just left in the ground, their brains unable to comprehend that much power. Shido rallies them, shouting that they have to trust Minato to handle the boss while they keep the city safe from the rest of the army. Minato remembers his past life, 60 years ago, when the first calamity nearly destroyed the world. He grits his teeth, realizing that if this worldwide surge repeats itself, humanity doesn't stand a chance with their current level of magic. An image of his past self, the great sage, looms behind him as he vows that he won't let history repeat itself. Suddenly, a monster leaps out of the shadows and corners Karen, who finds herself paralyzed with fear as the demon raises its claws. The beast lunges for her, its eyes glowing with a hunger for her soul. Karen closes her eyes, certain that this is the end. But then, a familiar golden light erupts, and Minato appears in a blur of speed, blocking the strike with a massive shield. The monster is vaporized instantly by the sheer force of his mana. Karin looks at his back, her heart pounding as she realizes he saved her again. For a second, she doesn't see a student. She sees the exact same silhouette as the black magician who saved her that night in Shibuya. Minato reaches out and grabs her hand, pulling her to her feet and asking if she's okay. He sees the look in her eyes and realizes it's the same knowing look as before. He's worried she's finally figured out his secret. Karen is lost in thought, wondering why someone as strong as him would choose to live such a dangerous double life as a vigilante. She stops herself from asking, terrified that if she pushes him, he'll start to hate her. She shakes her head, her face turning bright red as she tells herself she can't be having strange thoughts in the middle of a war zone. Suddenly, the demon captain launches another massive projectile, and Karen lets out a scream of surprise. An explosion of red and orange light rocks the ground as the projectile detonates. Minato pulls Karen close, his arm around her waist as he uses another barrier to deflect the debris. Karen is stammering an apology, her face inches from his as she realizes how close they are. Minato looks her in the eyes and tells her to stay by his side, noting that she clearly isn't built for high-level combat. Karen lets out a tiny, breathless yes, her heart doing flips in her chest. She watches him walk forward into the storm, thinking to herself that he seems more like an adult than any man she's ever met. The other mages are losing their minds as the boss demon lets out another deafening roar, its presence alone making them tremble. Shido realizes with horror that this isn't just a demon captain, it's a higher species, a subspecies that's infinitely more dangerous. The mages collapse to their knees, weeping that even the elite noble families might not be able to win against something this powerful. Minato ignores their crying and just walks toward the towering demon with a cold, steady gaze. The veterans scream at him to stop, calling him stupid and telling him he can't win no matter how much talent he has. Our boy just gives them one final look over his shoulder and simply says, "I can." The mages are stunned into silence, the pure confidence in his voice enough to stop their panic for a split second. One of them looks at his own hands and realizes he's actually stopped trembling, just by being near Minato. Karen clasps her hands together and prays for him to win, her entire soul focused on the boy walking into the mouth of hell. Shido looks at Minato's back and realizes the kid isn't just good, he might actually be on the level of a legendary mage noble. The MC stops right in front of the massive demon, the monster looking down at him like he's a piece of trash. Shido watches with a grin, telling himself that it's finally time for Minato to show the entire world what his true power actually looks like. The city is on the brink of collapse, the pros are ready to give up, but Minato is just getting started. A massive roar shakes the very foundation of the ruins as the boss prepares its final move. The higher species demon captain looms over the battlefield, its red eyes glowing with enough malice to freeze a normal man's heart. Minato stares back with a cold, unwavering gaze, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the monster. The battlefield is a chaotic mess of fire and magic, but the MC stands in the center of it like a pillar of absolute calm. The demon summons a massive, flaming magic circle that lights up the entire sky in a hellish red. A torrent of pure fire erupts, heading straight for our boy with enough heat to melt steel. The explosion rocks the city, a giant ball of fire consuming everything in its path. The police mages are losing their minds, screaming that the demon used level 6 magic and that no human could have survived that. But through the smoke and embers, Minato just calmly dusts off his shoulder, looking like he didn't even feel the heat. The demon is stunned, demanding to know what kind of creature could walk through a catastrophe spell unscathed. "I'm just a student," Minato says, giving the most legendary lie in the history of magic. The boss is losing its mind, its body pulsing with dark energy as it prepares to go all out. A massive pillar of blue mana erupts around Minato, the sheer pressure of his energy cracking the ground beneath his feet. The demon screams for its subordinates to kill the human, unleashing a second wave of flames that looks like a literal ocean of fire. Minato analyzes the situation, realizing that if he avoids the attack or uses an area spell, his allies will get caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, the smaller beasts start coordinating their attacks, surrounding the remaining police mages with high-level magic circles. Purple beams of energy rain down on the survivors, tearing through their weak defenses. Shido is in shock, realizing these monsters aren't just mindless animals, they're working together with military precision. Karen screams out for Minato, her voice full of terror as the monsters close in for the kill. The MC realizes he needs to end this instantly, his mana surging as he prepares to break the rules of modern magic. He closes his eyes for a split second, focusing his energy into a single point of absolute destruction. The demon's fire hits him, a massive wall of flames trying to swallow his light. But Minato counters with a torrent of water magic so dense it looks like solid crystal. The water cuts through the fire like a hot knife through butter, dousing the demon's pride in an instant. A massive geyser erupts into the sky, washing away the heat and the monster's hopes of victory. Minato doesn't stop there, his body crackling with purple electricity as he prepares his next move. He unleashes a barrier that doesn't just block the monster's attacks, it reflects them back with 10 times the power. The demon captain is literally shivering, realizing that it's not facing a student, but a god in a school uniform. Minato looks at the beast and asks if that's all it's got, his voice sounding bored and disappointed. Inspector Shido can only stare in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster they've invited into their ranks. Karen is frozen, her jaw dropping as she witnesses a level of power that defies everything the Academy taught her. Shido thinks to himself that this shouldn't even be possible. What he's seeing is a literal miracle. He realizes Minato used level 6 magic and remote activation simultaneously, techniques that only the legendary nobles are supposed to know. The inspector notes that Minato didn't just use one element, but switched between several without any buffer time. Usually, switching magic types requires a cooldown, but our boy is doing it like he's breathing. Shido concludes that this kid is already more powerful than the top-tier noble mages of the current era. He smirks, realizing his intuition was right. He has finally found the one person who can change everything. Minato's eyes glow with an intensity that mirrors his past self, the legendary great sage who once saved the world. The demon captain roars one last time, charging forward for a final, desperate physical strike. "It's too stuffy here," Minato says coldly, suggesting they move the fight somewhere else before the collateral damage gets too high. He points a finger upward and casts a level 1 aerial spell, launching himself and the boss into the sky. The demon is flailing in the air, terrified as it realizes it has lost its footing and its advantage. Minato floats effortlessly above the monster, his green magic circles keeping him steady in the clouds. He looks down at the beast and says he doesn't care about their clumsy cooperation or their pathetic attempts at magic. The MC gives a dark, confident grin, realizing that up here, he doesn't have to hold back any of his power. The demon tries to lunge at him in midair, but it's like a turtle trying to catch a hawk. Minato vanishes in a blur of speed, reappearing behind the monster before it can even turn around. He delivers a series of strikes that move so fast they leave trails of light in the air. The MC lands back on a magical platform, watching the demon struggle to keep up with his movements. The monster unleashes a final blast of red energy, desperate to hit anything in the vicinity. Minato just stares it down, his eyes glowing as he prepares to end the fight once and for all. He drops through the demon's fire like a falling star, his mana concentrating into a single point. The monster tries to block, but Minato's presence is already too overwhelming for its senses. A massive explosion of energy lights up the horizon, the shockwave clearing the clouds for miles. The demon looks up from the crater, its body broken and its mana nearly depleted. Minato lands softly, adjusting his tie and looking like he's ready for the next period of math class. The monster screams, "How can this be?" It can't accept that a mere human is this much of a beast. Minato decides to finish it with a personal touch, his green magic circle glowing at his feet. He notes that since magic is useless against a broken opponent, he'll resort to some good old-fashioned hand-to-hand combat. He delivers a brutal punch directly to the demon's chest, the impact sounding like a cannon going off. "You won't be able to strike a single blow against me," Minato says as he winds up for another strike. He hits the demon with a punch so powerful it literally shatters the air around it. The monster is in denial, refusing to believe a human's physical strike could hurt it, but its body is already starting to crumble. The demon is sent flying into the rubble, its armor cracking and its mana fading to black. It lets out one last terrified scream, asking the MC what the hell he actually is. Minato takes a martial arts stance and asks the demon if it really thought he could only use magic. He gives a cold, predator-like smirk and says he's about to show it his very own technique. End of chapter credits/share screen. The atmosphere shifts as Minato activates his hidden trump card, rainbow-colored mana swirling around his fists. Lightning crackles through the air as he charges his body with enough energy to power an entire city. The demon can feel the sheer pressure of his magic, realizing that the MC was holding back this entire time. Down below, Shido and Karin feel a bone-chilling cold, realizing that something godlike is happening right above their heads. Minato stands at the center of a magical storm, his eyes glowing with a brilliant blue light. He closes his eyes for a moment, the calm before the absolute destruction he's about to unleash. A small, confident smile plays on his lips as he opens his eyes, revealing pupils that shine like stars. He's fully transformed, looking like a literal war god ready to purge the earth of its monsters. The demon captain screams that human attacks are useless, trying to convince itself that it can still win. Minato just says, "Let's give it a try," before lunging forward with a speed that defies the laws of physics. He delivers a flurry of punches, each one hitting the demon with the force of a falling building. The monster's face is being pulverized, its dark blood spraying into the air as Minato's mana-charged fists tear through its defenses. The MC moves like a blur, his strikes so fast that the demon can't even see the hands that are ending its life. The monster tries to block, but Minato just punches straight through its arms like they were made of paper. The demon lets out a final, pathetic roar as it realizes it's being absolutely humiliated by a human. Shido is sweating buckets, watching as the student completely overwhelms a higher species boss in hand-to-hand combat. The demon is gasping for air, its body falling apart as it wonders how a human's strike could possibly bypass its magical armor. Minato explains that normal weapons are useless, but a fist covered in a massive amount of concentrated magic is a different story. He calls it a fusion of magicraft and martial arts, a deadly combination that the modern world has long since forgotten. "It's magic martial arts," he says, taking a final stance as the demon's life force begins to flick out. The monster is in absolute despair, unable to accept that a human has surpassed its demonic level. It lunges one last time, screaming that it won't accept its defeat, but its movements are slow and desperate. Minato doesn't even flinch, his hand already moving to deliver the final blow. He strikes the demon with a punch that erupts into a blinding rainbow of energy, vaporizing the monster's core. The beast lets out a final, silent word, "monster," as its body is torn apart by the sheer pressure of the hit. The remaining beasts watch in horror as their leader is erased from existence, their morale completely shattered. The dust settles, leaving Minato standing alone in the middle of a massive crater of his own making. The red clouds part, and a beam of light shines down on the MC as the calamity officially comes to an end. The police mages are ecstatic, shouting that the brat actually did it and they're all still alive. Shido barks at them to stay focused and clear out the remaining monsters, but the real threat is gone. Minato looks at the survivors with a satisfied expression, thinking it's safe to leave the rest to the cops. He floats above the ground, the rainbow particles of his mana slowly fading as he returns to his normal state. He looks down at his hands, realizing that even after 50 years, his magic martial arts are still as deadly as ever. The MC lands and takes a deep breath, his purple eyes returning to their usual calm state. He stretches his neck, noting that he's a bit rusty, since it's been half a century since he last had to fight like that. He walks through the ruins, the smoke and dust clearing as the city begins to settle into a peaceful morning. Minato looks around, noticing a large group of people standing in a line waiting for him. He finds himself facing the entire police squad, from the lowest officer to the highest commander. Shido steps forward, his voice cracking with emotion as he thanks Minato for his incredible hard work and cooperation. On Shido's command, the entire force snaps into a perfect salute, showing their absolute respect to the high schooler who saved their lives. The news spreads like wildfire across the globe. The worldwide calamity has been stopped, and it's all thanks to the police and the mage nobles. But the internet isn't buying the government's lies. People are slamming the police for being useless and demanding to know the truth. As the public's anxiety rises, a single name begins to trend on every social media platform. People are talking about a mysterious hero who fights in the dark, calling him the Black Magician. "We have the Black Magician with us!" people shout, their faith returning because of a legend they've only seen in blurry videos. The comments are flooding in, with everyone begging the Black Magician to save them from the monsters that the government can't handle. The name, the Black Mage, is now etched into the hearts of everyone in the city. Back in class, Minato is sweating buckets as he looks at his phone, realizing that his vigilante persona has become a global superstar. His classmates are swarming him again, asking if he's the one who stopped the newest calamity and if the boss really was a subspecies. Minato lets out a sigh, thinking about how incredibly bothersome it is that he can't even go to school without being treated like a celebrity. Yuika sits behind him, her expression a mix of amusement and sympathy for her master's constant struggle to be low-key. The teacher stands at the front of the room, looking serious as she announces they'll be discussing the recent calamity in today's lesson. She warns the students that even though they're kids, they are also mages who could be summoned to the front lines at any moment. She gives Minato a subtle, knowing glance, acknowledging that they have a very experienced student among them. Minato just sits with his hands folded, looking like the most innocent kid in the room while the entire world talks about his power. Suddenly, the door swings open and Karen bursts into the room, looking out of breath and frantic. The teacher is stunned, demanding to know what the police are doing in the middle of a classroom lesson. Karen ignores her and shouts for Minato, telling him they need to borrow his power one more time. Minato thinks to himself that these cops really don't care about their public image or his privacy at all. He feels the entire class staring at him, and he snaps at them to stop looking with those expectant eyes. Our boy lets out a long, exhausted groan, knowing that his quiet school day is officially over. Corinne apologizes for the rush, but promises he'll be rewarded with class credits and actual money if he helps out. She explains that monsters are popping up all over the world, and underground organizations are using the chaos to start trouble. She looks at Minato with desperation, telling him there is truly no one else strong enough to handle the situation. Minato hands her his phone and tells her to just call him next time, instead of causing a scene in his classroom. Karen is starstruck, holding his phone like it's a holy relic and blushing because she finally has the great sage's contact info. Minato gets down to business, asking what they actually want him to do right now. Karen explains that a surge of beasts has just appeared in Harajuku, and the situation is getting out of control fast. She suggests they take a police car, but Minato knows that'll be way too slow to save anyone. He launches himself into the air, casting a green movement spell that leaves a trail of light through the school hallway. The officers are left in the dust, staring in awe at how fast a high schooler can move when he's motivated. Harajuku is a war zone, the once bright streets now filled with rubble and the smoke of monster attacks. In the middle of the chaos, a brave little boy is shielding his younger brother, shouting that he'll protect him no matter what. The kids look up in terror as a massive shadow falls over them, the monsters closing in for a meal. A wolf-like beast roars, its jaws dripping with saliva as it prepares to pounce on the helpless children. The older boy screams for them to run, even though they have nowhere left to go in the rubble. The younger brother trips and falls, dropping his favorite toy as the monster lunges forward. The beast is inches away from tearing them apart, its teeth ready to crush the life out of the boys. Suddenly, a blinding flash of golden light cuts through the darkness, slicing the monster in half before it can even blink. Minato appears out of thin air, reaching his hand out to the kids with a look of absolute confidence. He tells them they did great and that they held on well, his voice sounding warm and reassuring. He leans down and picks something up from the dust, looking at the toy the younger boy dropped. He hands back a plush doll that looks exactly like a tiny cute version of the legendary great sage Ichikami Minato. Minato gives a small, nostalgic smile as he looks at the doll, remembering his past life as the world's most famous hero. He tells the kids the police are coming and that they'll be safe now, before leaping back into the fray. The boys bow deeply, shouting their thanks to the mysterious savior who vanished in a flash of green light. The little boy hugs his great sage doll, his face lighting up with pure joy because he's actually been saved by a real hero. The scene shifts back to the chaotic streets, the battle for Harajuku still raging in full force. Minato navigates the wreckage, noting that fighting in a crowded city is much harder than a ruined wasteland or a school gym. He can detect human and beast magic, but he realizes he can't sense normal people, so he has to patrol the area manually. The police mages are busy fighting off the fodder monsters, screaming for the civilians to be left to the firefighters and the army. One of the officers spots Minato on a rooftop and shouts his name, looking relieved to see the special collaborator. Minato recognizes him as an officer he saved during the previous calamity, noting that the guy hasn't changed much. The officer is thrilled to have reinforcement and asks our boy how the situation is looking from above. The cop admits they haven't even saved half the civilians and that the east side of the city is a total no-go zone. Minato says he'll go check that side himself, summoning a golden magic circle to launch himself across the city. The officer warns him to be careful, as there have been reports of dangerous, illegal mages operating in that area. Minato just gives a cool, half-turned look, his mind already focused on the mission. The officer thinks to himself that there's no use worrying about a guy who fights better than the entire police department combined. Another mage stares at the spot where Minato was, wondering who that youngster was that just deleted a pack of beasts in an instant. The veteran mages decide that he must be a guardian sent solely to save them during this chaotic time. Minato unleashes a level 6 burst stream, a massive tornado of water magic that sweeps the streets clean of monsters. He notes that a demon captain appearing outside of a formal calamity is something that was impossible even 50 years ago. He senses that the beasts are not only increasing in numbers, but they are gradually becoming stronger with every wave. Minato realizes the scale of the invasion has exceeded what he can handle by just patrolling on foot. He uses his gravity magic to lift a group of stranded civilians, gently floating them to safety over the monster-filled streets. Corinne and her squad arrive on the scene, panting and looking shocked at the number of people Minato has already rescued. The families are crying and embracing, thanking the MC as if he were a miracle sent from heaven. A group of police mages runs up to Minato, grabbing his hand and thanking him for minimizing the damage. Minato humbly tells them it was thanks to the police and firefighters, claiming he was simply helping out. The lead officer looks at him with pure admiration, telling him he's truly an awesome person. Two other mages drop into a deep bow, apologizing for their stupid pride and for acting haughty toward him earlier. Minato tells them not to dwell on it, acting with a level of maturity that makes the grown men feel like children. The officers thank him again, their hearts full of respect for the boy they once dismissed as a brat. Karen walks over and adds her thanks, apologizing for constantly depending on him even though he's just a student. Minato tells her it's fine, but notes that the strength and quantity of the beasts are getting abnormal, suggesting they need a better plan. Suddenly, the two little boys from earlier run up to him, the older one holding his brother's hand tight. They thank him again for saving them, their eyes shining with pure gratitude. The little brother looks up at Minato and asks the big question, "Big brother, are you the great sage?" The older brother frantically apologizes, explaining that his sibling is just obsessed with the stories of the great sage. Minato looks at the doll in the kid's hand, realizing it's a perfect copy of his past self from 50 years ago. He gives a soft, genuine smile, a warm light shining in his purple eyes. "Yeah," Minato says softly, "I'm the great sage," deciding to give the kids a memory they'll never forget. The little boy's face explodes with joy, screaming "IKNEWIT" as he hugs his doll even tighter. Minato flashes back to his past life, remembering when his old friend first asked to make merchandise of him. His friend was excited, planning to make photo cards and key holders of the great sage for the adoring public. The sage had been skeptical, not believing anyone would actually want a plastic version of his face. But his friend insisted that the great sage is the support humanity needs in their hearts, and that the toys would save people for 100 years. Minato looks at the happy kids and realizes his friend was right. The dolls might not have power, but they gave people hope. He thinks to himself that since the great sage is still needed in this era, he'll have to step up one more time. The scene fades to a different location, the mood turning dark and dangerous in an instant. We're in a high-end club in the capital, the room filled with neon lights and a heavy criminal atmosphere. A group of thugs is reporting to their boss, looking terrified as they deliver the news about the black magician. We meet Kuroi Akuto Kagashuji, the sadistic branch manager, pushes up his glasses and asks if they have permission to kill the hero. The boss gives a dark, toothy smile and says they can kill him, but only after they've tortured every secret out of him. Kaga gives a creepy, satisfied lick of his lips, telling the boss he's truly looking forward to breaking the city's new hero. Ruka leans in, wiping off some sweat, and finally asks the question that's been burning a hole in her mind. What is Minato's actual magic power? Yuika waits with bated breath, wondering if her master is sitting on a massive number like 100,000 or even 500,000. Minato doesn't even blink. He just casually drops the number, 99,990,000. The silence in the room is deafening. Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji look like their brains just short-circuited trying to process a number that large. Ryuji lets out a nervous laugh, scratching his head. He points out that the legendary Great Sage was only supposed to have 1,000,000 mana, so 99 million is just plain impossible. Minato looks a bit confused. He repeats the number 1,000,000, realizing the history books got his old power level completely wrong. Ruka explains that it's common sense in this era. 1,000,000 is considered the absolute peak of human potential. Curious, Minato pulls out his phone to see what other facts the internet has gotten wrong about his past life, but being from 50 years ago, he's still a total boomer with technology. He struggles with the screen for a second before just giving up entirely because it's too much work. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing with a call from Inspector Shido. Minato picks up, wondering what the government wants now. Shido sounds professional as always. He asks if Minato is with his friends and requests that he put the call on speakerphone. Yuika has to help the tech-challenged sage find the speaker button. Shido begins explaining that due to the massive increase in monster attacks, they're forming a new unit. The government is officially establishing the Special Magic Team, a group of elite mages meant to be the front line against the calamity. The big bombshell? Shido wants Kusanagi Minato to be the captain of the entire unit, leaving Ruka and Ryuji totally stunned. Yuika is hyped, thinking it's the coolest offer ever, but Minato shuts it down instantly with a cold "I refuse." Yuika is the one getting worked up, demanding to know why he'd turned down such a prestigious title. Minato just sighs and tells Shido to keep talking. Shido admits the police are overwhelmed, they can't handle the monsters alone, and the situation is getting desperate. Minato realizes the truth. It's not just the number of monsters, it's that the current level of mages in this world is way too low to fight back. Minato asks about the mage nobles, but Shido reveals most of the family heads are stuck overseas, leaving the city defenseless. Shido reveals his hand. He's already recommended Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji to be part of the squad. He's basically built Minato a dream team. He promises to handle all the boring paperwork and negotiations. All Minato has to do is train these mages and lead them into battle. Shido drops the professional act and literally begs. He knows Minato is the only person on the planet capable of saving Tokyo. Minato takes a deep breath and finally gives in. He agrees to take the job. Shido is so relieved he almost falls out of his chair, much to the confusion of his assistant. The rest of the group is fired up too. Ryuji and Ruka aren't about to let Minato handle all the heavy lifting by himself. Minato thinks to himself that this might actually work out. It gives him a perfect excuse to train these guys properly so they don't die on his watch. Meanwhile, the news is flooded with criticism toward the Fuka noble family. People are furious that the elites abandoned them during the last monster attack. Deep inside a luxury estate, a servant enters a dark room with a document from the police department. The head of the Fuka family reads about the new special magic team. He scoffs, calling it a desperate move by incompetent people. But then, a sly look crosses his face. He realizes he can use this new unit as a scapegoat to silence the public's anger. He orders his servant to call in his stupid son, clearly planning something shady. Cut to the next day. The sun is shining over the Metropolitan Police Department as the official briefing begins. Minato arrives in his school uniform, looking sharp. Behind him, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji follow, looking ready for business. They walk into the briefing room, but it's surprisingly empty. Only a few high-ranking officers are there. Minato gives Shido a deadpan look. He was promised dozens of officers, but there's barely a handful in the room. Shido nervously apologizes. He says many candidates got cold feet and didn't show up. He hopes that if Minato produces results, more will join later. Minato figured as much. Professional mages aren't going to be happy about a high school kid being their boss, and he expects some serious friction. To make things official, Shido reaches out and hands something to Minato. It's a temporary mage badge. It's small, but it carries a ton of authority. Shido explains that since they aren't fully qualified mages yet, this badge acts as proof that they are official public servants working with the police. He puts a hand on Minato's shoulder and officially hands over the reins. The student life is over. Now, he's Captain Kusanagi. Minato stands before the small group. A faint smile plays on his lips as he remembers what it was like leading armies 50 years ago. He introduces himself to the officers. His voice is steady, but the promise he's about to make is massive. He looks them in the eye and declares that he will make every single one of them stronger than the heads of the mage noble families. The room explodes in shock. The officers think he's insane, comparing a bunch of rookies to the strongest mages in the country. Minato sees the doubt on their faces. He's not offended. He just tells them he's going to prove it right now. He asks Shido if there's a magic power measuring device in the station. Shido is hesitant but leads the way. They stand before a massive mana-testing crystal. It's the top-of-the-line tech for measuring magical output. Minato calls Ruka and Ryuji forward. He wants them to show the results of the training he's been giving them in secret. Ruka steps up first. She releases her mana, and a massive pillar of blue energy surges toward the crystal. Ryuji follows right after. He pours his physical magic into the machine, the golden aura shaking the entire room. Minato reminds Shido that just a few weeks ago, Ruka was at 10,000 and Ryuji was at 8,000. The screen flashes a massive 30,000 for Ruka. She looks at the number in total disbelief. Her power has tripled! Ryuji clocks in at 28,000. He's grinning ear to ear, realizing that Minato's training is basically a cheat code. The police officers are losing their minds. Those numbers are reserved for the highest grade of mages. They can't believe students are this strong. Minato isn't done yet. He turns to Yuika and tells her it's her turn to show them what she's got. Yuika looks determined. She grips her chest, knowing this is the moment to prove she isn't the talentless failure everyone thought she was. Yuika stands before the testing crystal. She's the underdog of the group, and all eyes are on her. Internal panic sets in. She's terrified that the gap between her and her genius sister, Ruka, is still too wide to bridge. She tells herself that she's just an ordinary person who happened to meet a legend, but she's put in more effort than anyone else. Her heart is pounding. She's scared of the results, afraid that she hasn't improved enough to stay by Minato's side. But then she remembers Minato's words. She decides right then and there that she will never run away or hide her weakness again. She places her hand on the crystal and releases everything. A violent, swirling storm of blue mana erupts from her body. She's done lying to herself. She's giving it her absolute all! Shido and the officers are sweating just from the pressure. They can feel the sheer intensity of her mana. Yuika peeks with one eye, nervous to see the final tally. The crystal displays a whopping 26,000. Shido is staggered. Her record says she was only at 2,000. An increase of 13 times in such a short period is biologically impossible. Minato walks over and puts a hand on her shoulder. He calmly tells the group that anyone can increase their power if they have talent and one more thing. He flashes a rare, genuine smile. He says the most important factor is the will to work hard and never give up. He gives Yuika a gentle pat on the head, catching her completely off guard. Yuika's eyes well up with tears. Hearing the person she admires most say he's proud of her means more than any score on a machine. Ruka watches from the side, a soft, satisfied smile on her face. She's happy for her little sister. She brushes her own hair back, realizing that her sister is finally becoming someone she can truly respect as a mage. Minato turns to Ruka and Ryuji, telling them they did a good job too. Ryuji just laughs it off with his usual confidence. Ruka tries to act cool, saying that for a member of the Mizuha family, this is just normal. She claims she doesn't need his praise. But Minato isn't having it. He gives her a head pat too, and the Ice Queen instantly turns into a blushing mess, stuttering his name. Ryuji watches the scene in pure terror. He knows how prideful Ruka is and thinks Minato must have a death wish for touching her like that. Yuika is also panicking, expecting her sister to explode in rage at any second. Ruka finally speaks up, telling Minato she isn't a child. Minato just shrugs and agrees, totally oblivious to the romantic tension. Ryuji lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He's shocked that Ruka actually took the head pat without trying to freeze Minato solid. Ruka thinks to herself that she's never been treated like that before, not even by her own father. Behind her, Ryuji is getting teased by Yuika for being jealous. The moment is ruined when a loud, obnoxious voice echoes through the hall. A pair of heavy boots stomps toward them. A fat man with green hair and gaudy clothes is screaming at Shido for not giving him a proper greeting. Shido looks like he wants to crawl into a hole. Shido looks pale. He tells Minato and the others that he needs to introduce someone important. Meet Fuka Sho, the eldest son of the Fuka noble family. He's wearing a cape and enough jewelry to fund a small army, looking down his nose at everyone. Shido whispers to Minato, apologizing. Because the project needs funding and political backing, they had to get approval from a noble family. Minato remembers the Fuka family. They were the ones who hid like cowards during the school disaster. He knows exactly what kind of trash he's dealing with. Sho points a finger at the group, laughing. He mocks the idea of a leading magic unit being made up of a bunch of kids. Shido tries to defend them, introducing Minato as the hero who stopped the Shibuya disaster. Sho leans in close to Minato's face, literally sneering. He can't believe an ordinary person who isn't a noble could ever be a captain. He stomps his foot and screams at Minato to stop acting cocky. He calls him trash and a brat who doesn't know his place. Ruka and Yuika are ready to throw hands, and Ryuji looks like he's about to punch the guy into the next zip code for insulting their boss. Shao just smirks, mocking them for getting emotional. He says that's why ordinary people are so pathetic. Then he notices the Mizuha sisters and his expression changes to something even creepier. He looks them up and down, saying that maybe the whole unit isn't trash after all if it has the Mizuha daughters in it. He snaps his fingers and declares that he will be the captain of the unit instead. Shido tries to protest, saying it's already been decided. Shu makes a proposal. He challenges them to a bet. Whoever defeats the boss of the next calamity earns the right to be the captain. He doesn't even wait for an answer. He just turns and walks away, convinced he's already won. Shido apologizes for not being able to stop him. Minato just tells him it's fine. No matter what the noble says, they just have to win. The rest of the squad is fuming. They aren't about to let a creep like Sho take Minato's spot. They're more motivated than ever to crush the next boss. Minato watches them, a bit confused as to why his team is suddenly so fired up. Later that day, the group heads out to the training grounds behind the police station. Minato is already planning the next phase. He knows the officers need to understand the fundamentals of mana before they can even think about fighting. He stands before the group and starts his first lecture. He tells them they're going to learn about the true importance of magic. He explains that mana isn't just for spells, it's a versatile energy source. He calls Ryuji up to help with a demonstration. Minato tells Ryuji to hit him with everything he's got. Ryuji is hesitant, but Minato tells him to hurry up and do it. Ryuji doesn't hold back. He launches a massive, reinforced punch, warning Minato not to complain if he gets hurt. The punch lands with a massive bam, but Minato hasn't even moved an inch. The officers are shocked to see a glowing green barrier around Minato's head. He explains that this is a magic barrier. He explains that if your mana is high enough, you can use magic naturally, almost like a second skin. He calls it automatic magic, a high-level technique where your body uses mana to protect itself without you even thinking about it. He tells the group to keep that in mind as they start their drills. Ryuji is sulking in the background because his strongest punch didn't do a thing. Minato starts working with the officers individually, helping them tap into their hidden mana reserves. They can feel the warmth of his power guiding theirs. Soon, the training grounds are a blur of blue energy as the squad practices their casting speeds. They're already looking like a real unit. Back at his apartment, Minato realizes that training isn't enough. To fight higher-level demons, his team is going to need specialized anti-monster equipment. He remembers Shido's reaction earlier. It's clear the government doesn't have any gear powerful enough for what's coming. Minato decides he'll just have to make it himself. He's never been a craftsman, but with his knowledge, he's confident he can figure it out. He starts digging through his drawers, looking for anything he can use as a base for his artifacts. He finds a simple, cheap gold ring. He notes that it's been kept in great condition, so it must have been important to the previous owner of this body. It's a start, but he needs more materials and catalysts. He wonders where the best place to go shopping for high-quality accessories would be. Suddenly, his phone rings. He's surprised to see Ruka's name on the screen. He picks up, but there's only silence on the other end. He asks her what's wrong, wondering if it's an emergency. Ruka finally speaks, her voice soft. She tells him that she thinks he's the only one fit to be their captain. He asks if she's trying to encourage him. He laughs, thinking about how awkward she is. Then it hits him she's the perfect person to ask about shopping. He asks if she's free tomorrow to go shopping for accessories. Ruka is stunned, her heart skipping a beat. She asks if Yuika and the others are coming too. Minato says no, there's no need for a crowd. He just wants it to be the two of them. The two of us? Ruka repeats the words under her breath, her face turning bright red. Minato asks her what she thinks. He's totally oblivious to the fact that he just accidentally asked an S-class beauty out on a date. Finally composes herself and says she doesn't mind going. She's trying to sound casual, but she's internally screaming. Minato is thrilled. He suggests meeting at Harajuku Station around noon tomorrow. They hang up. The silence of the room feels heavy as the reality of the date sets in. Ruka stares at her phone, her heart still racing. She's already starting to panic about what she's going to wear. Meanwhile, Minato is purely focused on business. He looks at the cheap ring, thinking about how he can turn it into top-tier equipment for his team. He begins experimenting with his mana, infusing the ring with a swirling vortex of energy. He's confident it'll work out somehow. Cut to Ruka's house. Yuika is walking down the hall to tell her sister that dinner is ready. She's confused when she doesn't get a reply. It's unlike Ruka to ignore her. She slowly opens the door, wondering if her sister fell asleep early. She freezes in the doorway. Ruka is standing in front of a mirror, holding up multiple outfits, surrounded by a mountain of clothes. Yuika is speechless. She's never seen her Ice Queen sister look so flustered over fashion. Ruka looks back over her shoulder, her face neutral but her eyes filled with intensity. She asks Yuika what she wants. Yuika stammers that dinner is ready. Ruka says she'll be right there, but she goes right back to checking the fit of her jacket. Yuika watches from the hallway, realization hitting her like a truck. She's never seen Ruka this excited. She suspects her sister is going on a date with Minato and decides she has to see this for herself. The next day at Harajuku Station, Minato is waiting by the entrance, looking casual in a blue button-down shirt. Hidden nearby, Yuika is in a full disguise, glasses, a hat, and a frilly top. She's focusing on concealing her mana, so Minato doesn't catch her spying. She feels a bit guilty for stalking them, but her curiosity is just too strong to resist. The crowd shifts as a presence approaches. Minato looks up, noticing someone coming his way. Ruka arrives, and she looks absolutely stunning. She's wearing a sleeveless top, tight jeans, and a leather jacket draped over her shoulders. Every guy in the station is staring. She stops in front of Minato and asks if she kept him waiting. She looks like a professional model. Minato just gives her a friendly smile and says he just got there. He's the only guy in the area not falling over himself at the sight of her. The guys in the background are dying of jealousy, assuming Minato is some lucky bastard out with a world-class beauty. Yuika is hiding behind a pillar, her mouth hanging open. Yuika is internally screaming. Seeing her sister looking like that confirms her fears. They are definitely on a date. Minato gets straight to the point. He tells Ruka he's looking for rings. Ruka's heart skips a beat again. "A gift?" she asks, her voice trembling. "Something like that," Minato replies. He adds that he actually needs several of them. Ruka is horrified. She asks if he has that many partners. She's thinking he's some kind of secret playboy. She reminds him that Japan isn't a polygamous country. Minato is confused, telling her he obviously knows that. He's thinking about his team, she's thinking about a harem. Ruka sighs with relief. She suggests that if he's buying in bulk, they should go to a place with inexpensive but sturdy options. Minato happily agrees to follow her lead. The two start hitting up various accessory shops. They look at rings on tables and talk to vendors, while a very stressed Yuika follows them from a distance. They walk into a high-end jewelry store. Minato is picky, he needs something sturdy that isn't too flashy, which turns out to be hard to find. They look at another ring, but Minato feels like something is missing. Ruka points out that the ones he likes are actually pretty expensive. Yuika is watching them from a cafe across the street, sipping a drink. She's annoyed because they're standing awfully close to each other. A shop assistant walks up to them with a huge smile. She asks if they're looking for a present for his girlfriend and offers them a good deal. Minato immediately tries to correct her, but he's too slow. Ruka crosses her arms, an icy aura radiating from her. She bluntly tells the lady she is not his girlfriend. The poor shopkeeper is terrified, stammering out apologies as she realizes she just offended an S-class noble. She runs away to let them look around in peace. Ruka sighs, feeling a bit guilty for being so harsh. Minato just rubs the back of his head, thinking about how much of a hassle shopping is. They eventually take a break at a crowded cafe. Ruka admits she's exhausted from all the walking. Minato is staring at his drink, still frustrated. He can't find the right base for his artifacts and wonders if he should change his criteria. Ruka watches him, her expression softening. She looks like she has something heavy on her mind. She tells him that she's never been good at showing affection. She's being vulnerable, admitting her flaws. Minato looks up, acknowledging that he knows her personality well. Ruka is surprised he's been paying that much attention to her. She looks down, saying she can't even interact well with her own sister. She regrets causing Yuika so much distress in the past. She tells Minato he'd be better off shopping with Yuika instead of her. She feels like she's just getting in the way. Minato's voice is firm as he says, "No, that's not true." He looks directly at her, his purple eyes piercing and sincere. He points out that she looked up all the store locations beforehand and thought hard about which ones to choose. Even though they were shopping for him, she took it as seriously as her own trip. He smiles and tells her that she's been a huge help. He really appreciates her being there. Ruka is stunned. She twirls a lock of her hair, her eyes filled with a mix of surprise and pure joy. "Is that so?" she whispers. Hidden in the corner, Yuika is watching. She's never seen her sister make a face that soft and happy. Yuika starts to feel like a total idiot. She realizes that her sister is truly in love, and she's just been interfering. She decides to be the bigger person and leave them alone. She turns to go home, her head hanging low. Later, Minato and Ruka leave the mall. Minato is beaming, glad they finally found some decent rings. Ruka points out that he bought 5 of them. Minato explains he needed one for each member of the team. Ruka looks at him, a bit disappointed. She realizes the whole trip was purely for the unit's equipment. She tells him the others will be thrilled to receive such a thoughtful gift from their captain. Minato stops and gives her a look. He repeats her words, "The unit's equipment?" Ruka nods, thinking she finally understands the situation. Minato thanks her again for the help. Ruka brushes it off, saying being helpful is enough for her, but Minato says he should repay her in some way. He reaches into his pocket. He pulls out the cheap gold ring from earlier, the one he personally infused with his god-level mana. Ruka is confused. Minato holds his hand out and tells her to, "Give me your hand." He takes her hand and gently slides the ring onto her finger. Ruka is frozen, her entire world stopping in that moment. He tells her that this is the very first special ring he ever made. He asks her to take good care of it. He flashes a bright, cocky grin and points at her, looking like the hero he truly is. Ruka turns around and sprints away without a word. Minato is left standing there, shouting for her to wait. He's confused. He was about to explain the anti-monster properties of the ring, but he guesses he'll have to do it another time. Ruka is walking through the station, her heart pounding so loud she can hear it in her ears. She stops for a second, catching her breath. She looks down at her hand. The simple gold ring is glowing faintly with Minato's mana. She clutches the ring to her chest, her face completely flushed. The Ice Queen has been officially conquered, and she's more in love than ever before! It's time for a power-up. Minato gathers the squad and starts handing out the custom gear he crafted himself. The police officers are stunned. The moment they touch the rings, they can feel the magic reacting. This isn't just jewelry. It's high-tier anti-monster equipment. Minato explains that these rings are imbued with wind magic. By pouring in their own mana, even a rookie can trigger a level 1 wind spell. Shido is losing his mind. He screams, asking where Minato got these, and is floored when our boy casually says, "I made them." He looks at the ring in disbelief. In this age, craftsmen who can make gear this powerful are basically extinct, yet Minato did it overnight. Shido just sighs with a smile. It seems like no matter what happens, Kusanagi Minato will never stop finding ways to shock him. Yuika's eyes dart over to her sister. She notices Ruka is already wearing a ring, but it looks different from the ones the rest of the squad got. She realizes that must be the ring from their shopping trip. She starts panicking, wondering just how far things went between them while she wasn't looking. Minato moves on to the mission. He points out their biggest weakness: transportation. Cars just aren't fast enough when demons are tearing up the city. Shido agrees, looking back at a memory of them arriving way too late to a disaster site because of traffic and slow response times. Minato shows them the solution. Using the rings, he activates a wind spell called Aerial and literally starts walking on thin air. He floats above them, explaining that while it's a basic spell not meant for combat, it'll cut their travel time down to 0. He tells them to give it a shot. The officers struggle at first, wobbling in the air. Minato tells them to stop overthinking it and just visualize themselves jumping. Yuika is the first to get it. She stabilizes instantly, and Minato gives her a nod of approval. She's feeling herself now, boasting that she's been training in magic manipulation forever, but then she sees Minato's deadpan face and immediately gets embarrassed. The guilt of spying on him during his date hits her all at once. She starts sweating and looking away, while Minato just wonders what's wrong with her. Minato decides to test her knowledge. He asks Yuika what she actually knows about the legend, Ichikami Minato. She lights up, saying he's the person she admires most. She recaps his history, 1,000,000 mana points, and a tragic death fighting the demon god. She explains that after he died, the world's mages were nearly wiped out. Her own ancestors, the Mizuha family, were the ones who stepped up to rebuild society. But there's a catch. Yuika notes that almost all the data and books about ancient magic were lost, so they had to start from scratch. Minato watches Ryuji and the others struggle with their flying. He thinks to himself that this lost knowledge feels too convenient. It's like someone intentionally sabotaged the world's progress. Yuika notices the serious look on his face and asks if he's okay. Minato snaps out of it, giving her a quick reassurance. She tells him that if he's ever worried, he can talk to her. Minato smiles, thanking her and telling her she's already been a huge help. He realizes he can't tell her the truth yet. If people find out he's the Black Magician or the Great Sage, it puts a target on Yuika's back. A small, mischievous smirk crosses his face. He knows that if Yuika ever found out she was currently being trained by her #1 idol, she'd probably just pass out on the spot. Yuika misinterprets his silence, thinking he doesn't trust her because she's still weak. She clenches her fist, more determined than ever. She's going to keep doing her best until she's a mage worthy of standing beside him as an equal. 1 week later, the training has reached a whole new level of intensity. Minato stands at the head of the group, shouting the order to fire. It's time to see the results of their hellish week. Sergeant Sanada unleashes a level 2 Holy Crest. It's a pure, glowing shield of energy that's light years ahead of where she started. Shido follows up with a level 3 Lightning Blast. The bolts crackle with raw power, showing that even the veteran is evolving. Ryuji goes big, calling down a level 4 Stone Rain. Boulders smash into the targets, proving he's become a one-man demolition crew. But the highlight is the Mizuha sisters. They combine their power for a massive level 4 waterfall spell that floods the entire practice range. Minato is intrigued. He notices that their compatibility is off the charts, likely because of their blood connection. He starts thinking of a way to push them even further. Yuika is panting, her face covered in sweat. She's giving it everything she's got to maintain the output. The sheer scale of the twin sisters' magic is insane. They're creating massive geysers of water that would dwarf any standard mage. They finish the move and stand amidst the wreckage. They look exhausted, but their eyes are full of triumph. Yuika cheers, letting out a joyful shout. She can finally see the progress she's made, and she's beaming with pride. Minato walks over, telling them all good job. But then he gets serious. He warns them not to get cocky just because their magic levels went up. He calls Ruka forward. He wants to show them a lesson they'll never forget. He tells her to hit him with her best level 4 spell. Ruka doesn't hesitate. She summons a massive, swirling vortex of water, pouring every ounce of her S-class mana into the attack. The water slams toward Minato with the force of a tidal wave, enough to level a building. Minato just raises a hand and casts a level 1 wood spear. It's the weakest offensive spell in existence. But the moment the wood hits the water, a massive explosion of steam and energy erupts, and Ruka's massive spell is completely neutralized. The squad is speechless. They can't believe a puny level 1 spell just deleted an S-class level 4 attack. Minato explains the secret. A level just shows how much mana you can possibly use, but it doesn't mean the spell is automatically stronger. He breaks down the elemental cycle. If you infuse a level 1 spell with maximum efficiency and hit an elemental weakness, like earth beating water, you can win every time. Ryuji and Yuika take it to heart. They realize they need to stop obsessing over raw power and start mastering the actual science of spells. Minato raises his hand, glowing with prismatic energy. He tells them that if they combine their individual strengths, they'll become truly unstoppable. The whole squad lets out a victory cheer. They finally feel like a real team, ready for whatever the world throws at them. My, it must be tough being such pathetic plebs. The arrogant voice of Fukusho cuts through the hype like a knife. Shido asks what the hell he's doing here. Sho just yawns, saying he was bored and wants to see some actual magic. He scoffs at the idea of training, saying it's too much trouble. He'd rather just let the police handle the dirty work while he takes the credit. The entire squad is radiating pure killing intent. Even Ruka looks like she's about to commit a crime because of this guy's attitude. She looks up at the sky, dramatically wishing for a calamity to arrive so he can finally end this boring competition. Yuika looks up, and her face goes pale. She points toward the clouds, her voice trembling. The sky turns a blood-red hue. The air grows heavy with the smell of sulfur. The calamity is finally here. Sho's face twists into a sadistic grin. He tells the plebs that the game is officially on. Whoever kills the boss first becomes the leader. Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika stand their ground. They aren't scared. They're furious. They promise that they'll never lose to a piece of trash like him. Sho just laughs and activates his aerial magic, zooming off toward the monster signals before anyone else can move. Yuika shouts that it's unfair. Minato is calm. He tells the squad to get moving and reminds them to put on their hands-free headsets so they can coordinate. The squad takes flight, soaring through the city. Minato warns them that this is their first real battle as a team, so they can't afford to let their guard down. Below them, police cars are racing through the streets, sirens blaring as they try to keep up with the mages in the sky. Sho is a blur of green energy weaving through buildings with surprising speed. He looks back and mocks the squad for being too slow. Yuika and Ryuji are struggling to close the gap. They can't believe someone with his body type can move that fast in the air. Minato notes that their opponents are specialists in wind magic. It's their home turf, so catching up by raw speed alone is going to be tough. He thinks about just overtaking them himself, but decides against it. If he does everything, the squad will never learn to work as a unit. Sho keeps screaming losers over and over as he flies. Yuika is fuming, knowing exactly what he's shouting even if she can't hear him from that distance. Sho reaches the disaster zone first. He lands amidst a group of terrified civilians who are running for their lives. He's not there to save them. He's there for the slaughter. He looks at the approaching monsters with a creepy, bloodthirsty excitement. He and his attendants unleash a barrage of wind blades, screaming, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" They don't care about collateral damage at all. A young couple is cornered by a monster in the ruins. They're terrified, clutching each other as the beast prepares to strike. The girl screams for help, but Sho just laughs and fires more magic into the area. A massive wave of energy misses the monster and heads straight for the couple. They close their eyes, waiting for the end as the green magic beam closes in on them. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flash fills the alleyway. Minato has arrived. He stands in front of the couple, his hand outstretched as a perfect hexagonal barrier absorbs the entire blast. Minato's eyes are glowing with a terrifying purple aura. He looks at Sho and asks one simple question. "What do you think you're doing?" The pressure radiating from Minato is so intense that Sho and his men are physically paralyzed. They look like they've seen a ghost. Sho is gasping for air, unable to move his limbs. He can't understand where this crushing weight is coming from. The rest of the squad lands. Yuika rushes to the civilians, checking if they're hurt. She turns to Sho and screams, asking what the hell he was thinking. She tells him never to drag ordinary people into his mess again. Minato releases the pressure. Sho falls to his knees, gasping. He tries to tell himself it wasn't the brat who did that, but he's clearly shaken. He recovers his arrogance fast, though. He scoffs, saying it's the commoner's fault for getting in the way of a mage noble. He ignores the group and points toward the boss monster. He tells the squad to just focus on the weaklings while he takes down the big prize. Minato watches him go. He could easily take Shao out right now, but he realizes this is the perfect training opportunity for his team. A cold, calculating smile touches his lips. He's got a plan to let his students prove their superiority. He tells the squad that he will handle civilian protection and rescue. He orders them to focus entirely on exterminating the monsters. Shido is worried. He asks if Minato can really handle all the rescues alone while the monsters are swarming. Minato just points to himself. He reminds Shido that he's the captain of this squad for a reason. Shido just laughs, realizing how stupid he was for doubting the great sage. Yuika rallies the team. She declares that they can't rely on Minato for everything. It's time they show the world what they can do on their own. Minato points toward the horde and shouts, "Go!" He tells them to win this for the squad. Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji launch themselves into the fray. They look like a professional military unit compared to Sho's chaotic mess. They hit the first wave of monsters. Water, earth, and lightning magic combine in a beautiful, lethal symphony of destruction. Yuika is in the zone. She's spinning between monsters, her blue mana glowing as she prepares her next strike. She unleashes a level 3 Azure Splash, blasting a demon soldier apart. The raw power she's showing now is terrifying. She realizes that just a few weeks ago, she was too scared to even move in a fight. Now she's deleting demons like it's nothing. She smiles to herself, finally feeling the weight of the strength she's gained. She's become a true mage. Minato is already at work. He scans the area, sensing the magic of both his allies and the trapped civilians. He notes that there are dozens of survivors scattered through the ruins. Rescuing all of them while the city is burning won't be easy. If it were anyone but me, that is! He activates his mana, and his body becomes a streak of golden light as he starts teleporting civilians to safety. Meanwhile, Sho is still being a jerk. He's firing magic blindly, shouting, "Die, die, die!" while his men just try to keep up. Ryuji shouts for everyone to get into formation. They're working together perfectly, covering each other's blind spots. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy hits the area. Yuika stops in her tracks, her hair standing on end from the sheer pressure. A high-rank demon crawls out of the shadows. It's a monstrous, armored beast, radiating a thick, purple aura of death. Shao sees the beast and his eyes light up. He thinks this is his prey. He brags that he's going to show them real level 4 magic. His attendants are panicking, telling him that a standard level 4 spell won't work on a demon of that caliber. Shao doesn't listen. He screams that he's a mage noble and it's natural that he should win. He's completely blinded by his own ego. He unleashes his strongest move, level 4 Wind Magic Tempest. A massive tornado of green blades swirls around the demon. The demon doesn't even flinch. It raises its hand and counters with a level 4 Fire Magic Flare. The two spells collide, but the demon's fire is way more concentrated. It tears through Sho's tornado like it's made of paper. Sho's face goes from arrogant to terrified in a split second. He can't believe his invincible magic was just overpowered. The demon's fire blast expands, threatening to incinerate everything. Sho doesn't even try to fight back. He just screams retreat and runs. The civilians nearby are trapped as the wall of fire rushes toward them. They scream in terror, and Sho doesn't even look back. But Minato is already there. He zooms in from the side, a look of pure focus on his face. He raises his hand, and a massive pillar of water erupts from the ground, clashing with the fire and creating a massive shield of steam. Behind him, the squad arrives. Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji stand in front of the civilians, their mana flaring as they prepare for a counterattack. Minato looks back at them and gives a small smirk. "Not bad," he says, acknowledging their timing. Yuika walks past the cowering Sho, who's shaking on the ground. She doesn't even look at him, her gaze fixed on the demon. She wipes his forehead, muttering that it was too close. He's still trying to act like he's in control. Yuika stops. Her hair shadows her eyes. Her voice is low and trembling with rage. She asks him one thing: "Why did you involve the citizens?" Shu scoffs, saying it's their fault for being slow. He says they'd be better off dead if they were going to slow down a mage noble. Yuika has heard enough. She raises her hand, her mana crackling with a violent intensity. A massive whack echoes through the entire disaster zone. The sound of the slap was so loud it momentarily silenced the monsters in the area. Sho goes flying back, his cheek turning a bright, angry red. He lets out a pathetic "Gyatch!" as he hits the rubble. Yuika screams at him. She tells him that for someone who calls himself a noble, he has zero pride and zero honor. Shao is clutching his face, stuttering. He can't believe a commoner just slapped a mage noble. He looks like he's about to cry. Yuika tells the team to leave the dimwit behind. They have demons to kill and a city to save. They activate their magic and soar away, leaving Sho in the dirt. Minato watches from the distance while holding a rescued woman. He sighs, thinking that while they made a scene, it's good to see Yuika finally showing some backbone. He sees more survivors in the distance. He tells the police to get them to safety while he keeps an eye on the squad's progress with the boss. The high-ranked demon lets out a monstrous roar. Its purple aura is growing thicker, and it looks like it's just getting started. Shu's attendants are begging him to retreat. They realize there's no way their current power can match this thing. Shu admits the demon is strong, but then a snake-like grin crosses his face. He's already thinking of a new way to cheat. He suggests that they let Minato's squad wear down the demon first, and then they'll swoop in at the last second to steal the kill. His attendants laugh, praising his brilliance. They decide to lay low in the shadows and wait for their opening. The squad is currently struggling. The demon's pressure is immense, and they're finding it hard to even breathe, let alone cast spells. Yuika feels the doubt creeping in. She wonders if they can really win against something this powerful, but then she remembers Minato's trust in her. Ryuji shouts for them to strike first. He launches a massive physical magic strike, hoping to crack the demon's armor. The whole squad unleashes a combined barrage of fire, lightning, and water. The explosion of magic is massive, lighting up the entire street. Ryuji watches through the smoke, shouting, "Did we do it?" The smoke clears, and the demon is standing there with a creepy, toothy grin. It hasn't taken a single scratch. Yuika and Ruka are horrified. Their strongest combined attack didn't even leave a mark. The demon raises its hand, and a massive seal of fire magic appears. It's preparing a level 5 spell, and the temperature in the area starts to skyrocket. Yuika screams for everyone to dodge. She barely rolls away as the street is incinerated by a wall of fire. She looks at the destruction, realizing the demon's magic is at least twice as strong as her own. The power gap is just too huge. She feels hopeless for a second. At this rate, they're all going to be turned to ash before they can even touch the boss. Suddenly, a calm voice crackles through her headset. It's Minato. He notes that she seems to be having a hard time. He tells her he's got some advice. Work together. Yuika shouts back that they already are. Minato's voice is steady. He tells her to combine their powers in the truest sense. He says the key to winning this fight lies within the connection between her and Ruka. He tells her to figure the rest out herself and cuts the signal. Yuika is left standing in the fire, wondering what the hell he meant. The demon fires again! Yuika dives into the rubble, the heat singeing her uniform. She realizes Minato always leads them to the right answer. She calls Ruka and the others over, telling them they need to think fast. She looks at her sister and then at the demon. She remembers the elemental lecture Minato gave them a few days ago. Her eyes sharpen. The fear is gone, replaced by a cold, tactical focus. She notes that while the demon's magic is powerful, its casting time is long. She tells the squad to clear out the smaller monsters while avoiding the boss's main attacks. She starts barking out orders. She tells Shido and the police to attack from the east while her team takes the west. She'll provide the signals for when to dodge. The demon raises its hand for another level 5 blast. The air begins to shimmer with intense heat. Yuika starts a countdown. 3, 2, 1, dodge E! The entire squad moves as one. They evade the fire blast perfectly, showing a level of synchronization they never had before. Minato watches from a distance while carrying a wounded child. He's impressed. He thought Ryuji or Ruka would take command, but Yuika's knack for reading people makes her the perfect leader. But Yuika knows they're just buying time. Dodging won't win the fight, and their magic still isn't strong enough to break the demon's armor. She closes her eyes, trying to remember exactly what Minato said about combining powers. She has a flashback to Minato showing them the magic barrier and how he used simple spells to beat high-level ones. She realizes she needs to throw away everything she thought she knew about magic. It's a do-or-die moment, and she's ready to bet everything on a crazy idea. She stops in the middle of the battlefield and asks everyone to lend her their power. From the shadows, Sho is confused. He sees them gathering in a circle and thinks they've finally lost their minds. The entire squad stands together. Ryuji, Shido, Karin, and Ruka. They're all looking at Yuika with complete trust. Shido is nervous, asking if they can really pull this off. Ruka just gives her sister a nod. She believes in Yuika. The demon roars and unleashes a level 5 blazing pillar. It's its strongest attack yet, meant to wipe them all out in one shot. A massive wall of fire consumes the area. The heat is so intense, it starts melting the surrounding concrete. Shu thinks it's over. He screams that they were incompetent fools for standing still and taking the hit. But then his attendant tells him to look again. The squad is still standing! They're battered and bruised, but they've survived the blast. Karin Sanada steps forward, casting a level 3 sacred heal. A wave of light washes over the group, sealing their wounds instantly. Minato notes through his headset that it's a smart move. They couldn't fully dodge, so they used the collective mana to tank the hit and then healed immediately. Now it's time for the finale. Yuika and Ruka stand side by side, their hands glowing with an intense blue light. They reach out toward each other, their mana beginning to synchronize and resonate at a frequency that shakes the ground. The two sisters are perfectly in sync. Their blue magic circles merge, creating a massive, complex seal that the world hasn't seen in 50 years. Minato explains the theory. If an individual's power is weak, you merge your magic into a single unified stream. The results are terrifying. They unleash a level 6 grand magic spell, Burst Stream. A colossal beam of water and kinetic energy slams into the demon, letting out a roar that drowns out the monster's screams. Shido is gasping. He can't believe two students just cast a level 6 spell, the kind of magic meant to sink islands. The demon is blasted through 3 buildings, its armor shattered, and its body covered in blue blood. It falls to the ground, barely clinging to life. Shao sees his opening. He laughs, thinking this is the perfect time for his finishing blow to steal the credit. He starts casting a spell. Suddenly, green vines erupt from the ground, wrapping around Shou's body. He screams as he feels the strength literally leaving his limbs. He collapses, gasping for breath as he looks up in terror. Minato is standing there, holding a glowing green orb. He looks at Shou and says, "Good grief." Clearly done with this guy's trashy behavior. The rest of the squad watches the demon. It stopped moving, finally on the brink of death. The red clouds of the calamity begin to break, and the first rays of sunlight hit the ruined city. The squad erupts in cheers. They beat the boss and stop the disaster, and they did it all by themselves. Suddenly, Yuika and Ruka's knees buckle. Ryuji rushes over, worried. Their mana is completely exhausted. They can't move an inch, their bodies feeling like lead after that massive spell. The sisters lie on the ground, holding hands. They look at each other and smile, both saying, "We won." The Ice Queen and the Spark have finally become the ultimate duo. When the world's elite hide like cowards, a legend has to step out of the shadows and teach them what real power looks like. The SMT is back at base, celebrating their first successful mission. The police officers are beaming with pride. They finally feel like they're making a difference instead of just being cannon fodder. Yuika and Ruka are sharing a rare moment of sisterly bonding. They're proud of how far they've come under Minato's guidance. Minato gives them a confident smile. He tells the group that this is just the beginning, and that they're going to keep getting stronger. He singles out Yuika, noting that her growth has been nothing short of exceptional. Yuika turns as red as a tomato, clutching her chest. Minato asks if she knew she was using grand magic during the fight. Yuika looks at him with a blank, confused expression. She admits she had no idea what it was called. She just went with her gut and trusted the feeling of the mana. Minato is floored. He can't believe she pulled off a level 6 spell without any formal knowledge, just by using his hint. Yuika strikes a proud pose, claiming it was all thanks to her intuition and her master's advice. Minato looks at her, thinking that her natural talent might actually be even more insane than he first realized. He quickly composes himself, coughing into his hand and praising her for succeeding on the spot. He notes that their harmony as sisters played a huge part in it. Ruka and Yuika look at each other and smile, finally in sync. Minato checks the clock. It's almost time for the big announcement that's going to change everything. He grabs the remote and clicks on the news. This is the moment Shido takes the stage. The press conference is packed. High-ranking officials are explaining the necessity of the new special magic team. A reporter asks the burning question, "Is it true that the leader of this elite squad is just a high school student?" Shido steps up to the mic, looking more serious than ever. He confirms that he is representing the SMT's leader. He looks the cameras dead in the eye and admits that yes, the squad leader is indeed a student. The room erupts in chaos. The reporters can't believe a minor is being put in charge of national security. Shido shuts them down, declaring that Minato possesses a power that completely surpasses any of the current magic nobles. He drops a truth bomb, reminding everyone that the nobles did absolutely nothing while the police and citizens were being slaughtered. He gestures wildly, shouting that when no one else would help, this boy appeared and saved everyone. Shido slams his fist on the podium, calling Minato the savior, who will carry this new era on his shoulders. Watching from the TV, Minato just sighs. He really wishes Shido wouldn't make such a massive deal out of everything. On screen, the older politicians are panicking. They claim Shido's statement is problematic and could offend the powerful noble families. But the public sentiment is shifting. People are whispering that the Fuka clan in particular has a notorious reputation for being lazy. The police chief tries to play damage control, sweating as he says they aren't trying to undermine the nobles. Suddenly, a loud halt echoes through the hall. Fuka Shao stomps into the room, looking like a total joke. He's shouting that the current leader is incompetent and that a mage noble like him should be in charge. His 2 lackeys are doing dramatic poses behind him as he complains about being ignored for the press conference. Shido is fed up. He asks Shou why he's even here after losing the challenge so miserably. Shou just picks his ear and acts like he doesn't remember any challenge. His lackeys follow his lead, playing dumb. He laughs in Shido's face, saying that as a noble, his words are absolute and peasants should just shut up and listen. A female reporter raises her hand, asking if she can ask the new leader a question. Xiao, thinking he's won, tells her to go ahead. She drops a nuclear bomb of a question, asking if it's true that Xiao actually put citizens in danger during the fight instead of helping them. Xiao's face turns pale. He starts stuttering, claiming there's no way that ever happened. The reporters pull out their tablets. They have high-def videos and images of Xiao running away while people were screaming for help. The room turns hostile. The media starts shouting that exposing citizens to danger is unacceptable and won't be tolerated. Xiao loses his cool, screaming at the peasants to keep their mouths shut. He says it was their fault for being in his way. Shido seizes the moment. He shouts that everyone can see the truth now. The current nobles are corrupt and useless. He points to the image of Minato on the screen, saying the world needs selfless heroes who actually fight for the people. He literally grabs Xiao and starts dragging him out, declaring that they don't need nobles who won't protect their own citizens. The police chief is facepalming in the background while Xiao is dragged away, gritting his teeth in pure humiliated rage. Xiao runs out of the building, screaming that he'll make them all regret this. He's officially a public villain now. Back at the base, Minato is impressed. He didn't think Shido had the guts to actually go that far. Yuika and Ruka run over with a tablet. The internet is exploding. Videos of the calamity are everywhere. The nobles are getting absolutely roasted online, especially the Fuka family. Minato realizes the internet is a scary place. Information spreads way too fast for his comfort. Yuika lets out a shocked gasp, pointing at the screen. Minato's heart sinks. He realizes exactly what she's looking at. Their faces were caught perfectly on camera during the fight. The special magic team is now the most famous group in Japan. Minato buries his face in his hand. Hiding his identity is officially impossible now. His quiet life is over, 1 week later. The SMT headquarters is a buzz of activity. Minato walks into a meeting room and stops dead in his tracks. The room is packed with people. Dozens of police officers and mages are sitting at desks, waiting for him. Shido rubs the back of his neck, laughing. He explains that after the press conference, the number of volunteers skyrocketed and the higher-ups are finally giving full approval. He apologizes to Minato for running amok during the conference, but he promises to make it up to him. Minato sighs. He wanted to train mages, but he never wanted to be a public celebrity. Yuika leans in with a big smile, telling him to just give up and accept it. The whole world is watching him now. Minato rubs his temples. He just wants to handle things his own way without the extra attention. The mood shifts to somewhere dark and cold. A man is tied up in a chair in a derelict building. A pair of polished shoes stops in front of him. A voice demands to know more. A man with red hair is sweating and trembling as a sharp knife is held to his throat. He's being asked everything he knows about the Black Mage. Kagashuji, the sadistic executive of Black Rebellion, stares down at him with cold, calculating eyes. The victim screams that he's already told them everything he knows. He repeats that it's just a young man who can cast insane magic. Suddenly, Kaga slashes his face, blood spraying against the wall. Kaga leans in, shouting that there has to be more. The red-haired man is sobbing in pain. Desperate to survive, the man remembers a rumor. The police are searching the Magic Academy for the Black Mage. The words echo in the dark room. The hero might actually be a student. Kaga pulls back, seeing that the man truly knows nothing else. The red-haired man begs to be released, and Kaga gives him a creepy, snake-like smile. Kaga says he'll release him from life's grasp. He slashes the man's throat without a second thought. The man falls, blood pooling on the floor. Kaga just looks at his sleeve in disgust. He starts screaming filthy over and over, wiping a tiny speck of blood off his expensive suit. He's a total psychopath. He calms down instantly, thinking about the student lead. A dark grin spreads across his face as he thinks about hearing a young man's screams. He looks out into the darkness, telling the Black Mage to wait for him. The hunt is officially on. Shinjuku at night is a neon-lit jungle. A monster suddenly explodes into a burst of energy, killed instantly. The black magician, Minato in his hoodie and mask, stands over the corpse of a demon. He hears something and turns quickly. A bunch of teenagers are nearby, filming the scene with their phones. They're more excited about the content than the danger. One of them screams that they missed their chance to film the legend himself. They're obsessed with the Black Mage hype. Minato watches from a rooftop, hoping the hype would have cooled off by now. He notices that people are actively searching for him even in quiet residential areas. The police patrols have increased too. He notes that the authorities seem to be handling small-scale monsters much better now. He touches his mask, wondering if the city even needs the Black Mage anymore, if the SMT is doing its job. Suddenly, his sharp senses pick up a different kind of trouble. In a dark alley, 3 thugs are beating a man. They're demanding 10 million yen, telling him to sell his organs if he can't pay. The victim cries out that he only borrowed 200,000. The interest rates are literally criminal. The thugs activate fire magic circles. They aren't just punks, they're illegal magic users. They're ready to burn the guy alive. Before they can strike, Minato drops from the sky like a shadow. A massive shield of golden mana appears, absorbing the fire blast and knocking the thugs backward. The lead thug is furious, calling Minato an interfering brat. He asks if he thinks he's some kind of hero. He screams that it's time for the hero to learn what real pain feels like. A split second later, the thugs are on their knees, faces swollen and bruised. They're begging for mercy before they can even blink. Minato looks at them with disappointment. He realizes the police still haven't cleared out the illegal mages from the streets. The thugs whisper to each other, wondering if this guy is the Black Mage everyone's talking about. They worry the syndicate will find out they're on the wrong turf. Minato grabs one by the collar. He asks what they mean by underground organization. They start shaking, claiming they know nothing about Black Rebellion. They're clearly terrified of the name. Minato offers them a deal, tell him everything, and he might let them go. The thugs start spilling everything. He says Black Rebellion is a massive underground guild of mages involved in every crime imaginable. He adds that they have deep connections in politics and the media, which is why they're untouchable. He reveals there's a branch nearby in Kabukicho. He admits they were hoping to join up, but now they just want to run. Minato knocks them out with a tiny flick of mana. They fall over like sacks of potatoes. He remembers Sergeant Sanada mentioning the rise in illegal mages. It all leads back to this, Black Rebellion. A sharp, dangerous light enters his eyes. He's found a new target. He decides that while Minato Kusanagi handles the monsters, the Black Mage will clean up the human trash in the underworld. He sets his sights on Kabukicho, ready to dismantle the syndicate brick by brick. Kabukicho is the heart of Tokyo's nightlife, loud, flashy, and full of drunk businessmen. Minato walks through the crowds, seeing hostesses and shady characters everywhere. Touts are shouting about cabaret clubs and cheap drinks. It's a sensory overload. Minato is unimpressed. He thinks the modern entertainment districts are way too blinding. He can sense magic traces everywhere, but it's hard to tell which ones belong to the organization in such a crowded place. He decides to start by finding some guys doing questionable things and follows a shady lead into a side alley. He finds 2 guys dealing illegal magic catalysts. They're bragging about how high the quality is. They notice Minato staring and start barking at him, asking if he wants to get killed. A moment later, they're unconscious on the ground. Minato notes that they were just small-time dealers who knew nothing. He decides to report them anonymously and keep moving. He notices a crowd forming near a bar. 2 men are lying on the ground, and a guy is pointing a gun at someone. Minato checks a phone he swiped. He sees a message about a place called Bar Western. One of the thugs he caught is begging for his life, saying Bar Western is where the organization members gather. Minato lets him go, hoping the information is actually accurate for once. He arrives at the entrance of Bar Western. It looks like a standard, quiet underground bar. Inside, a woman with short purple hair is sitting at the counter. She's looking around nervously. There are a few tough-looking guys sitting at the tables, nursing their drinks and watching the door. The purple-haired woman slides a stack of cash toward the bartender. The bartender, a man with a thick mustache, asks what she's looking for today. She looks him in the eye and says she's looking for information. The bartender asks what she wants to know, and she bluntly asks for the location of Black Rebellion's main hideout. The bartender's face goes cold. He tells her she's asking the wrong question. He leans in, telling her she should be asking what's going to happen to her next. The guys at the tables all stand up at once. The thugs surround her, laughing. They say they heard a beauty was sniffing around their business. The woman, Asami, realizes she's been fed false info, and it's a trap. The bartender shouts for them to grab her but keep her alive. They activate their magic circles. Asami tries to cast a spell to escape, but she's outnumbered. She runs for the door, but a blast of fire blocks her path. She's knocked down, her shoulders singed by the flames. She grunts in pain, trapped against the wall. The lead thug towers over her, making creepy comments about having her all to himself. Asami closes her eyes, apologizing to someone named Kai. She thinks she's failed her mission. Suddenly the door swings open. The black mage walks in, looking completely out of place in the bar. The thugs stop, looking at him with confusion. They ask, "What now?" Thinking it's just another lost kid. Minato ignores them and walks straight up to the bartender. He leans over the counter and asks a simple question. "Are the members of the underground organization here?" The thug walks over and puts a hand on Minato's head, mocking him. He asks if the kid even understands the situation he's in. He tells Minato to go home and stay under his mommy's skirt. He goes to push him away. Minato doesn't even use magic. He just unleashes a lightning-fast punch into the guy's stomach. The thug is sent flying across the room, smashing through a wooden partition and into the wall. He lets out a pathetic "Mama" before passing out. Asami and the other thugs are paralyzed with shock. They've never seen a human being hit that hard. Asami realizes this is no ordinary person. She didn't see him cast a spell, yet he sent a full-grown man flying with one hit. Minato walks further into the room, calling them a pile of low-level mages. He looks completely unimpressed. He calls them scum for ganging up on a woman. He says the Black Rebellion thugs are rotten to the core. The red-haired thug panics and shouts for everyone to kill him. He thinks they can't lose if they all attack at once. The thugs unleash a barrage of fire and lightning. Minato is a blur of motion, weaving through the attacks effortlessly. Asami watches, thinking he's crazy. Numbers have the advantage indoors, and he's not even trying to cast a defensive spell. She screams for him to run as a massive fire blast heads straight for him. Minato just sighs, muttering, "Good grief." He's clearly bored. He disappears! He moves so fast he leaves afterimages in the air. He delivers a brutal palm strike to the first thug's chin, shutting his lights out instantly. He follows up with a roundhouse kick to another guy's face. The sound of the impact echoes through the bar. He's taking them out one by one like he's practicing on punching bags. The thugs can't even touch his clothes. He grabs one guy by the head and slams him into the floor, the concrete cracking under the force. A massive crack fills the room as another thug hits the furniture. It's a total slaughter. Minato is moving with a grace and speed that defies logic. The bar is a wreck. Asami is staring in disbelief, her mouth hanging open. In less than 10 seconds, every single thug is unconscious on the ground. Minato stands in the middle of the mess, not even breathing hard. Asami tries to process what happened. He moved too quickly for her eyes to follow, and she still hasn't seen him use a single magic circle. The last standing thug is shaking on the ground, crying out and asking, "What the hell are you?" Minato stands over him, his voice cold and steady. He tells the guy he is the Black Mage, the man who is going to annihilate Black Rebellion. The thug's eyes roll back in his head as he passes out from pure terror. Minato starts walking toward the back, ignoring the bodies. Asami thinks he's an elite, or maybe even one of those legendary mages from the history books. He walks up to her and checks her shoulder. She flinches as he gets close. She notices he looks about high school age. She's mesmerized by his striking, deep purple eyes. He asks if she's injured. Asami stammers that she's fine, completely caught off guard by his concern. He leaves her and heads back to the counter where the bartender is hiding. Minato leans over the bar and tells the mustache man to start talking about the organization. The bartender is sobbing, saying he can't talk or they'll kill him. Minato vanishes and reappears behind the counter in a flash, his hand slamming into the wood next to the man's head. He tells him this is his last chance. The bartender screams that he'll talk. He begs Minato not to cut him in half. He reveals the organization's base is in Tokyo, with branches all over Japan. He says the Kabukicho branch head is a real monster, but when asked for the specific location, the man cries out that he doesn't know. They only give the low-level guys the crap jobs. Minato realizes he's hit another dead end. He watches the bartender run away, frustrated that he's back to square one. He sighs, thinking he'll just have to keep hunting illegal mages until he finds a lead. He starts to walk out. "Wait!" Asami shouts, reaching out toward him. She thanks him for saving her. She admits she doesn't want to think about what would have happened if he hadn't shown up. Minato doesn't even look back. He tells her not to sweat it, he was just passing by. He coldly adds that if she knew it was dangerous and still came, she only has herself to blame. Asami laughs nervously, saying he's quite harsh. Minato just replies that he's only harsh toward adults. She asks if he's searching for the Black Rebellion branch. She wants to know what he plans to do once he finds it. Minato stops and turns his head slightly. He says one word, "Destroy it." Asami can feel the weight behind his words. She realizes he's dead serious about obliterating the syndicate. She thinks to herself that while he's powerful, he can't do it all alone, and neither can she. She gathers her courage and asks if he wants to join forces with her. Minato looks at her, skeptical. With you? She reveals that she's a detective. She has access to government info and underworld connections that he doesn't, but she lacks his strength. She thinks that the Black Mage is even more powerful than the rumors say. If she works with him, she might finally achieve her own goals. Minato thinks about it. Information in exchange for his strength, it's an ideal partnership for his current situation. Asami extends her hand, a confident smile on her face. She asks again to join forces. Minato stares at her hand, his eyes reflecting the neon lights from outside. The Black Mage and the detective, the underground, has a new problem. Minato hesitates for a second, weighing his options. He needs her intel, but he's already decided that if she becomes a liability, he's cutting her loose without a second thought. He takes her hand, sealing the deal. They're partners now, and for Asami, this is the breakthrough she's been praying for. She introduces herself as Leona, keeping her real name a secret even in this dark corner of the world. Minato keeps it simple. He's just the Black Mage. Leona finds it a bit of a mouthful and asks if he's got something shorter she can use. Minato doesn't care about nicknames. He tells her she can call him whatever she wants as long as they get to work. She settles on Chrono, and he gives her a silent nod of approval. Names don't matter, results do. Minato cuts straight to the chase. He wants to know why the Black Rebellion was hunting her down in the first place. Her face darkens as she admits she was digging too deep, trying to locate their main hideout. Minato calls her out for being reckless, but she's not having it. She's been protecting herself in this gutter long before he showed up. Her voice drops, filled with a mix of fear and rage. She knows her limits, but in a city where everyone is terrified of the Black Rebellion, she was the only one willing to move. Ever since the calamity hit, the police have been stretched thin, leaving the streets of Kabukicho to rot under the rule of rogue mages. Minato listens as she describes the chaos. Illegal organizations are thriving while the world burns. It's a story he's heard before, but it doesn't make it any less annoying. He notices her hand trembling, a tiny crack in her tough exterior that she's desperately trying to hide. He acknowledges that she's in a rough spot. He's not here to give her a hug, but he's listening. Leona's eyes sharpen, looking back at a memory that clearly haunts her every waking moment. It turns out this isn't just a job for her. Her little brother was targeted and brutally attacked by those rogue mages. Since their parents died years ago, it's just been the two of them. She was his protector, his everything. She worked herself to the bone, taking every dirty job imaginable just to make sure he had a roof over his head and food on the table. He was a good kid, never complaining about being lonely while she was away at work. But their peace was shattered the day a group of burglars decided their home was an easy target. Her brother was there when they broke in. He saw their faces, and that was his death sentence. These weren't just common thieves, they were magic users. One of them raised a hand, a glowing red seal appearing as he prepared to blast a helpless child. The memory of her brother screaming as magic tore through their home is burned into her mind. Now, that sadness has turned into a cold purple fire in her eyes. She's out for blood. Minato asks about the boy's condition. She tells him he survived the initial hit, but he hasn't opened his eyes since. Minato realizes the gravity of the situation. A magic-induced coma is something even high-level sacred magic can't easily wake someone from. She's desperate. Her brother is only 9 years old, and the doctors have no idea if he'll ever wake up. The guys who did it were low-level Black Rebellion thugs. They're behind bars now, but for Leona, that's nowhere near enough. Minato asks if she just wants revenge, but she denies it. She wants to correct the world, so no one else has to feel this kind of pain. She knows she lacks the power to do it alone, but she looks at Minato like he's her last hope. She knows he's the only one who can actually stand against them. Minato studies her. She's not lying, and she's showing him her scars just to prove she won't betray him. He's impressed by her grit. A small smirk plays under his mask. He's always had a soft spot for people who are desperate enough to do whatever it takes. He tells her he'll help, if she proves she's useful. Leona doesn't miss a beat, pulling out her phone and showing off her massive info network. She's found several potential hideouts, but she's been moving slow because she didn't want to accidentally kick a hornet's nest of Yakuza or Mafia. She asks him what his strategy is. How are they going to handle these multiple locations? Minato gives the most MC answer possible. They're just going to storm every single one of them. Leona freaks out, calling it reckless. Even for him, walking into a den of armed criminals sounds like a suicide mission. Minato just stands there, oozing confidence. He's the Black Mage. Death isn't an option on his itinerary. Seeing his resolve, she sighs and agrees to go with him. Minato warns her she might actually die this time. She claims she doesn't care about her own life anymore, but Minato shuts that down instantly by asking about her brother. If she dies, who's left for him? He's seen enough death to know that leaving a family behind is the ultimate failure. He leans in, his voice cold and stern. Money is trash compared to family. He tells her to never say she's okay with dying again. Leona snaps back, her emotions boiling over. She screams that a strong person like him couldn't possibly understand what it's like to be weak. She's tired of living righteously, only to be crushed by the scum of the earth. Tears start to fall as she describes the helplessness of being beaten and unable to swing back. She breaks down, asking why they had to deserve any of this misery. She's sobbing now, the weight of the world finally crushing her spirit in front of a stranger. Minato just stands there, letting her vent. He knows that sometimes you just have to let the poison out before you can fight. After a moment, she wipes her eyes, looking up at him with a mix of embarrassment and lingering sadness. He doesn't offer pity. He just asks for the locations again. It's time to move. He gives her a look that says everything. They aren't going there to talk. They're going there to break some bones. A small, genuine smile finally breaks through her tears. She's ready. They step out into the night. Leona mentions that the first spot is a long walk, but Minato tells her they won't be walking. He steps behind her, and before she can even ask what he's doing, he scoops her up in a princess carry and tells her to just hang on tight. Leona's face goes bright red. She's a professional detective, but being carried like this by a mysterious mage is definitely not in her handbook. Meanwhile, at a Yakuza office, the thugs are relaxing, oblivious to the storm that's about to break through their window. One of the guys looks out the window, confused by a strange shadow moving fast across the moonlit sky. Crash! Minato smashes right through the glass, landing perfectly in the middle of the room while still holding Leona. He lands right on top of one of the thugs, turning him into a human rug instantly. The others can only scream in shock. Minato stands up, looking around the room like he's just checking into a hotel. He calmly asks if this is a Black Rebellion hideout. Leona is still reeling, her heart pounding against her ribs. She really thought the fall was going to kill them both. The Yakuza goons snap out of it. One pulls a gun, another a sword, screaming at the punks who just invaded their territory. Minato just sighs. Yakuza haven't changed a bit in 50 years, still loud, still arrogant, and still way out of their league. The boss of the group, a guy with sunglasses and a cigar, looms over Minato, demanding to know who the hell he is. Minato stares him down, his eyes cold and unblinking. The Black Mage, he says, and the air in the room suddenly feels heavy. The boss loses his cool and orders his men to kill them both right now! Minato tells Leona to stay close to him. He's about to turn this office into a playground. A thug swings a heavy blade down with a murderous grin, thinking he's got an easy kill. Clang! A green barrier of mana flashes into existence. The sword shatters like glass against Minato's absolute defense. The thug stares at his broken hilt, his brain failing to process how a kid just turned his weapon into toothpicks. Seeing the blade fail, the others open fire. Muzzle flashes light up the room as they try to turn Minato into Swiss cheese. The bullets hit the barrier and just stop. They fall to the floor like harmless pebbles, while Minato and Leona stand there completely unbothered. The Yakuza are terrified now. They aren't fighting a human, they're fighting a monster. Minato walks through the hail of lead, his presence so overwhelming that the thugs start backing away in pure instinctual fear. He stares directly at the boss, asking again, "Are you connected to the Black Rebellion?" The boss tries to keep his tough guy act up, screaming about how he's being underestimated, but his voice is shaking. Every gun in the room goes off at once. It's a desperate attempt to stop the inevitable. Minato just finds it annoying. He asks Leona why they're so stubborn, while she wonders how they're still alive in the middle of a literal war zone. He realizes there isn't a single mage in the building. This whole group is just a bunch of low-level thugs with zero connection to his target. He decides it's time to end this little distraction and get back to the real hunt. One final thug charges with a sword, but Minato just steps into his space, faster than the eye can follow. Boom! A wave of pressure erupts from him, sending the entire group flying across the room and smashing them into the walls. In seconds, the room is quiet. The tough Yakuza are all unconscious or too broken to move. Leona is speechless. She's seen mages before, but nothing like this. He didn't even break a sweat. Minato turns toward the broken window. It's a dead end, so it's time to hit the next spot on the list. Leona watches him, realizing that with this kind of power, he might actually be the one to wipe out the Black Rebellion for good. Before she can process that thought, Minato grabs her again. She lets out a startled "huh?" as he pulls her close. He bluntly tells her they're leaving, and she realizes exactly how they're leaving. Whoosh! He leaps out the window, and Leona's scream echoes through the night sky. She really hates the flying part. They crash into a second office, glass flying everywhere as they repeat the process. These guys are already on their knees, begging for mercy before Minato even says a word. Minato is genuinely confused. Why do these idiots keep attacking him instead of just talking? Leona leans over, exhausted. She tells him Yakuza aren't exactly known for their high IQs or listening skills. She also begs him to stop using windows. At this point, they aren't even investigating. They're just professional aerial ambushers. Minato thinks for a second and says he thought it was fine since they're criminals. Leona just stares at him. His logic is completely broken. He agrees to do it by the book this time. No windows. No crashing. Just a standard visit. Ding dong. They actually use the doorbell at the next location. It's almost surreal. A bald, middle-aged guy opens the door, looking annoyed at the interruption. Minato asks politely about the Black Rebellion, but Leona is standing behind him, sweating bullets. Slam! The guy tells them to get lost and bangs the door shut in their faces. Minato has a, well, I tried look on his face, while Leona just facepalms. She knew this was coming. Kaboom! Minato kicks the door so hard it flies off the hinges and takes out a guy standing behind it. So much for by the book. The thugs inside go wild, pulling out knives and screaming about a rival clan raid. Minato ignores the noise and tries asking one more time. He just wants information. A massive guy charges at him, swinging a punch that would crack concrete. Minato's eyes glow with a dangerous light. He tells the guy he should really learn to listen when someone is talking. Sirac! Minato delivers a punch that sends the giant straight into the floor, shattering the tiles. The guy is embedded in the ground, his face a mess of regret. The others stop dead in their tracks. Minato looks around the room, shielding his eyes like he's looking for a lost puppy. Where's your boss? An older man with a mustache and a calm demeanor steps forward. This is Boss Ushiro, and he's clearly a different breed. Minato asks if this clan is connected to the Black Rebellion. The boss looks at him with a surprisingly thoughtful expression. One of the subordinates tries to attack for the disrespectful question, charging with a knife. Inu! Ushiro barks, his voice carrying the authority of a man who's ruled for decades. He warns his men to stay back. He knows a predator when he sees one, and he knows they can't handle Minato. He answers the question directly. His clan has zero relation to trash organizations like the Black Rebellion. He explains that his clan is about honor, not the senseless violence BR loves. Minato asks for their hideout, promising to leave if he gets an answer. Next thing you know, they're sitting down for tea. It's the most civil raid in history. Leona is sitting there, surrounded by Yakuza, wondering how her life turned into a weird social gathering. They exchange formal introductions. Ushiro treats them with respect, which catches Minato off guard. Ushiro pulls out a map. He's been tracking BR himself because their new school methods are ruining the neighborhood. He marks the location of a warehouse that's definitely being used by mages. That's all the info he has. Minato checks the map. It matches the locations Leona suspected. He realizes she's actually a top-tier detective. Minato asks Ushiro why he's helping. Aren't they all part of the same criminal underworld? Ushiro takes offense. He considers himself a respectable person who doesn't harm civilians. Minato finds that hilarious coming from a Yakuza boss. Ushiro insists that even Yakuza have principles. He refuses to be lumped in with the trash that hurts women and kids. Minato finds it interesting. In this corrupt modern era, a Yakuza with honor is a rare sight. He stands up, ready to head out. He's got what he came for, and a deal is a deal. Ushiro warns him that the BR is connected to some very influential people. Taking them down won't be a walk in the park. Minato just smirks at him. Opponents like that? He's already faced plenty of influential gods and demons in his past life. He grabs Leona and heads for the exit. No tea again! He dives out the window once more, Leona's screams fading into the night as they fly toward the real target. Ushiro watches them go, a small smile on his face. It's not often you see a kid with that much guts anymore. He thinks that if anyone can actually wipe out the Black Rebellion, it's that mysterious mage. We've reached the final destination, a massive industrial warehouse where the real dirty work happens. Inside, a deal is going down. A red-haired thug from the Black Rebellion is meeting with an overseas mafia rep. They're inspecting crates of high-grade assault rifles. This isn't just a magic gang, it's an international arms ring. The deal involves a massive suitcase full of cash. Both sides are smiling, thinking they've made a killing. Thousands of high-denomination notes are laid out. This is the lifeblood of the organization. The mafia guys look satisfied. They've got the weapons, and the BR has the funding to expand their operations. They shake hands, laughing about how easy it is to do business when the law is looking the other way. The mafia boss laughs about how kind Japan is to criminals. They think the country is filled with soft, peace-loving fools. The red-haired thug agrees. They feel like kings in a land where no one has the balls to fight back. They're laughing like villains in a B-movie, completely unaware that their best country ever just sent its worst nightmare. Crash! The ceiling window shatters, and Minato drops in like a tactical nuke, still holding a terrified Leona. He lands right in the middle of the deal, the impact sending a shockwave through the warehouse. The thugs scramble, pulling out guns and summoning magic circles. They're shocked anyone had the guts to find this place. Minato's eyes are locked on his targets. He's finally found the heart of the rot. He sets Leona down, his voice cold and steady. Black Rebellion. It's over. He looks around, counting the numbers. There are quite a few mages here, and they all look ready to kill. He notes that about half the mafia guys are magic users too. This isn't just a gang. It's a small army of rogue casters. He tells Leona to take cover. She ducks behind a shipping container, pulling out her phone to record the evidence. Her hands are shaking as she watches the mages surround Minato. This is the moment she's been waiting for, but the scale of it is terrifying. The red-haired thug screams at Minato, demanding to know who this brat is and why he's interrupting their business. Minato just sighs. Good grief. Villains always start with that same line, don't they? He introduces himself as the Black Mage. He's not here for a chat, he's here to erase them from existence. The thugs look at each other, and then back at the skinny kid in a hoodie. They burst out laughing. The whole room is filled with the sound of criminals mocking a kid who thinks he's a hero. The leader laughs so hard he has tears in his eyes. He asks what a single brat can possibly do against all of them. Minato doesn't respond with words. A massive beam of fire erupts from his hand, cutting through the laughter like a hot knife through butter. Boom! The explosion sends thugs flying. The warehouse is suddenly filled with the screams of the guys who were just laughing. Minato reaches out a hand, his expression hidden by his mask, but his intent is clear. He's taking them all down. The survivors panic. Fire! Kill him! They unleash a barrage of elemental magic. Fire, light, and energy beams all converge on one spot. Minato stands in the middle of the storm, his barrier shimmering with green sparks as it absorbs every single hit without moving an inch. He calculates the room. If he uses anything higher than level 2 magic indoors, he'll bring the whole building down on his own head. The thugs are losing it. Their attacks aren't working, and their bullets are just bouncing off into the walls. They've never seen magic like this. It's not just strong, it's absolute. Minato thinks it's cute that they call this magic. To him, it's barely even parlor tricks. The leader gets a desperate idea. He remembers that thing they brought along for emergencies. They start smirking again, thinking they've found a loophole in his defenses. A thug in a gas mask pulls out a specialized grenade. This isn't an explosive. It's poison gas. Minato senses the danger instantly. He yells at Leona to run outside right now! She doesn't ask questions. She sprints for the exit as fast as her legs can carry her. The thug tosses the canister. It hits the ground and begins spewing a thick, yellowish cloud. Minato clicks his tongue. He knows magic barriers can block physical force, but gas is a different story. The cloud quickly engulfs him, hiding him from view as the toxic fumes fill the room. The thugs laugh through their gas masks. They think they've won, because no mage can resist poison gas once it's in their lungs. They're celebrating, thinking the black mage is finally dead on the floor. They walk toward the cloud, eager to see the dead face of the kid who dared to challenge them. One of them stops, squinting through the haze. Something is wrong. Minato is standing there, perfectly fine, leaning against a crate like he's bored. They scream in terror. How is he still breathing? How is he even standing? He explains it to them like they're children. Magic shields can't block gas, sure, but gas follows the laws of air. If you just use wind magic to circulate the air around your body, the poison never even touches you. He gives them a look of pure disdain. A superior mage like him isn't going to be taken out by a common chemistry set. The leader panics and screams for backup on his radio, but there's only static on the other end. Minato walks toward him. Of course they aren't picking up. While I was coming here... We see the other rooms in the warehouse. Every single guard and backup unit is already slumped over, defeated. He's been busy. Every hideout outside of Kabukicho has already been dismantled in a single night. These guys are the only ones left, the absolute final remnants of the local branch. He looms over them, his presence filling the entire warehouse with a suffocating pressure. The leaders are shaking, their bravado completely shattered as they realize they're looking at a god in a hoodie. In a flash, they're all on the ground. The threat is over. The warehouse is silent. Minato declares the Kabukicho branch finished. He prepares to call Leona back inside to finish the paperwork. Suddenly, he freezes. His senses tingle. Someone else is here, and they aren't a common thug. Out of the shadows, a figure appears. It's Kaga, and he's holding a knife to Leona's throat. The blade is cold against her skin. Kaga smiles, a sick, twisted grin that says he's enjoying every second of this. He looks at Minato, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. So, Black Mage, care to negotiate? The real fight is just beginning. Kaga Shuji stands there with a sick grin, holding Leona hostage. He's impressed that one kid managed to wipe out an entire branch, but he thinks he's found Minato's weakness. He tightens his grip on the knife, leaning in close to Leona's face. He wants to play a game, and the stakes are her life. He stares directly at the Black Mage, asking if he's ready to negotiate. He's enjoying the power trip, thinking he finally has the upper hand. Minato gauges the distance. He's too far to use a physical strike without Kaga reacting, so he needs a distraction, or a gap in his defense. He starts charging a low-level spell in his hand, planning to force Kaga to drop the knife in an instant. But Kaga is no idiot. He tells Minato to stay exactly where he is, warning him that one wrong move means the girl dies. Minato realizes this guy can actually sense mana. In this era of weak mages, Kaga is a rare breed who can actually see how much power Minato is holding back. Kaga's mana level is around 40,000, which makes him a high-level threat compared to the garbage mages Minato has fought so far. Leona's voice trembles as she apologizes to Minato. She feels like a burden for following him into this mess and getting caught. Minato's eyes soften for a split second under his mask. He tells her not to sweat it, and promises that he's going to get her out of there. This pisses Kaga off. He screams at Minato for ignoring him, demanding that the boy acknowledge who's really in control here. He starts ranting like a total psychopath, calling himself the god of this place and threatening to end Leona right now. Minato holds up his hands, pretending to submit. He tells Kaga he understands and won't try anything funny. Kaga's ego inflates even more. He loves seeing the mighty Black Mage bow down to him. He finally introduces himself as Kaga Shuji, the head of the local Black Rebellion branch, acting all high and mighty. He reveals that his boss actually wanted to recruit the Black Mage, but since Minato chose to be an enemy, the order has changed to execution. He mentions that he's tortured plenty of people to get info on the Black Mage, and he's finally got the target right where he wants him. But then, his face twists into a mask of pure rage. He screams at Leona, calling her a small fry for trying to destroy his organization, and he slices her neck just to show he's serious. A thin line of red appears on her throat. Leona winces in pain, tears of frustration and fear welling up in her eyes. Minato's gaze goes cold. The room temperature feels like it just dropped 40 degrees as he watches the scum hurt his partner. Kaga mocks them. Oops, pardon me, acting like the shallow cut was just a little mistake. He laughs it off, saying killing a hostage would be boring, but he's clearly getting off on the cruelty. He looks at the blood on his blade with a twisted fascination, acting like a true bottom-of-the-barrel creep. He rants about how beautiful blood looks when it's not his own. This guy is way past the point of being sane. He finally lays out the terms of the negotiation, and it's exactly what you'd expect from a coward like him. He tells Minato that he's going to torture him slowly and then kill him. He gives Minato a choice. He can run away and save himself, but if he does, Leona dies instantly. He holds the knife high, laughing like a maniac, demanding that the Black Mage choose between his own life and the woman's. Minato doesn't even blink. He calmly accepts the torture, walking straight into the trap. Kaga is stunned for a second. He didn't expect the legendary vigilante to give up that easily. He mocks Minato's self-sacrificing spirit, finding the whole situation absolutely wonderful. Minato thinks to himself that normally no attack would even scratch him because of his passive defenses. Kaga realizes this too. He points his knife and demands that Minato restrains his mana so he can actually feel the pain. Leona watches in horror. She realizes Minato has been untouchable because of a magic barrier, and now he's turning it off for her. She knows that if he drops his guard, he's just a normal human body against a high-level mage. Minato drops the barrier, and a shimmering green aura fades from around him. He knows he messed up by letting Kaga see his tricks earlier. He stands there completely defenseless, waiting for the first strike as the air hums with Kaga's dark energy. He asks Kaga if he's satisfied now. He's ready to take whatever the psychopath throws at him. Kaga doesn't hesitate. He summons a purple magic circle and blasts Minato with a jagged bolt of energy. He screams at Minato not to move, his face contorted with a sadistic joy as he finally gets to play with his target. Multiple bolts of purple lightning tear into Minato's chest and arms. Kaga laughs, promising not to kill him yet. He wants to savor every scream. He's having the time of his life, dumping mana into the spell just to see Minato suffer. Minato is blasted backward, his body hitting the ground hard as the energy sizzles through his clothes. Leona screams his name, her heart breaking as she watches him get torn apart for her sake. She blames herself entirely. She's the reason the strongest mage she's ever met is currently being used as a punching bag. Kaga raises his hand for the final blow, thanking Minato for the pleasant time before saying his final farewell. Leona's eyes glow with a desperate purple light. She refuses to let him die. Minato is her only hope, and she's ready to throw her life away to save him. She tries to move, but Kaga sees right through her. He slaps her down with the hilt of his knife, laughing at her weakness. He mocks her, saying that if she weren't here, Minato never would have lost. He's blaming her for his death just to twist the knife. He calls it a fitting end for a stupid woman, and prepares to finish her off now that the black mage is down. V-Room! In a blur of speed, Minato is suddenly there, blocking the knife with his bare arm. Bam! He delivers a devastating punch straight into Kaga's face, sending the glasses-wearing creep flying backward. Kaga hits the floor, rolling over like a broken doll as blood sprays from his nose. Minato stands tall, looking down at the pile of trash. He tells Kaga that the only one who's actually pitiful in this room is him. Leona is stunned. She asks how he's okay. Didn't he drop his magic barrier like Kaga asked? Minato shrugs. It was a simple trick. Just before the magic hit, he put up a tiny, localized barrier at the point of impact, so Kaga wouldn't notice. Leona just stares at him. That's not simple at all. The timing and control required to do that are beyond anything a normal mage can even imagine. He walks over to her, his hand glowing with a soft healing light. He tells her she's safe now, and she doesn't need to worry. She collapses onto the floor, the adrenaline finally leaving her body as she lets out a breath of pure relief. Kaga pulls himself up, his face swollen and his mind racing. He's absolutely furious that he was played like a fiddle. Minato is actually impressed that Kaga didn't faint from that punch. It looks like the guy was hiding a lot more power than he initially showed. Kaga is losing his mind, screaming about how dare a brat hurt him. He's done playing games and he's ready for a real execution. A massive column of fire erupts around him. He's done with torture, he just wants to burn Minato to ashes right now. Minato notices the mana spiked. Kaga was definitely holding back, and now he's finally showing his true colors as a high-rank mage. Two massive purple and red magic circles appear. Kaga screams for them to burn as he prepares his ultimate spell. The air in the warehouse begins to vibrate from the sheer pressure of the energy being gathered. Fire Spark! A level 4 compound spell of fire and lightning surges forward, filling the entire room with a blinding, lethal inferno. Minato stands his ground, shielding Leona as the wave of destruction rushes toward them, turning the warehouse into a furnace. Leona is terrified. A level 4 compound spell is something that can wipe out entire city blocks, and they're right in the middle of it. She screams as the heat becomes unbearable, certain that this is the moment they both die. Flash! Minato raises a single hand, and a golden honeycomb barrier appears, perfectly blocking the entire inferno. Kaga can't believe it. A level 1 shield spell just completely shut down his level 4 masterpiece? It's physically impossible according to modern magic. Leona feels a sudden wave of relief wash over her. She looks at Minato's back and realizes she stopped being afraid because she knows he's got this. She looks at him with awe, wondering who or what this guy actually is. He's rewriting the rules of magic right in front of her. Kaga laughs hysterically, trying to hide his fear. He's thrilled that Minato is this strong because it means he gets to use his special trick. He claims he knew his magic wouldn't be enough and reaches for something hidden in his coat. He notices something weird. Minato's shield hasn't disappeared. Usually, a spell like that should have worn off after the initial impact. Minato explains it's sustainable magic, a concept that seems to confuse both Leona and Kaga. He schools them on the basics. Modern mages think magic is a one-and-done deal, but if you keep feeding it mana correctly, it stays active indefinitely. He even uses the example of flight. If you didn't reuse the mana, you'd just fall out of the sky after 3 seconds. Leona snaps at him, yelling that this isn't the time for a lecture while they're surrounded by fire. But then she notices the barrier isn't even flickering. Minato gives her a cool look. If he can explain it, it means he's already mastered it perfectly. He tells them it's actually easy to do, though Leona's face says she definitely doesn't agree with that definition of easy. Kaga is fuming. He's sick of being lectured by a kid and refuses to believe anyone can maintain that level of control. Leona feels her confidence soaring. She advises Kaga to just give up now before he makes things even worse for himself. Kaga's face goes dark, his head bowing as he lets out a low, guttural growl of frustration. Suddenly, he looks up with a terrifying, wide-eyed grin. "Just kidding," he barks. A wave of intense heat and pressure hits Leona. She can barely breathe, as the air itself starts to feel heavy. Kaga reveals his real play. He admits Minato is strong, but he's been setting a trap the entire time the fire was burning. Leona collapses, clutching her throat. The temperature inside the barrier is skyrocketing, and the oxygen is disappearing. Kaga explains the science. Minato created an enclosed space with his barrier, but since it's surrounded by flames, he's essentially created an oven. He gives Minato a choice: stay inside and suffocate, or drop the barrier and get incinerated. He laughs, calling out to the dear black mage, expecting to see panic. Instead, all he hears is a loud, bored yawn. Minato is literally yawning in his face, wiping a tear from his eye like this whole life-or-death situation is just a boring class. Kaga loses it. He screams at Minato, asking if he even understands that his partner is about to die from lack of air. He points at Leona, who's on the verge of passing out, thinking he's finally won. But then Leona blinks. Suddenly she can breathe again, and the air inside the barrier is as cool as a spring breeze. Kaga's jaw hits the floor. "Wait!" he screams, his brain short-circuiting at the sight of her recovery. Minato steps forward. He mocks Kaga for knowing how fire affects the atmosphere, but knowing absolutely nothing about how magic is the atmosphere. Kaga rants about what the hell he's talking about, but you can see the sheer terror starting to take over. Minato explains that a real magic barrier isn't just a wall, it's a mixture of mana and the nature around it. He snaps his fingers, and a massive cyclone of air erupts from within the barrier, shredding the flames and clearing the smoke instantly. The fire spark is extinguished in a second, the lethal inferno turned into a few flickering sparks. Green light surges through the warehouse, purifying the air and proving once and for all who the real master is. He tells Kaga that for him, magic is both the air he breathes and the shield that protects him. He looks at the trembling executive with a cold, piercing gaze. Was that educational enough? Kaga breaks. He falls to his knees, clutching his head and screaming, "Impossible!" over and over. His perfect tactics were dismantled by a yawn. Minato walks over to him. He tells Kaga that since he loves torture so much, he's going to let him feel exactly what his victims felt. He summons 5 small, black magic circles in the palm of his hand. They pulse with a dark, terrifying energy. Kaga's eyes widen in pure terror. He's crying now, begging for mercy as the reality of his fate sinks in. Dark Zone! Minato unleashes the spell, and the world goes pitch black for the executive. Kaga finds himself in a void. No light, no sound, nothing but his own heartbeat. He tries to scream, but no sound comes out. He can't feel his limbs. It's total sensory deprivation, the ultimate mental torture. He flails in the darkness, begging for anyone to help him, but he's completely alone in his own hell. He collapses in his mind, his sanity cracking as the isolation begins to eat him alive. Back in the real world, Kaga is just a drooling mess on the floor. Minato tells him to pay for his sins in the depths of that darkness. Leona stands up, noting that the police are already on their way. Someone must have called in the explosion. Minato reaches for her again. Leona's eyes go wide. She knows exactly what's coming, and she's already dreading it. "No!" She screams as Minato takes off into the sky, once again using her as a passenger in his high-speed flight. Down below, the police arrive at the smoking remains of the warehouse. Kabukicho's Black Rebellion is officially dead and buried. On a quiet rooftop, Leona catches her breath and turns to Minato. She has one final, serious request. She admits she's weak and might slow him down, but she wants to be his permanent ally. She has the connections he needs to truly change things. Minato sighs, realizing he's got a bit of a soft spot for people who actually try. He agrees to the partnership. He tells her he looks forward to working with her, and for the first time, there's a hint of genuine warmth in his voice. Leona's face lights up. She's officially the right hand of the strongest man in the world. She starts getting hyped, saying she'll handle public relations and gather more allies. Minato just repeats public relations, with a confused look. The next morning, the news is everywhere. A massive bust of illegal mages in Kabukicho, all thanks to the mysterious Black Mage. The news anchor is stunned as she reads a breaking report, a formal declaration from the organization fighting these criminals. The screen shows a silhouette of the Black Mage with a new title, Shadowbringer, the jet black annihilator of illegal mages. The message is clear. Any injustice committed by mages will no longer be tolerated. It's a warning to every criminal in Japan. Somewhere in a high-end apartment, a scarred man watches the news with a blonde woman. Smash! He punches his table in a fit of rage, his face contorted with pure hatred for the man on the screen. He screams at the damn Black Mage, clearly having some personal history with the name. A calm voice from the shadows tells him not to get fired up. He claims the Black Mage is just an insignificant person. The scarred man calms down, agreeing that the Black Rebellion still has its ultimate trump card. A man in a sharp green suit steps into the light. It's Fuka Jin, a high-ranking mage noble, and he's clearly in bed with the villains. The public is starting to get skeptical of the mage nobles. They're realizing that while the nobles hide, others are actually protecting them. On a TV debate, an expert points out that the nobles' recent actions have been absolutely appalling and useless. During the last monster outbreak, they barely did anything. Fuka Jin watches the report with a cold, calculating look. The expert asks the million-dollar question. Do they even need mage nobles anymore when the special magic unit is so much better? Jin smirks, taking a sip of tea. He's not worried. He's just annoyed that the trash is starting to talk back. He summons a green magic circle, casually destroying a piece of furniture just to vent a little steam. He orders his butler to bring his son Xiao to him. It's time to deal with the family's tarnished reputation. He clenches his fist, promising to show the world exactly what happens when you cross the magic nobility. Meanwhile, across the ocean, New York City is under siege. The calamity has turned Times Square into a battlefield. People are screaming, cars are crashing, and the police are desperately trying to hold the line. Massive winged monsters descend from the sky, tearing through anything that moves. It's a literal nightmare on the streets. The local SWAT teams arrive, but they're clearly outmatched by the sheer number of creatures. Two mages try to set up a fire barrier, but the monsters' energy beams blast right through their defense. The lead officer is panicking, screaming for the SMAT team, their elite magic unit. The response is grim. The calamity is happening everywhere at once. No one is coming to save them. An explosion flips a car, sending people flying as the monsters close in for the kill. A massive armored demon steps out of the smoke, a high-rank beast that looks like it could solo a whole army. The cops fall to their knees, staring at the monster in total despair. They have no way to beat this thing. Suddenly, several bright red magic circles appear around the demon, locking it in place with ancient symbols. Blazing Colon! A level 5 fire spell erupts, incinerating the demon in a massive pillar of white-hot flame. The cops shield their eyes from the heat, stunned by the sudden intervention. Titanic Bubble! A follow-up level 5 water spell rains down, washing away the fire and the remaining small monsters. The entire street is flooded with high-pressure water, clearing the monsters like they were nothing but trash. The cops look around in disbelief. The nightmare that was about to end them was just deleted in 5 seconds. A voice comes through the radio, informing all units that a calamity specialist has arrived on site. A man with long dark hair stands on the edge of a rooftop, looking down at the chaos with total indifference. His name is Mizuha Toshiru, an elite from the Japanese magic nobility, and he's a living legend. He leaps down from the roof, landing gracefully on a floating platform of ice. He summons multiple magic circles at once, preparing to wipe out the remaining horde with a single move. A massive wave of water and ice surges forward, engulfing the monsters and freezing them solid mid-air. The power on display is terrifying. This is what a true S-class noble can do when they actually decide to fight. The water continues to flow, a relentless tide that crushes every demon in the district. The high-rank monsters are swept away like toys in a bathtub, unable to even let out a final roar. In moments, the entire area is cleared. The threat that New York couldn't handle was solved by one man from Japan. Toshiru stands in the middle of the flooded street, his traditional robes not even wet. He's the image of absolute perfection. The local police stare at him in total shock. They've never seen magic on this scale before. They start cheering for him, thanking the Japanese noble for saving their lives and their city. One of the officers pats him on the shoulder, laughing and calling him a hero. Toshiru doesn't even crack a smile. Later that day, Toshiru boards a private jet. He's already done with his business in America. He's heading back to Japan. His job as a global specialist is never finished, but he has personal matters to attend to. Before leaving, he shakes hands with a high-ranking U.S. official who is practically begging for his continued help. He tells them he was just doing his job and there's no need for thanks. He's cold, professional, and clearly bored. As he walks away, the U.S. mages whisper behind his back. They're jealous of his power and his high and mighty attitude. They claim he's fallen from grace and that his power level is actually low for a noble. They think Japan is doomed if he's their best. Toshiru pauses for a second. He clearly heard them, but he doesn't even turn around. They aren't worth his time. He tells his attendants that there's a pressing issue back home that needs his immediate attention. He's thinking about Japan's crumbling reputation and the fact that his own daughters are part of this new special magic unit. His eyes sharpen. He's decided that the current state of things can't go on. He's coming back to restore order. Back at the academy, Ryuji is panting, completely exhausted. He's complaining that Minato is just way too powerful to be real. Ruka and Yuika agree. They've been training like crazy, but Minato still treats them like toddlers even when he's holding back. Two other students approach, hyped up. They think that if the whole class attacks at once, they might actually have a chance. Yuika is all for it, pointing out they have 100 members in their squad now. Not even Minato can beat those odds, right? Minato appears behind them with a mischievous grin. "Want to give it a try?" he asks. They all jump in surprise, claiming they were just making casual conversation. But Minato is already calling their bluff. He asks if he's really that intimidating to them, knowing full well that he's their living nightmare. He declares that break time is over. The new objective is simple. The entire squad has to try and defeat him. Anything goes. The squad gets fired up. They're tired of being looked down on and they're ready to bring their teacher down a peg. Everyone summons their magic circles at once. It's an all-out, full-force attack from 100 trained mages. Minato stands in the center of the field, casually setting up a golden barrier. He doesn't even move his feet. Yuika screams that a single barrier won't be enough to protect him from all of them. Minato just smirks and raises the level. "Level 4, high magic barrier," he says, and the air around him solidifies. He adds a second layer of defense, making the squad panic. They realize they have to break through now or they'll never get a hit in. Kaboom! 100 spells hit the barrier at once. Fire, ice, lightning. It's a chaotic explosion of energy that covers the whole field. They even manage to fire off a combined level 6 water spell, a massive tidal wave that crashes into Minato's shield with insane force. The students watch the smoke, their eyes wide. They poured everything into that one shot. The smoke clears and Minato is standing there perfectly fine, his uniform not even dusty. The squad is in total shock. They just fired a city-leveling spell at him and he's still got his hands in his pockets. Minato lets out a dark chuckle. "Guess it's my turn now," he says, as purple lightning begins to crackle around his body. The students' faces go pale. They realize they just kicked a sleeping dragon, and the dragon is now wide awake. Minutes later, the field is covered in unconscious students. Minato walks through them, casually announcing that training is over for today. Ruka and Yuika check their phones, and their expressions turn from exhaustion to pure terror in a second. They look at each other, trembling. "It's our father," Yuika whispers. "He's coming home." The real boss fight has finally arrived. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a blade. The Mizuha sisters are finally facing the man they fear most. Yuika and Ruka sit perfectly still, their posture rigid as they wait for their father to speak. Mizuha Toshiru sits across from them, his eyes closed, radiating the cold, oppressive aura of an S-class noble. He breaks the silence, mentioning he heard they joined the special magic squad, and the girls confirm it with a nervous nod. You can see the sweat on Yuika's face. She knows her father doesn't do casual chats. He asks them to tell him everything about this team and why they're wasting their time there. Thinking this is their chance to prove their worth, the girls' eyes light up with excitement. Yuika starts gushing about the SMT, explaining how they're actually helping society and stopping real calamities. Ruka chimes in, proudly stating that their power has more than doubled and they're casting high-level spells they never thought possible. They give all the credit to Minato, calling him an incredible man who changed their lives for the better. Toshiro sips his tea calmly, listening to them praise a boy he considers a total nobody. The girls even go as far as saying Minato might be on his level, the level of a true magic noble. That was the wrong thing to say. Toshiro takes one last sip, his expression turning into a mask of pure disapproval. He sets the cup down and drops a bombshell. He orders them to quit the special magic squad immediately. The girls are stunned, their hearts sinking as they realize their father isn't proud of them at all. He explains that the reputation of magic nobles is falling, and having his daughters work in a public unit is making his family look weak. To him, the SMT isn't a team of heroes. It's a group that brings nothing but harm to their family's status. He specifically targets Minato, forbidding them from ever associating with him again. Yuika snaps. She stands up, shouting that this is completely unfair and one-sided. Her father doesn't even look at her, telling her that they've always listened to him and that's not changing now. Yuika's mind flashes through her whole life of being the obedient daughter who never talked back. But she's not that person anymore. She screams no with a resolve she's never felt before. She refuses to give up on the SMT or Minato, calling him the only one who can actually save the world. She tells him that the team is doing what real nobles should be doing, and she won't walk away from her duty. Toshiro's response is ice cold, then consider yourself disowned. He tells her she can never call herself a Mizuha again. The weight of those words hits the room like a ton of bricks, but Yuika doesn't flinch. She simply says, I understand. She turns her back on the life of luxury, deciding to be Mizuha Yuika on her own terms. She walks out of the room without looking back, leaving the noble lifestyle behind forever. Toshiro is surprised his youngest had that much backbone, but then Ruka speaks up. She tells him that Yuika has changed, and she has too. She's not going to let her sister go alone. He warns her she'll lose everything too, but Ruka just smiles. She accepts the disownment with grace. She gives one final polite bow, thanking him for everything before following her sister into the unknown. Toshiro sits alone, thinking they're just being foolish children who don't understand the importance of being a noble. He looks out with a cold gaze, clearly planning something to bring them back in line. The sun shines brightly over the city, symbolizing a new beginning for the sisters. Out on the street, Yuika is fuming, shouting that their lives are their own to decide. She asks Ruka if she's really sure about this, but Ruka reassures her that they're in this together. Ruka gives her a warm look, reminding her that she's still her big sister, family name or not. Yuika's face lights up. For the first time in their lives, they aren't competitors, they're just sisters. They share a heartfelt hug, finally free from the expectations of their father. But reality sets in fast. They try to check into a hotel with their suitcases, but they're hit with a major problem. Every hotel and property owner turns them away the moment they see their IDs. Even the internet cafes won't take them. Yuika realizes their father has already blacklisted them. They collapse at a cafe table, exhausted and homeless, realizing how fast the noble world can shut you out. Ruka thinks about lying about their age, but she knows Yuika's too honest to pull it off. They have plenty of money from their squad missions, but it's useless if no one will let them rent a room. Two random punks try to hit on them, calling them celebs and asking them to hang out. They try to squeeze into their booth, thinking they've hit the jackpot with two pretty girls. Ruka's eyes go deadly. She gives them a look that promises a frozen grave if they take one more step. The punks practically teleport away in fear, realizing they just tried to flirt with a walking blizzard. Yuika giggles, and Ruka asks what's so funny. Yuika just laughs it off, happy to see her sister being her usual, scary self again. She suggests they go have some fun and worry about a place to stay later. They spend the day doing all the things they were never allowed to do as perfect noble daughters. They go clothes shopping, picking out outfits that aren't uniforms or formal dresses. They visit a crane game center, surrounding themselves with cute plushies. They even hit up a karaoke bar, singing their hearts out until their voices go hoarse. As night falls, they walk through the streets, admitting they've never had this much fun in their entire lives. Yuika hops along the sidewalk, her smile brighter than the city lights. She tells Ruka how glad she is to have her as a sister, and the moment is pure, wholesome energy. Ruka agrees, But then she points out the obvious problem. It's getting late, and they still have nowhere to sleep. They wonder if there's anyone in the world who would actually take them in despite their father's influence. Just then, Yuika gets a text from Minato. He's struggling to use his phone again and needs tech support. The sisters look at each other, the same idea hitting them at the exact same time. Knock ke knock. Minato opens his door, looking confused as to why his students are standing there with suitcases. Yuika puts on her best puppy dog eyes and asks, "Would it be okay if we stay at your place?" And just like that, the world's strongest sage is now sharing his tiny apartment with two S-class beauties. Minato is baffled. He asks if running away from home wasn't a bit extreme, clearly not understanding noble family drama. The girls are fully aware they've crossed a line, but they've made their choice, and they're sticking to it. Minato observes them, noticing that they actually seem more honest and happy now that they aren't trying to be perfect. Yuika begs him to let them stay, pointing out that they literally have nowhere else to go in this city. Minato thinks it over. He acknowledges they're women, but since he has zero romantic interest in them, he figures it won't be a problem. He gives them the okay, telling them they can stay for a while. The girls are overjoyed, their faces beaming with relief as they officially move into his living room. He warns them it's a bit cramped, but they don't care at all. They're just happy to be safe. Minato lets out a small laugh, thinking about what a handful these two have turned out to be. The atmosphere in the room suddenly feels a lot more intimate as they settle in for the night. Yuika's face turns red. She realizes she's actually living with Minato now, and the weight of that reality is starting to hit her. Ruka is having the same internal crisis, her heart pounding, as she tries to tell herself to stay calm. Minato casually asks if they want to take a shower, and both girls freak out like he just asked them to join him. He's confused by their reaction, asking if they don't want to wash up. They quickly stammer out that they do. Yuika goes first, enjoying the hot water and trying to process the fact that her crush is just a few feet away through a door. Outside, Minato tells Ruka that he's impressed by their bravery for standing up to their father. Ruka admits that their father is strict and won't take this rebellion lightly. He's going to double down on his nobles first agenda. Minato knows the father hates the SMT, and he suspects the man might try to sabotage them soon. Yuika finishes her shower, stepping out in casual clothes and feeling refreshed. She tells Ruka it's her turn, and the older sister heads in, still feeling a bit flustered. Ruka steps into the shower, the steam filling the room as she tries to wash away the stress of the day. She looks out at the blurred glass, her mind racing with thoughts of Minato and their new, strange life together. Back in the main room, Yuika mentions how strange it feels to be in his room. Minato admits she's the first person to ever visit his home. She thanks him again, telling him they'd probably be sleeping on the streets if it wasn't for him. Minato brushes it off like it's no big deal, being his usual humble self. Yuika giggles, and when Minato asks what's up, she just smiles. She points out that he always says things aren't a big deal, even when he's literally saving people's lives. He gets serious for a moment, telling her that they're his squad and his friends, he'll never abandon them. Yuika's heart skips a beat. That kind of sincere care is something she never got from her noble upbringing. She clutches her chest, her face turning bright red as she realizes just how deeply she's falling for him. Click. Ruka walks out in her pajamas, and the awkward tension is broken by her entrance. She looks elegant even in sleepwear, holding her towel as she joins them. Minato decides it's his turn to wash up, leaving the two sisters alone in his living room. They sit in silence for a moment, both realizing that their lives have changed forever in just 24 hours. Ruka looks down, clearly worried about the future but knowing she made the right choice. The next day, Minato meets with Inspector Shido to go over the new training schedule. Once the business is done, Minato mentions he has something personal to report. He casually drops that Yuika and Ruka have moved in with him. Shido's soul practically leaves his body from the shock. Shido is losing it internally, wondering if living with two girls is some new youth trend he missed out on. He has to explain to Minato that polygamy isn't exactly a standard practice in modern Japan. Minato just looks confused. Minato walks down the hall, thinking that 3 people is getting a bit cramped and he might need to move soon. He heads to the training field, where he sees Sergeant Sanada practicing her offensive magic. She's exhausted, her mana clearly running low, but she keeps pushing herself. Minato approaches, asking how the training is going for the officer. Sanada admits she's lagging behind the others, and is finally just reaching the level where she can use basic offensive spells. Minato tells her there's no need for formalities since she's his subordinate, and she happily agrees to talk more casually. She gives him a bright, genuine smile, clearly glad to have his support. He asks her to show him her progress by firing an offensive spell. He offers some quick advice, telling her to focus her mana and let it go. Zap! She fires a beam of light magic that tears across the track. It's a solid hit. Minato praises her, telling her she's improved a lot, which makes her beam with pride. But her smile fades as she looks at her hands, admitting she still feels incredibly weak compared to the monsters in the squad. Minato tells her she's underestimating herself. She's been working harder than anyone. She reveals that the only reason she got into the police was because holy mages are rare, and she feels like a fraud. She hates feeling like she's the weak link of the team, and her eyes start to well up with tears. She quickly apologizes, embarrassed for getting emotional and weirding him out. Minato gently asks her why she joined the police in the first place. She explains that her grandmother was a holy mage who saved countless lives during the first calamity, and she wanted to be just like her. She calls it a mediocre reason, feeling like she lacks the grand ambitions of her teammates. She hangs her head, convinced that she's just no good at this. Minato looks at her with a knowing gaze. "You think so?" He tells her that being able to heal people is a unique strength, and the fact that she's learned offensive magic on top of that is amazing. He says it doesn't matter why she chose this path, it's what she does now that counts. He notices her hard work and her dedication to the mission, even when things are tough. He puts a reassuring hand on her shoulder, telling her she's come a long way and it really shows. That was the final straw. Sonata breaks down, crying tears of joy because someone finally acknowledged her effort. She laughs through the tears, calling herself a pathetic adult for crying in front of a teenager. Minato just smiles and says age doesn't matter. She thanks him from the bottom of her heart, her respect for him growing even deeper. To her, Minato isn't just a squad leader, he's a true hero who has saved her in more ways than one. Later that night, the city is quiet under the moon, but the Black Mage's work is never finished. Minato stands on a rooftop in his Shadowbringer gear, meeting with Leona. She appears from the shadows, looking serious. She's been digging into some dark secrets. She reveals she's obtained info on the dark rumors surrounding the magic nobles, and it's worse than they thought. Minato is impressed by her speed. He tells her to keep going. He wants to know exactly how deep the corruption goes. She takes a playful jab at his outfit, telling him he should wear his Shadowbringer uniform more often since she worked so hard on it. Turning serious again, she explains she's been using her media contacts to investigate illegal mages and shadowy organizations. She's found a list of crimes longer than a CVS receipt: money laundering, collusion, and embezzlement, particularly involving the Fuka family and the Black Rebellion. Minato asks who's actually at the top of the Black Rebellion. Rumor has it, it's a guy named Kuroi Akuto. Apparently, he was a former magic noble who was ousted for being too unruly and violent. This connection makes the nobles even more suspicious. Everyone suspects they're tied to the syndicate, but there's zero solid proof. She warns Minato to be careful. Anyone who digs too deep usually ends up dead or silenced by threats. Minato tells her to send everything to his phone. He's done playing nice. He stares at the screen, declaring that justice needs to be served, no matter who he has to take down. Whoosh! He takes off into the night sky, a green trail of mana following him as he heads back to his apartment. He promises himself that he won't show an ounce of mercy if the nobles are actually the villains behind the curtain. Back at the apartment, the three roommates are spending a quiet evening together. It's a strangely domestic scene. Ruka is meditating on the bed, her mana aura steady and calm. Yuika is focused on her studies at the table, taking her training more seriously than ever. Minato decides to do some research of his own. He's finally mastered the smartphone and starts searching for his old self, Ichikami Minato. He's intensely focused, scrolling through history pages with a look of deep concentration. He finds it! A page detailing the life of the great sage. It lists his birthplace and his achievements accurately. But he notices something weird. The history of modern mages is depicted at a much lower level than it should be. All the info on the magic nobles is vague, with no details on their actual power or training methods. He realizes that if his old magic tomes were still around, mages wouldn't have become this weak. According to Yuika, those books were all destroyed or lost. It's as if someone intentionally weakened humanity's magic. He thinks about asking the head of the Mizuha family, but meeting him now would be almost impossible given the circumstances. He also notices the lack of info on the calamities. Why did they start happening again after 50 years of peace? He leans back, completely stumped. He realizes there's a massive conspiracy hiding in plain sight. The next day at the academy, the squad is gathered for training, but the air feels different. Suddenly, an urgent alert blares through the speakers. A calamity has been detected, and all units are ordered to move out immediately. Minato doesn't waste a second. "Let's move!" he shouts, and the squad takes to the sky. As they arrive at the site, Minato notices something strange. The monsters are already being targeted. Fukusho is standing on top of a dead monster, laughing and acting like he's the hero of the day. He mocks the special magic squad for being late to the party, claiming he already took out the boss's subtypes. He tells Minato to relax because no civilians were harmed, acting like he's the model noble protector. He walks away with a smug grin, telling them to be more alert next time. It's clear this was a setup. Yuika and Minato are confused. How did Sho find the site and finish the job before the official alert even went out? This happens again another day. The SMT arrives to find smoke and dead monsters already cleared. Sho and his noble cronies are there again, laughing and calling the SMT useless and slow. Ryuji and Yuika are fuming. They know Sho is a coward who runs from danger. There's no way he's doing this legitimately. Sho boasts that the world still needs magic nobles, acting like he's single-handedly saving the city. Yuika screams that this is the 5th time this has happened. She knows he's pulling some kind of trick. Shido calls in, sounding stressed. He reports that their intel is being delayed, which explains why they keep arriving late. Minato realizes the problem. He can sense calamities nearby, but the farther away they are, the more he has to rely on the police network, which is being sabotaged. Yuika is beyond frustrated, punching the air in rage because Sho keeps ignoring the big bosses and just taking the easy wins for the cameras. Shido and Sanada check the news. The Fuka family is getting a massive surge of online support for their heroic actions. They notice a press conference is about to start. Fuka-jin himself is stepping onto the stage. Minato watches the screen as the reporters gather, sensing that the trap is about to be sprung. Jin starts the conference with a somber tone, thanking everyone for being there. He addresses the disappointments caused by the magic nobles, specifically mentioning his own son, Sho. In a shocking move, he bows deeply before the cameras, offering a public apology for the danger civilians were put in. The reporters are stunned. A magic noble apologizing in public is completely unheard of in this society. He calls it a reflection of his own failings as a parent, but claims Sho is making amends by handling the recent calamities. The public buys it instantly. People start commenting that Sho is outperforming the SMT before they even arrive. We see Jin's face as he bows. He's wearing a sick, triumphant grin. He knows exactly how easy it is to manipulate the masses. He continues his act, claiming that a shortage of mages has made the situation difficult, and they're working on comprehensive measures. The girls and Ryuji are watching in horror. They realize it's all a ruse to bury the SMT. The online comments are brutal. People are forgiving the nobles and calling the special magic squad lazy slackers. Yuika is devastated. She asks if all their hard work was just so they could be ridiculed like this. Minato steps up, putting a calming hand on her head. He tells her that no matter what people say, their mission doesn't change. He gives her a confident look. "Trust me, I'll handle it." Meanwhile, Shido is called into his superior's office. The vibe is cold and professional. The high-ranking officer tells Shido that the team's very existence is now in jeopardy. He explains that the mounting complaints and the conflict with the nobles are becoming a major political headache. Shido tries to defend them, mentioning Sho's actual behavior, but the superior shuts him down. He blames Shido for being antagonistic toward the nobles. The officer calls Shido a shame and claims their operations are being hindered by his poor leadership. He gives Shido an ultimatum: improve public perception and mend relations with the nobles, or the special magic team is done. Back in his mansion, Fuka-jin is laughing. It's all going exactly according to his plan. His butler praises his acuity, and Jin laughs about how easily the fools in the public are swayed by a bit of acting. He raises his arms in triumph, declaring that he'll crush the special magic squad in no time at all. While Jin celebrates his victory, Minato stands on the training field, looking up at the sky. He's already planning his countermove. The war for public opinion is just getting started. The nobles think they've won the PR war by making our heroes look like slackers, but they're about to find out what happens when you corner a literal god. On a school rooftop, Yuika is losing her mind because the team hasn't received a single mission call in an entire week. Ryuji leans back, looking frustrated as he explains that the Fuka family has been handling every monster outbreak before they can even get there. It's clear the police are sabotaging the special magic team to protect the noble's reputation. Minato sits calmly, finishing his lunch while pointing out the obvious. For the corrupt higher-ups, the SMT is just a massive obstacle in their path to total control. Yuika paces around, unable to wrap her head around why anyone would actively try to stop people who are actually trying to save lives. Ruka adds that their very existence makes the lazy nobles look bad, and that's something the elite can't stand. Minato's eyes go sharp as he mentions that many of these families are likely in bed with the Black Rebellion criminals. If the SMT gains too much influence, the nobles' illegal money stream will completely dry up. Yuika gets right in Minato's face, shouting that it's not their fault the nobles are incompetent and they should just work harder if they're so worried. A heavy silence falls as Yuika wonders if their own father, the head of the Mizuha family, is also involved in this shady business. Ruka looks skeptical, doubting that their father would sink that low. Minato stands up with a smirk, telling them there's only one way to find out for sure. Ryuji is all in, knowing that sitting around talking isn't going to fix their reputation. The group heads out, but Minato stops to tell the sisters they don't have to come along if they're uncomfortable facing the father who just disowned them. Yuika and Ruka share a determined look, insisting they're coming along because, at the end of the day, they're still his daughters, and they need the truth. They arrive at the traditional Mizuha estate, but they're immediately blocked at the gate by the family's attendants who tell them to leave. Yuika tries to argue, begging them to just let them have a quick conversation with their father. The attendants remain cold, stating that Master Mizuha gave strict orders that his disowned daughters are never to set foot across the threshold again. The rejection hits hard, leaving both Ruka and Yuika looking completely heartbroken and speechless. Minato steps forward, dropping his title as the captain of the special magic team and demanding an audience to ask some serious questions. The attendants don't care about his title and tell him to schedule an appointment like everyone else, essentially slamming the door in his face. Minato's smile doesn't reach his eyes anymore as he mutters about how annoying this is, contemplating just blasting his way through the front door. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice interrupts the standoff, asking what all the commotion is about at his front gate. The master of the house, Mizuha Toshiro, steps out with his arms crossed, looking incredibly young and imposing in his traditional robes. The attendants immediately bow, explaining that these outsiders are demanding to speak with him directly. Toshiro locks eyes with Minato, and the air between them instantly becomes heavy with tension as they size each other up. Surprisingly, the master tells his staff to let the group in, turning his back as he leads them into the heart of the estate. The team follows him through the long traditional hallways, the sisters feeling a mix of anxiety and nostalgia being back in the place that threw them out. Minato leans in and whispers to the girls that he didn't know they had a brother, only for them to shock him by revealing that this young-looking man is actually their father. Minato is stunned, wondering how a guy who looks like he's in his 20s could possibly have 2 teenage daughters. They sit down in a formal room, the atmosphere thick enough to cut with a knife as the two sides face off across a low table. Toshiro stares them down with a bored expression, waiting for them to state their business for disturbing his peace. Yuika and Ruka look like they want to disappear into the floor, while Minato stays perfectly composed, ready to start the interrogation. Toshiro doesn't waste time, accusing Minato of being the one who's leading his daughters down a path of rebellion and ruining them. Minato just laughs it off, telling the master that blaming others for his kids' independence is just a bad habit that parents need to grow out of. A dark, murderous aura begins to leak from Toshiro, but Minato just keeps that smug, playful grin on his face, completely unfazed by the pressure. Minato cuts straight to the chase, asking if the Mizuha family is the one putting the squeeze on the special magic team and blocking their missions. Toshiro claims he has nothing to do with it, explaining that noble families rarely work together and that Fuka is likely acting entirely on his own. Minato admits he's surprised by how straightforward the answer was, but Toshiro simply says he respects people who have the resolve to look him in the eye. The master mentions he's heard the rumors about a student with the power of a noble who's been playing the hero in multiple disasters. He admits he finds the whole thing suspicious, prompting Minato to ask if he'd like to test that power right here and now. In an instant, a massive pillar of blue mana erupts from Toshiro, the raw pressure threatening to crush the very room they're sitting in. The wind howls through the house as the master unleashes his full presence, but Minato just stands there with a calm, knowing smile. Ryuji and the sisters are struggling to even breathe, feeling like they're being buried alive under the sheer weight of Toshiro's magic. The sky above the estate begins to crackle with energy as the two powers clash in a silent war of auras. The entire room is vibrating, blue flames of mana flickering around the table as the two men engage in a high-level stare-down. Toshiro pulls back, admitting that he's impressed since very few mages in the world could withstand that kind of direct pressure. Minato just shrugs it off, telling the master that he wasn't really releasing that much power anyway, which earns him a skeptical humph. Minato realizes that this guy's mana control is leagues ahead of anyone else he's met in this era, proving that talent alone can't explain his strength. He concludes that there's definitely a deeper secret to Mizuha Toshiru that goes beyond just being a noble. Minato asks one final heavy question. Why have mages become so pathetic and weak compared to the mages of the past? Toshiru asks what basis he has for such a claim, and Minato boldly states it's because he knows exactly what happened during the catastrophe 50 years ago. The master cryptically explains that the weakness is intentional, it's for restraint and regulation, but tells Minato he'll understand when the time is right. He finishes by stating that despite their flaws, magic nobles are a necessary evil for the world's survival. Minato pushes back, asking if that includes trash like the Fuka family who only care about money and fame. Toshiru goes silent, his expression unreadable as he refuses to defend the other family's actions. Minato decides he's heard enough and stands up to leave, thanking the master for finally giving him some straight answers. The rest of the team is still paralyzed on the floor, their bodies trembling from the after-effects of that insane mana clash. Minato has to literally hoist Ryuji over his shoulder, acting like the big brother of the group as he prepares to carry them out. As they walk away, Minato tells Toshiru he's relieved the Mizuha family isn't involved, because he'd hate to have to destroy his friend's home. He gives one last look back, his eyes carrying a weight that feels far older than his teenage face. Toshiro watches them go, wondering what kind of monster he just let into his house, while Ryuji asks Minato what he's even talking about. Back at the SMT headquarters, the mood shifts as new gear finally arrives, custom anti-monster uniforms that can resist high-level spells. Inspector Shido looks relieved, telling Minato that with this equipment, they can finally start operating as a real government force. Minato checks his phone and smiles, announcing that his own private preparations are finally complete as well. He tells the team to gear up, because it's time to go settle the score with the people who've been dragging their names through the mud. Meanwhile, inside a lavish mansion, Fukujin is laughing like a maniac, bragging about how he's going to control all of Japan with the help of the Black Rebellion. He gloats about how money and fame will belong only to the Fukas, while the commoners bow down to their superior bloodline. The sound of heavy boots suddenly thunders through the hallway, interrupting his villainous monologue. The doors are kicked wide open as a squad of police officers storms the room, shouting for everyone to freeze. Fukujin is stunned, demanding to know what the meaning of this is and if they realize whose house they've just invaded. A news helicopter hovers outside, broadcasting live to the entire nation that the residence of Fukujin is being raided for criminal activity. The lead officer shoves an arrest warrant in Jin's face, charging him with bribery, intimidation, and the gross misuse of his special authority. Jin screams that they're treating a noble like a common criminal and demands to see what fabricated evidence they could possibly have. A cold voice from the doorway tells him they have exactly what they need to put him away for good. Minato and the SMT step into the room in their new uniforms, Minato holding up a phone that contains every single one of Jin's dirty secrets. Jin demands to know why the special magic team is even here, still convinced there's no way they could have found any real evidence. Minato flips the screen to show crystal-clear footage of Jin handing over stacks of cash to bribe officials and cover up his failures. He swipes to the next image, showing Jin meeting with hooded Black Rebellion mages in dark alleys to coordinate their attacks. Minato then pulls out a physical document, a direct request for help during a monster outbreak that Jin completely ignored while people were dying. The flashback shows Jin lazily waving off his butler, telling him to just let the civilians die because it wasn't worth a noble's time to intervene. Jin tries to justify it by saying small problems are for the police, but his face is pale as he realizes his own words are being used to bury him. He turns on his heels, screaming at his staff to find out who the rat was that dared to spy on his private meetings. His elderly butler steps forward, head bowed, admitting that he was the one who recorded everything and handed it over to the authorities. Jin loses it, grabbing the old man by the collar and screaming about how a mere servant could ever think about betraying his master. The butler stays silent, his face filled with a mix of regret and a sudden, newfound resolve to do what's right. A flashback reveals that the butler met Minato, dressed as Shadowbringer, who questioned if his loyalty to a corrupt family was actually genuine. Shadowbringer had asked him if his true duty was to watch the family he served rot from the inside, or to step up and save the legacy of the nobles. The old man had been left speechless, the words of the masked magician cutting through years of blind obedience. Minato had given him a choice: continue the corruption, or accept the pain of betrayal to save what's left of their honor. In the present, the butler looks Jin in the eye and tells him he's simply no longer fit to carry the title of a magic noble. Jin's face contorts with rage, his mana beginning to flare up as he prepares to murder the old man right there in the office. He raises his hand, green magic circles manifesting in the air as he screams that everyone in the room is going to die. His eyes are bloodshot and wild. He's completely snapped, losing any semblance of the elegant noble he pretended to be. A massive blast of energy tears through the room, smashing the furniture and sending the police officers diving for cover. Minato steps in front of the butler, his own golden shield effortlessly absorbing the blast, while the sisters stand ready at his side. Jin is hyperventilating, mourning all the money and status he's built over the years that's now being thrown away by these brats. Minato tells him flatly that he brought every bit of this on himself by choosing greed over duty. Jin starts laughing hysterically, admitting that this is the angriest he's ever been in his entire life. He brags about having overseas bases, and that if he can just escape this house, no one will ever be able to touch him again. He orders his elite guards and his son to attack, creating a wall of magic circles to cover his retreat. The police are blown back by the sudden surge of wind magic, struggling just to stay on their feet. Minato tells the officers to stay back and let the special magic team handle these high-tier criminals. Outside, the reporters are losing their minds as massive beams of magic start shooting out of the mansion's windows. The news anchor tells the viewers that it's official: the Fuka family was a criminal organization hiding behind a noble name. People watching in cafes and on the streets look terrified, wondering if there's anyone left they can actually trust to protect them. But the news anchor quickly points to the screen, shouting that there's still one team that hasn't given up on the people. The camera zooms in on the SMT as they engage the Fuka guards, looking like a synchronized unit of absolute badasses. The public finally sees the name of their leader, Kusanagi Minato, the boy who's about to dismantle an entire noble house. The Fuka guards and Sho take to the sky on floating magic circles, thinking they have the advantage by raining spells from above. Sho mocks them, asking if they really think a handful of commoners can take down the elite Fuka guard. Yuika claps back, telling him that unlike lazy nobles, they've actually been training every single day for moments like this. Shu screams that she's annoying and vows to kill them all, unleashing a massive barrage of light spells. Yuika just smirks as she leaps into the air, telling him he's a disgrace to the very idea of a magic noble. Meanwhile, Minato and Jin face off on the balcony, the villain asking if Minato really thinks he can win against a family of his status. Jin launches a massive green vortex at the news helicopter, trying to take out the witnesses and escape in the chaos. The helicopter is nearly swatted out of the sky, the reporters screaming as the wind pressure begins to crush the rotors. Minato looks disgusted, asking how low Jin is willing to sink, only for the villain to admit he'll go as low as necessary for money. Down in the courtyard, a full-scale magic war is happening as Ryuji and the sisters trade blows with the Fuka lackeys. Ruka unleashes a frost spear that pierces through a guard's shield, sending him crashing into a fountain. Sho is sweating as he watches his invincible guards get picked apart by students half their age. Ryuji lands a mana-boosted punch that sends another guard flying through a stone pillar like he was made of paper. The spoiled noble realizes that his family's elite status was just a lie they told themselves to feel superior. He looks around at his fallen men, unable to accept that a group of commoners is completely overpowering them. Sho's face twists with an ugly, childish rage as he refuses to accept that he's inferior to anyone. He screams at his remaining men to do whatever it takes and kill the team, no matter the cost to the surroundings. The guards prepare their most powerful combined spell, a massive orb of toxic green energy growing above the courtyard. Yuika looks over at her sister, a silent signal passing between them as they prepare their own counterattack. A massive level 6 grand water magic spell begins to manifest, a towering pillar of water that dwarfs the Fuka family's attack. The sisters combine their mana to create a burst stream, the magic circles overlapping in perfect harmony. They shout in unison as they release the spell, their combined power creating a literal tsunami that sweeps across the estate. The Fuka guards are caught in the torrent, their spells being snuffed out instantly by the overwhelming volume of water. Sho is washed away, coughing and sputtering as he's slammed into the mud, his expensive robes completely ruined. He looks up from the ground, shivering and terrified as the shadows of the two sisters loom over him. Ruka and Yuika stand there with their arms crossed, looking down at the noble, who's now literally begging at their feet. Sho and his men drop into a pathetic bow, crying about how it was just a lapse in judgment and promising they'll change. Yuika acts like she's considering it, telling them that if they truly intend to change, maybe they could be forgiven. The second she looks away, Sho pulls a hidden dagger with a nasty grin, calling her a dumbass for falling for his act. But before he can even move an inch, the entire SMT is already pointing their spells directly at his face. Yuika looks down at him with pure disgust, asking if he really thought they'd forgive someone who clearly has zero soul. Sho and his lackeys let out a synchronized scream of terror as they realize they're about to get blasted into the next week. Up on the balcony, Minato hears the commotion and smiles, knowing his team has things well under control downstairs. He turns back to Fukujin, mocking him by saying that his pride and joy of a son just got humbled by his comrades. Minato looks down at the chaos with a bored expression, while Jin is breathing like a cornered animal, his eyes darting for an escape. Jin kicks things off with a level 1 aerial spell, a sharp blade of wind meant to distract Minato while he prepares something bigger. Minato just leans back, the wind whistling past his ear without even touching a single strand of his hair. Jin follows up immediately with a level 2 wind spear, 3 lances of green energy zipping toward Minato's chest. The MC dances through the attacks with zero effort, looking like he's just taking a casual stroll through a park. Jin gets more desperate, manifesting 5 magic circles for a level 3 wind cutter that slices through the balcony railings. Minato backflips over the blades, his movements so smooth that it looks like he's mocking the very concept of Jin's elite magic. The news reporter is shouting into the mic about the astounding magic on display, wondering if Minato can survive this onslaught. Jin unleashes a level 4 tempest, a massive hurricane that starts tearing the roof off the mansion. Minato stands right in the eye of the storm, his eyes glowing slightly as he analyzes the messy structure of Jin's mana. Jin screams as he pushes his mana to the limit, invoking a level 5 Grand Typhoon that turns the entire balcony into a debris field. Minato is swallowed by the swirling green winds, disappearing from the camera's view entirely. Down below, the sisters look up in horror, Yuika screaming Minato's name as the mansion seems to be collapsing from the pressure. The storm reaches its peak, a terrifying vortex of energy that makes it look like the hero was just erased from existence. The dust begins to settle, revealing a perfect golden hexagonal barrier standing unmoved in the center of the destruction. Minato is standing inside, looking completely bored and asking if that was really all the grand magic Jin had to offer. Ruka is speechless, realizing that Minato just blocked a level 5 spell with a basic barrier like it was nothing but a light breeze. The people watching on their phones are losing it, amazed that a mere student just tanked a spell that could level a city block. A construction worker watching the news nearly drops his noodles, calling the whole thing incredible as the tide of public opinion officially flips. The reporter's voice is cracking with excitement, stating that she's never seen a battle of this scale in her entire career. Minato steps out of his barrier, mocking Jin by asking if he was just trying to buy time for backup that's never coming. Jin lets out a creepy giggle, asking Minato if he's frozen in fear and unable to make a move now that the real fight is starting. Minato just sighs, telling the villain that he could have ended this in a second, but he wants Jin to show his absolute full power first. He fixes his hair with a smug grin, promising to take on everything Jin has and still beat him into the dirt. Jin calls him an arrogant brat, his body beginning to glow with a sickly green light as he prepares a forbidden technique. He tells Minato to make sure he doesn't wet his pants when he sees what's coming next. Jin reveals that his hidden magic power is a staggering 200,000, a number that should be impossible for a modern mage. The sisters look up in disbelief, knowing that even 100,000 mana is considered a legendary rarity in all of Japan. They realize Minato might actually be in trouble and prepare to jump back into the fight to back him up. Minato senses them moving and gives a sharp look over his shoulder, silently telling them to stay back and watch the show. The team stops in their tracks, frozen by the sheer intensity of Minato's gaze that's even more terrifying than Jin's mana. Jin raises his hand, the air around him beginning to distort and vibrate with an unnatural frequency. He sneers at the team, telling them they should consider themselves lucky they aren't close enough to be caught in the blast radius. The SMT can feel the air being sucked out of the courtyard, their faces turning pale as the atmospheric pressure starts to shift. Jin lets out a guttural roar, his body radiating so much energy that he looks like a walking sun of green fire. Ruka mutters that even for someone as strong as Minato, this amount of energy feels like complete overkill. Minato just lets out a long, tired yawn, looking like he's about to fall asleep during the villain's final form transformation. Jin mocks him, thinking Minato is so simple-minded that he can't even grasp the sheer magnitude of the power that's about to crush him. He screams for Minato to drown in despair as he unveils his ultimate secret Neo-Magic, a corrupted evolution of modern spells. A massive, spinning green orb of compressed air forms above Minato, the ground beneath his feet already starting to shatter. Minato's eyes widen slightly, not in fear, but in genuine curiosity, admitting he's never seen a spell quite like this one before. The vortex expands, grinding the stone pillars of the balcony into fine powder in a matter of seconds. Jin explains that this is atmosphere magic, a spell designed to flatten a human being into a pancake instantly by manipulating air pressure. Minato just cracks his knuckles and tells the villain he'd like to see him try, stepping right into the center of the crushing zone. Jin screams for him to die as he slams his hands down, triggering the extra level 6 spell. The air press hits with the force of a falling mountain, the green energy turning the entire screen into a blur of destruction. The floor beneath Minato explodes, huge cracks spiderwebbing across the entire mansion wing. Minato is seen standing in the middle of the carnage, his clothes fluttering as the gravity-defying pressure tries to pin him down. Jin starts laughing like a maniac, convinced that he's finally killed the boy who dared to challenge his authority. The team is in total shock, Yuika falling to her knees and refusing to believe that Minato could lose in such a one-sided way. She begs for him to answer her, her voice trembling as the smoke clears from the balcony. She lets out a heart-wrenching scream of his name, the sound echoing through the live broadcast. Suddenly, a calm "yeah" comes from the center of the crater as Minato casually turns around with his hands in his pockets. The team is floored, and Minato tells them to stop declaring people dead before the fight is even over. Jin is hyperventilating, his jaw hitting the floor as he demands to know how Minato is still standing there without a single scratch. Minato gives him a quick science lesson, explaining that if you balance internal and external pressure, you can survive even the deepest parts of the ocean. Jin screams that it's impossible, because atmosphere magic was his unique signature spell that no one else should understand. Minato just blinks and tells him that he basically just watched and learned how to do it while Jin was busy talking. Jin looks like his entire world just ended, unable to process the fact that someone could copy his life's work just by looking at it once. Minato adds insult to injury, saying it might have hurt if Jin hadn't spent so much time explaining exactly how the spell worked. He snaps his fingers, a small, perfect sphere of blue energy appearing on his fingertip to show he's already mastered the concept. Jin suddenly grabs his head and screams in agony, his own brain feeling like it's about to explode from the inside out. Minato calmly explains that he just increased the sound pressure in the air, creating a sonic attack that bypasses all physical armor. Yuika watches in awe, remembering how Minato always seemed to have an answer for every invincible spell he faced. Jin recovers for a second, his face twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred as he vows to kill Minato with everything he has left. He reveals his final trump card, screaming that when he goes all out, his magic power actually hits a massive 500,000. Ryuji is genuinely worried now, sensing that this kind of power is enough to wipe the entire city of Tokyo off the map. Jin floats high into the air, a massive green sun of mana forming behind him as he screams "Despair!" at the top of his lungs. Fuka-Jin has completely snapped, screaming like a madman as a massive pillar of green mana erupts from his body, cracking the very ground beneath his feet. His eyes are wide with a murderous frenzy, his face contorted in a terrifying grin as he prepares to unleash every ounce of his corrupted power. The raw energy from his transformation is so intense that it creates a localized storm, a beacon of dark light that can be seen for miles across the city. Jin calms down for a second, a sinister smirk on his face as he looks at the SMT like they're already corpses, convinced his full power is absolute. Down below, the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji are paralyzed, wondering if this is the true, terrifying potential that the magic nobles have been hiding all this time. Ryuji grits his teeth, admitting that they completely underestimated just how much mana someone like Jin could possess when backed into a corner. Jin mocks them, telling the team that it's far too late to start begging for their lives now that he's finally serious. Minato, on the other hand, lets out a massive, bored yawn, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else than at a life-or-death magic duel. He looks Jin right in the eye and tells him he's too dull to even gauge a person's real power, claiming the villain only survived this long by sheer luck. Jin's rage boils over as he manifests a swirling vortex of wind in his palm, declaring that the charade ends right here with his ultimate spell. He puts everything into the attack, the air around his hand screaming as the mana is compressed into a lethal, glowing orb of green destruction. Minato just stands there with his hands in his pockets, watching the world-ending spell form as if he's just waiting for a bus to arrive. Jin's face is a mask of pure animalistic fury, his teeth bared as he funnels every last drop of his 500,000 mana into this single strike. 7 massive, high-tier magic circles manifest around him, overlapping to form a complex geometric pattern that signifies an ancient, forbidden level of casting. Jin stares through the center of the spell, his reflection caught in the glowing lines as he prepares to erase Minato from existence. Ryuji's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he realizes they're looking at a level 7 spell, something that's supposed to be impossible for any human in this era to cast. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Yuika clasps her hands together, whispering a desperate prayer that Minato will find a way to survive this nightmare. Jin cackles, telling Minato that he missed his only chance to stop the charge-up, and now there's nothing left but regrets and death. Minato just tilts his head and asks with total indifference, "Are you ready yet?" acting like the villain is just taking too long to finish a boring presentation. Jin screams at the top of his lungs, vowing that not even a speck of dust will remain of Minato after he takes this hit. He releases it, Atmosphere Magic Level 7, Plasma Break, a blinding explosion of green energy that tears the mansion's balcony into shards. The news helicopter outside is nearly flipped over by the shockwave, the reporters screaming as the sky itself seems to be burning green. The SMT members are blown back, shielding their eyes from the light while wondering how anyone could possibly survive a direct hit from that monster. Ruka screams for Minato to run, her voice full of a desperate heartbreak as she realizes he's standing right in the path of total annihilation. The plasma break orb expands, a miniature sun of toxic energy that swallows the entire wing of the house where Minato is standing. Jin laughs through the chaos, shouting that even if Minato manages to dodge, he'll just redirect the blast and kill all of his friends instead. He gives Minato a choice: run and let his team die, or stay and be vaporized by the strongest spell he's ever created. The massive orb of plasma is inches from Minato's face, the heat already melting the stone beneath his shoes. Without breaking a sweat, Minato reaches into the air and summons a single small purple gemstone, a level 4 spell called Core Amethyst. Jin laughs even harder, mocking Minato for trying to block a level 7 ultimate spell with a tiny, low-rank piece of garbage. He commands the plasma to shatter Minato into nothingness, the green light completely engulfing the boy's small frame. Minato calmly releases the gemstone, which begins to glow with a soft purple light as it drifts into the heart of the green inferno. For a split second, time seems to stop as the tiny purple stone makes contact with the massive wall of green plasma. Suddenly, the world-ending explosion just vanishes, the green energy being sucked into the amethyst like water going down a drain. Jin's jaw drops as he stares at the empty sky, and down below, the rest of the team is equally stunned that the impossible spell just evaporated. Jin stumbles back, his voice shaking as he asks how his ultimate magic could just disappear into thin air. Minato explains it simply. Wind magic is naturally weak to earth, and a slow-moving plasma orb is the easiest thing in the world to neutralize if you know the basics. He looks at the villain with genuine disappointment, asking if magic nobles are so arrogant that they've forgotten even the most fundamental rules of magic. Jin collapses, clutching his head and refusing to believe that his decades of training were just defeated by a low-level trick. Minato points out that while the amethyst has 0 attack power, it has incredibly high mana density, making it the perfect sponge for opposing attributes. He gives Jin a smug little wink, asking if the lesson was educational enough for him. Jin demands to know where he even learned such a useless, specific spell, and Minato bluntly tells him that he actually just created it himself, for fun. Hearing that his life's work was treated as a fun hobby by a teenager is the final straw that completely breaks Jin's spirit. The atmosphere turns cold as Minato tells the villain that class is over and that it's finally time for his punishment. Jin falls to his knees, pathetically begging for mercy and claiming he's out of mana and can't even move anymore. Minato flashes a bright, innocent smile, telling him he has no intention of beating a dead horse, which makes Jin think he's actually going to be let go. The villain's face twists back into a sneer, thinking Minato is just another soft-hearted hero who can't finish the job. But then, Minato delivers a simple finger flick that hits with the force of a freight train, launching Jin through the wall and into the stratosphere. The team watches the noble fly away into the distance, Ryuji muttering to himself about whether or not Minato is even a real human being. The police move in immediately, slapping mana-suppressing handcuffs on the unconscious and broken Fuka Jin. The news reporter screams into her headset, announcing to the entire world that the captain of the special magic team has emerged victorious. Across the country, people are glued to their phones, cheering as they watch the corrupt elite finally being taken down by a hero of the people. Workers in restaurants and shops are jumping for joy, their faith in the magic system finally being restored after years of oppression. The team rushes to Minato's side, their faces glowing with pride, while Minato just gives them a thumbs up and tells them they did a good job too. As Jin is dragged away, Minato thinks to himself that if this was the peak of modern nobles, then he really has a lot of work to do to fix this era. He stops the officers for a second, looking down at the defeated Jin with a question that's been bothering him for a while. He asks what the nobles did with the magic tomes after the death of the great sage 50 years ago, and why they would ever want to destroy them. Jin just gives him a hollow look, telling Minato that a commoner could never comprehend the lofty thoughts of the nobles and to figure it out himself. The villain is hauled away, leaving Minato with a lingering sense that there is a much darker conspiracy lurking behind the weakness of modern mages. Minato stands alone on the ruined balcony, looking out over the city and realizing that the war against the rotted magic world has only just begun. The scene shifts to a week later, where Minato is looking incredibly awkward and overwhelmed by the flashing lights of a dozen cameras. It's a formal press conference where the media is hailing him as the second coming of the great sage, while the internet is flooded with memes and fan art of the team. To escape the madness, the scene cuts to the bright, sunny beaches of Hawaii, where the team is finally taking a well-deserved vacation. Minato is standing on the sand with his shirt off, looking completely confused as to why he's being forced to relax in a place like this. He looks down as a pair of cute sandals stops right in front of him. It's Yuika in a stunning white bikini, looking at him with a blush and asking what's wrong, her heart beating out of her chest as she finally gets some alone time with him. Flashback to the SMT office, where the team is reacting in total shock to Inspector Shido's suggestion that they all fly to Hawaii for a break. Shido explains that the team has become too popular, and the constant media attention is making it impossible for them to work effectively in Japan. He shows them the trending pages on social media, where videos of Minato just sitting at his school desk are getting millions of views from obsessed fans. The girls are looking at their phones in disbelief, seeing that even the news programs are talking about them 24/7 like they're pop idols instead of mages. Shido tells them that all of Japan has their eyes on them, so he's ordered them to vanish for a while until the hype dies down. He praises the team's growth and the Mizuha family's support, stating that they've earned this chance to just be normal teenagers for a week. He gives Minato a warm smile and a pat on the back, telling the stressed-out captain to just take the chance and rest up. Back in Hawaii, Minato is still standing there half-naked, wondering how he ended up in this troublesome tropical paradise. He looks up from the sand as Yuika approaches him, her movements hesitant but hopeful. She leans in close, her eyes wide and sparkling under the sun, as she asks him if he's doing okay. Minato just says he was lost in thought, while Ryuji stands in the background with a beach ball, looking like he's ready to start a game. Yuika takes a deep breath, her face turning bright red as she prepares to ask the big question. She spins around to show off her frilly white swimsuit, nervously asking Minato how he thinks it looks on her. Without a single second of hesitation, Minato looks her dead in the eye and says, "It's cute." Yuika nearly has a heart attack on the spot, her brain short-circuiting at the directness of the compliment she's been dreaming of. Minato continues his deadly honest streak, explaining that the color matches her hair and her style perfectly. Ruka suddenly appears behind them in a sleek black bikini, looking like an absolute model as she tells the group she's been looking for them. Minato turns to her with that same calm expression, and Ruka asks if he has something he wants to say to her as well. He doesn't miss a beat, telling Ruka that he was just thinking about how gorgeous she looks today. The Frost Queen is instantly defeated, her cool composure shattering into a million pieces as she blushes harder than she ever has in her life. Minato keeps going, comparing her to a professional model and saying her clear skin makes her the most beautiful girl on the entire beach. Ruka turns away, clutching her arm and trying to hide her face, her heart racing at the sheer intensity of Minato's bluntness. Ryuji is standing there with his jaw open, thinking to himself that Minato is some kind of legend for being able to say those things with zero embarrassment. He realizes that Minato isn't being a player, he's just genuinely speaking his mind without any hidden motives, which makes the compliments hit 10 times harder. Suddenly, Sonata Karan makes her entrance in a modest but beautiful white dress-style swimsuit, looking shyly at the group. Ryuji shouts out her arrival, looking like he's about to have a nosebleed from the sheer amount of beauty concentrated in one place. He thinks to himself that Karen's usual police uniform was doing a lot of hiding, and that her true visual power is actually dangerous. Karen fidgets with her inflatable ring, asking Minato with a trembling voice how the swimsuit looks on her. Ryuji tries to stop Minato, begging him not to give another one of those heart-stopping compliments before the girls all faint from the pressure. Minato ignores him completely, telling Karen that she has a nice style and looks great. Ryuji lets out a sigh of relief, thinking that nice style is a safe, platonic enough phrase that won't cause any more chaos. Karen looks up with hopeful eyes, asking if he really means it. Minato then doubles down, telling her the contrast between her usual modesty and this outfit makes her look like a beautiful, grown woman. Karen loses it, covering her face and begging him to stop praising her so much before her head explodes. Ryuji tells Minato he's seriously amazing, but asks if maybe he's laying the praise on a bit too thick for one afternoon. Minato just looks confused, asking why he shouldn't give a compliment to someone who clearly deserves one. He shrugs and states that he thinks all three of them are beautiful, so he just told them the truth, making it clear he's still totally dense about romance. All three girls are now crouching on the sand in a daze, their faces steaming while Ryuji laments how awkward the atmosphere has become. Minato then turns to Ryuji and tells him he's got a great, well-proportioned body too, and that he should be proud of his physical beauty. Even the big guy isn't safe, Ryuji's face turning bright red as he grits his teeth in embarrassment. He screams at Minato to stop praising him too, while the rest of the beachgoers just watch the chaotic group of attractive teenagers. The montage shows the team finally letting loose, playing volleyball, riding jet skis, and actually enjoying their youth for the first time in months. They end the day relaxing under an umbrella with tropical drinks, Ruka and Yuika finally looking happy and at peace. As night falls, Minato wanders out into the city alone, his throat parched as he looks for a convenience store to buy some water. He bumps into Yuika, who is standing on a balcony overlooking the ocean, her blue hair glowing under the moonlight. They talk about how fun the trip has been and how they haven't had a moment to just breathe since they started the SMT. A comfortable silence falls between them as they look at the stars, both of them feeling a deep connection that goes beyond just being student and teacher. Yuika thinks back to when she saw Ruka wearing a ring, wondering if her older sister is already secretly dating Minato. She shakes the thought out of her head, remembering that Minato said he wasn't dating anyone, though she's still clearly anxious about it. She gathers her courage and asks Minato if she can ask him something non-magic related for once. She asks him what type of person he likes, her heart pounding as she waits for an answer that could change everything. She gets more specific, asking if he has a preference among the three girls on the team. Minato says without hesitation that he likes all of them, which makes Yuika's face fall as she thinks she's been friend-zoned again. He explains that they're all cute and hardworking, and that he's always attracted to people who put in genuine effort to improve themselves. Yuika pushes back, asking if that's actually different from romantic feelings, only for Minato to look puzzled and ask, "Is it?" He stops for a second, then looks at her with a soft expression and says, "Actually, maybe I like you the most, Yuika." Yuika is frozen, her eyes wide as she tries to process the fact that the boy she loves just said those words to her under the moonlight. Minato adds that she's been honest and kind since the day they met, and that her dedication is truly special to him. He looks her in the eyes and says it one more time, "Yuika, I really like you." Yuika is completely overwhelmed, her face flushing as she looks up at him with tears of joy forming in her eyes. She suddenly squats down and hides her face, leaving Minato panicked and wondering if he said something wrong. She knows in the back of her mind that he probably means it as a mentor, but the feeling of being liked best by him is more than enough for now. She smiles to herself, finally admitting that she is truly deeply in love with him, and that this happiness is worth every fight. Back in Japan, Shido is looking at his laptop with a stressed expression, muttering about how things are getting heated in the political world. He sees that while the nobles are being flooded with criticism, Minato's personal popularity is skyrocketing to an uncontrollable level. He notices a viral poll asking, "Who is stronger, Kusanagi Minato or the Black Magician?" Realizing that a confrontation is forming in the public's mind. The scene shifts to an airport, where a private jet has just touched down on the runway. A mysterious girl with bright red hair and a sharp fang smiles, looking at the news and calling everyone back home a spineless lot. Beside her, a tired-looking man in a trench coat sighs, clearly annoyed by the noise and the situation in Japan. The girl is revealed as Homurai Hinata Kaichi Riku, head of the Kaichi family, and together they represent a new, much more dangerous threat than the Fukas ever were.